hear you guys. I don't know what I'm gonna airbrush. What's this? Maybe.
Run away. Would you, yeah, take the clothes and take these photos and I don't know, whatever comes up to your head.
Hey, I might run away with all the equipment.
Yeah, exactly. Video yourself.
Yeah,
Submit the live stream. We can feature it also.
Okay. Let me think about all that. But my plan was to open everything up and set it up this week because he has been waiting. But I've been waiting for the right moment. It's quiet. I think everything's nice and calm now. So I was gonna get back to doing what I'm doing. But all right, I like it. I like all this. So yeah. I'm as big as artist as anyone you will ever find on this planet. Even my medicine cabinet, my fridge, my lawn, my even my tool drawers. I feel like everything is art. The way I lay shit out, the way you put frames on a window, the way you set up your plants, the way you cut your grass.
All right, guys.
So,
how do I?
Art moves it all. So,
But, yeah, so just have a nice day. I'm at 2 p.m.
Right, and are we meeting the new community at 12 still?
I don't know because I'm not in the loop by architect. I need to see if they saw the DM because it was just, last minute from now to now. So I don't know if they see the. I will answer.
Okay, guys, what are we doing? What are we doing?
We're not close out. Great to see everyone. Every Tuesday morning. See you guys next Tuesday.
Oops, wrong pencil.
Thank you for stopping in. Chat.
Wrong pencil.
Galleria. We didn't hear from Marvell. Marvell must be working hard back there. Rob, good. Chris.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Chris. Always love to see you. Even if you can talk, we always love to see you.
Omizu, good to see you. We will see you guys next Tuesday. Get your art going.
Oh shoot. I should have. How do I go back to that? Hey, Ozzy Fingerboard, how are you doing today?
Hey, Ozzy Fingerboard.
Oh, I guess I need to turn my volume off. I don't need to hear an echo. Oh yeah, Ozzy, I remember you. Like a few streams ago. Or maybe it was a few more streams ago, but yeah. How are you doing? Things going well in your world? Okay, let's see. Okay. You've been banned from a phone for a whole... So I couldn't join for a whole day or a whole week. I'm assuming a week, because it's probably been about that long. I'll follow them. Who else? lot of people on old Twitter. So it says you've managed to find a job that I'll do for your dad for like 50 quid so I can afford that skateboard. Okay. Is that cover like a full, like a complete, or just the deck? Cause I haven't bought a board in a deck in over probably a decade. No pun intended. So I'm not sure how much decks cost anymore. Like I would go to an actual skate shop. I don't know if I would order a deck online, just because I like to see and feel what I'm ordering. The current trucks and wheels are fine. Yeah, that's usually the case. You can put up with your trucks, and they're like 60, 70 pound. I'm assuming that's a little cheaper than in the US. I'm not sure what the exchange rate is for the pound and dollar. I know for a while back, I think the pound was worth more than the dollar, but that might have flipped. So yeah, probably around the same amount that I remember paying for a deck. Usually between $50 and $60. There could have been it could have marked up a little bit over that 10 years to adjust for inflation. So, but like I said, I haven't bought a new deck in over a decade. I think the deck I currently have was like a hand-me-down from a friend. It's definitely worn out, like flat, like, yeah, the tail's a little razory. So having a brand new deck would be nice, but I don't know how often I would use it. But it'd be nice to have. You don't have to pay tax here, so that's almost like it's included then in the cost. Yeah, I think we pay tax on our boards, but like I said, it's been a while, so I don't remember. I think there was tax though. But yeah, I don't even know what I would get if I were to buy a deck. Do you have something in mind as far as a brand? Yeah, one's a hand me down. I got a big chip and it's got loads of ridge. Yeah. Yeah, when you're younger, it's harder to get product unless you know people, or you have a job. I got my first job when I was 16. I think I was a junior in high school. So before that, you're trying to find ways to get money to get a new deck. Christmas money, birthday money, mainly looking out for a girl, or Santa Cruz. Those are good boards, good solid brands. I haven't ridden a Santa Cruz board since like the late 80s. I don't think I bought Santa Cruz past like 1990. Let's see, I've had many a deck. I think I had one zero board, maybe a few Baker boards, a bunch of chocolate boards. You got a Santa Cruz Cruiser? Yeah, it's good for cruising around on, but it's not a good board for doing tricks and stuff. Um, what do I recommend? Jeez, it's been so long, Ozzy. I feel like wouldn't be uh, the best person to recommend product nowadays. Um, are there particular skaters uh, that you're a fan of or enjoy their skating? I would say like support one of those people from my experience. Uh, I didn't mind chocolate boards, but they had kind of a weird scoop to their tails and noses. Like they were kind of quick. Um, I guess I'm kind of more of a mellow tail, like a tail and nose. I don't like them scooping up too quick. Um, that's where I like that Baker. I think I told you last time. The first Baker I got was like a Leo Romero when he was on Baker. I don't think I've ever had a toy machine. Um, but they're, let's see, they come out of the same, well, maybe not. Maybe they've changed wood suppliers. Um, yeah, but I didn't mind chocolate. It just took me a little while to get used to the scoop of the tail and the nose. But I did like their concave. I'm not sure where their wood is coming from. Oh, you gotta go. All right, Ozzy, you have a good day now. Oh, you subbed. All right, thank you. Hopefully, catch you again soon. It's always good to talk skateboard shop with somebody. Yeah, chocolate. Jeez, what else was I writing? Yeah, definitely test out the shapes. Don't buy anything until you've tested out the feel of the deck. That is my only other advice. And make sure you get good grip tape. Yeah, find the best grip tape or the grip tape you prefer because some are not as grippy and some are too grippy. Probably better to get the grippier ones and then it wears down a little bit, but you'll figure all that out in time. But yeah, take care. Have a good evening. I'm sure or afternoon. Well, early early evening. 'Cause it's like 10 already. We're probably like 6 hours behind. I'm 6 hours behind you. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. And thanks for coming through. I need to get down to work. I need to get down to business. Whoops. Can't be slacking off. Can't be slacking. Okay. This one? Or this one? I feel like I need to get my colors together. Laundry cleaned up. Laundry is complete. That laundry done. That laundry done. So we got. Did we get this? Yep, we got that, and then we need our highlight color. So we got both of those. Nope. Why didn't it capture this? There we go. Now we got both those colors again. Let's see. How are we looking on the screen? We looking okay? Dang, guys, I didn't even notice like the count, but we're almost at 300 subscribers. That's not bad. Try not to focus too much on that. You know, you see other people's subscriber counts, and you're like, you know, and then you look at how many you have, and then it all of a sudden, you just start fixating on the numbers. And it's like, I didn't start doing this to rack up a count, but after a while, you do start to look at that stuff. I mean, some people, they really want their channel to grow, so they're really on top of that, doing whatever they can to get followers and subscribers and viewing hours, and you know, so people put a lot of work into making content, you know. Now, the quality of that content sometimes is a little suspect, but you know, people watch whatever. It's not like there's somebody there gatekeeping, except for YouTube, gatekeeping what you're putting out onto your channel. And I know YouTube has its issues, but I guess for what I'm doing, I feel like it's better than, and I don't know all our options as far as streaming platforms. I know you got TikTok, you got Instagram, but those are like, I don't know, can you do super long format like streaming on those platforms? Instagram, you know, I do have Twitch. I don't use my Twitch as much. I know there are a lot of artists on Twitch, a lot of digital artists, some traditional artists. Yeah, I would have to figure out how to stream to both. I know you could use Restream. Not all that familiar with that technology yet, so I'd have to look into it. But for now, it's YouTube. We're doing the YouTube thing. But let us continue. We are working on trying to finish the look of this dog with just adding our details. Whoops, wrong brush. A lot of micromanaging of these pages. So we're doing our puppy paw pads. You gotta remember, guys, to not get too fixated on the tiny details, because pretty much, let's see, the page of the book would probably be about this size, the actual size. It might be hard to, you know, make out, but I think this is about 10 inches on this side. Maybe a little more than 10 inches. I'm not sure how many centimeters that would be. You could figure it out. I think the actual book is 11 inches or 11 and a half inches. Let's see, I'm looking for my calculator. So, let's see, 10 inches. That'd be about 25, almost 25 and a half centimeters. So that's about the size of the page, at least tall. It's definitely a lot wider. So, yeah, you really can't see all that detail. But when you get in there real close, so I gotta remember, like, to be careful not to get too fixated on this. I mean, if you can make out that there's a highlight, that's all I want. It's kind of like that with graffiti. If you go on, and I'm not trying to promote people going out and doing graffiti. I'm just saying the act or practice of it is similar. When you get close in, and this I guess you could say for anything, because most people view graffiti from afar. So you don't always have to be super clean with all the details. I mean, you know, from my own experience, I always wanted to be as clean as I could get, but I wouldn't get too worked up over something if I like didn't hit a line exactly, because most likely whoever is not gonna see it like right up on it. They're gonna see it from afar, so those tiny little kind of hiccups or whatever, you're not really gonna. Oh crap! That should have been the other brown, but easy fix. Easy fix. Just come in here, alpha lock it, so only the stuff that's already on the screen gets affected. And there we go. Now we got our brown. We take the alpha lock off and we come back, get our whatever this greenish kind of gray is, and we hit that edge. We hit the edges. So yeah, sometimes detail is not necessary. I know a lot of artists, at least of my generation, there are some that still don't adhere to this, but are really focused on cleanliness and detail and getting everything exact. It could be a fault. It could not. It could also not be a fault. It's just how you do things. But when you're trying to complete stuff in a timely manner, you know, sometimes you don't have to always get caught up in those details, but details do matter. I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. So I think we need to get this orange back into play. Take our soft brush. Is it this one? Yep. We go back onto this layer. We'll kind of hit some of this stuff I missed. Oops. You need the soft brush. Oh, it is soft. Let's soften it some more. We don't want to completely get rid of this, but and then we can always go over it again. This though, let me see. I could have probably erased some of this. You just want that to, you want to bring this fur forward a little bit more. This fur forward. This too, this looks like it's, let's bring that up. It's supposed to look like it's kind of behind a little bit. So we want to clean this up. Again, let's get our, really? I really need to stay on top of my colors here. No, that is not it. Why can't I replace it? Delete. Because it's not empty. You should be able to swap out because I've done that before. Okay. That. We'll make sure we got our browns. I don't know what this is, but we'll throw that in there. All the other colors I have. So we need our orange back. We want to be on the right layer. We got our brush. Kind of bring this back around. This one I'm actually trying to stay on some layers. Different layers. Sometimes you just want it all on one layer, but then you're like, oh, I wish I had separated the layers. Typically with these, I'm trying to keep each color to its own layer. So if I need to adjust it, hey, Only Entropy. The name of this one, I know it's the main title is The Little Red Puppy, but there's also more to it. Let me, I know it's on the publisher's website. It's Book Press Publishing. Alright. You think I would know this. Books. Children's books. Okay. Explore children's books. So this one is called The Little Red Puppy Has a Big Dream. The first book is The Little Red Puppy with a Big Idea. Illustrated by me and written by Linda Belkin and Mandy Corliss. Those are the two sisters that this is their passion project. So yeah, here's the, I don't know if I can zoom in on it. Yeah, that's the cover for the other one. But that's at the publisher's website. Yep, and I need to get it done because I'm slacking. Been spending too much time on X object. You can see it? All right. Yeah, it's up there. It's up there, so since it's up there, I gotta get it done. Can't be slacking. Oops. Make sure I'm on the right layers. You know, sometimes it's like, screw the layers, and then when I do that, I'm regretting that I didn't separate the colors. So how you been, Only Entropy? What you been up to lately? I haven't played Dark Sun since last week. I think I had a couple sessions in last week. I could possibly throw one in the evening time, but that would mean slacking off again. You know, I had somebody ask me if I use AI in my art, and I told them not really. Only because I'm not all that familiar with how to use that technology. Not much doing well. Oh, that's good. As long as you're doing what you want to do and you're happy, that's all that matters. Yeah, so I said, and I'm sure like a lot of younger people who are probably used to using that technology nowadays would wonder why somebody is not utilizing it. But uh, you know, as you get older, you kind of get stuck in doing doing things a certain way, and you don't really want to change that. When you're younger, you're more open to like, you know, discovering and trying to, you know, learn what's going on currently, taking advantage of the new technologies that are available to you at that time. Because, you know, when I was young, personal computers were just kind of like starting to appear in the marketplace. So that allowed people to start creating digitally. And then, like in the 90s, it really kind of took off, especially with art. I'm not saying that the technology for creating digital images was great, but it was advancing. And you know, now we have all the things that are nostalgia, you know, to my generation. Like the old 8-bit games, 16-bit games. And some of my art that I've been making lately has been incorporating some of that old retro look, but kind of in a, I don't know if you would describe it as contemporary fashion. It's like somebody who's wearing like, and I don't know if bell bottoms are a thing anymore. It's not like they were a thing in my time. That was a thing before my time, but then I know they kind of made a reappearance. But, you know, old fashion sometimes comes back into fashion. It's kind of the same thing. Alright, I think I could move on to the next color. I might have to resample it. So this is spread 10. We have 6 more to do. AI lacks creativity. You can't program emotion. Yeah, that's true. It's very limiting. Yeah, definitely won't replace the human aspects of creating. It's still like a tool. Yeah, it's just an image factory. Now, I do have respect for people that know how to come up with the prompts to create the images that they, I guess, are looking for, because I've tried a little bit of it and it is not that easy. I guess if you play with it enough, you start to learn a language. And to me, people using AI to come up with prompts is kind of ridiculous. I could see how it can help, but it just seems redundant that you're using AI to come up with stuff for AI to come up with stuff. It's like a crazy feedback kind of loop. Um, but the art, I think, is in coming up with the prompts themselves, knowing what words, descriptions to use to get the image that you're looking for. Because some of the stuff I see is like, I I don't understand it. I guess if you understand different styles of art, specific artists that you like, you can use them in your prompts. But it's like you're basically just stealing their look, their style, um, and that's where, like what you say, only there's that lack of creativity. Yeah, art does come from suffering, the human condition. Yeah, I agree. It can also come from, uh, the opposite, just human experience, whether it's suffering or happiness. I think people tend to gravitate more towards the suffering side because maybe we can you can most people can relate to that. I don't know if a lot of people can relate to happiness because not everybody is happy, but you can always there's always somebody that can relate to the hardships, the suffering, uh, the things that aren't going right in one's life. But people want to be happy, I think, for the most part. They want to be able to enjoy life versus struggle all the time. But if it was all happiness, I don't know. Now I need a new layer. Like this stuff, this is, I don't mind doing stuff like this. I've kind of steered away or not pursue illustration unless it was like illustration for my own artwork, my own fine art. I don't know, there's hard. Some artists would say illustration is not art. I feel like there's an art to it, just like with anything. Is it art if it's being used to sell you some? And I feel like even fine art, in a way, is trying to sell you something, sell you an idea or a feeling. But if it has anything to do with money, commerce, a lot of people feel that that's not art. But people have to live. They need to be able to eat. They need to have shelter. So fine art isn't always going to make you that money. Kids will love it. Yeah, the book will be someone's. Yeah, and I remember being a kid and having certain books. That's why I want to, as far as my work, I want to do the best that I can do, because my belief is that hopefully some kid out there will see it and will inspire them to want to create, because all the images I saw inspired me. So, and then they can suffer. They can suffer as an artist or not. They might be successful. Some people know exactly where to go for the water. Where, metaphorically speaking. Me, I was very hard-headed. If I didn't want to do something, or if I didn't believe in it, I definitely didn't want to involve myself in it. But then there were things that I got myself into that I just kind of let myself fall into without, taking any kind of stance. And that can be dangerous for the individual. But I guess I kind of gave in on the whole illustrative stuff. I mean, I was kind of already doing that with my own artwork, but just not wanting to admit that it was illustration, and just wanting to adhere to the idea that I was creating fine art. But then, people would see it and weren't always taking that side or view. And I think they would look at it as just illustrative work. And probably on the exterior, yeah, it's definitely very illustrative. I mean, that's kind of like Norman Rockwell, but he was doing paintings specifically for a commercial kind of venture. Hey, laughing girl, how are you doing it? Hey, full of rain. It's good to see y'all in the chat. We're just chit chatting, me and only chit chatting, about art. I guess I'm just chit chatting about art. I don't know if entropy about to go on your walkie talkie. Is that where you go on a walk and you talk? Like live streaming? A walk and talk? I'm not sure what a walkie talkie is, if that's actually something other than what I would think it would be is handheld. On your last 15 minutes of work, that's cool. You get away from the day job. Are you feeling better? I hope you're feeling better. I'm assuming since you went to work, you were feeling a little better. Just walking and listening to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to. It's really warm. It's gotten really warm here, and the dog has been really hounding me to take her for a walk. 'Cause every time I let her outside, she wants to go towards the front, which is her way of telling me she wants to go explore. So I might do a little bit of that myself. Yeah, it's been some time since she got to go on a walk, which was probably the last time it got really warm. So maybe like 3 weeks ago. I really don't like taking her out when it's super cold. I guess I got dog booties I can put on her paws, but I don't want to be out there in the frigid cold. You guys might hear my washer banging around in the back, so disregard. Yeah, I've been following a lot of people on Twitter or X that have been or digital artists that have been incorporating AI art into or AI technology into their art, and I have to say it's pretty incredible as far as what they can do. Uh, it's like 54 where you're at. Yeah, it's kind of I'm assuming it's about the same here. There was another YouTuber, live streamer, that's in Colorado, and he said it got up to like 70 some degrees. I'm like, holy crap. Um, I mean, for Colorado, isn't that kind of more mountainous? That's not all of it, but some areas. Oh, sorry, laughing girl, I didn't see your message. You're feeling much better. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I'm awake. Pretty jazzed. The sun's out. It's warm. I do have my space heater on, even though it's warm enough. Oh, you just moved to Denver? See, I'm not sure where the other guy is in Colorado. Did you guys experience the 70-degree weather though? Because I thought maybe he was in Denver too. And when he said 74 degrees, I'm like, really? Because we only got up to about 50 something. And I mean, Iowa isn't that far from Colorado. I mean, it's not that close either, but it's a lot closer than some areas. Yeah, I hope everybody's experiencing the sun. I know Laughing Girl doesn't have to worry about that. I'm just like, do you guys ever experience any overcast gray days? I'm assuming you might where you're at. From Denver to southern Utah, too violent in downtown Denver. Yeah, you just have to know the areas. Even here in Iowa, in Des Moines, there's been a lot of shootings and stuff, and you're just like, Des Moines is super small. It's like, I don't even know if it's like 200,000 people yet. Last I checked, it was like 150,000 people. We will when you guys have some. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, because you're on the other side of the hemisphere, the southern, which is weird because which side is up and which side is down? Because to you guys it's up. Yeah, we got riots. Yeah, so I work at a hospital here in Des Moines, and we have Des Moines police that the hospital is hired to kind of help with the public safety. And I've talked with some of them, and some of the stuff that they've experienced when there were the riots. And yeah, it sounded like there were definitely some people that were from out of town that came into town to kind of stir things up. But, you know, there's always two sides to the story. And it's neither side is always right or always wrong. So cities are in the same. Yeah. So I'm from Minneapolis. You know, kind of this pretty much where, and I know other cities like Seattle and all that have experienced riots and stuff like that. But like, yeah, when God damn it, now I can't remember his name. Geez, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. I'm trying to picture all the memorials and stuff to him. Jeez, how have I already forgotten this? Yeah, I wasn't living in Minneapolis when the riots kicked off, but I still have family. Like my brother and my mom lived less than a mile from that epicenter of where all that stuff happened. So, you know, my mom was freaking out when, you know, people are coming through their neighborhoods. But it's like, you know, my mom's a little older. My brother and I, you know, we're kind of a little bit more street smart. So stuff like that's not going to freak us out that much. Yeah, god damn it. All right, now I'm going to have to Google it because I'm freaking forgetting his name. Yeah, George Floyd. I knew his last name started with an F. So when the George Floyd incident happened, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it set off um, all around the nation, just, protests and riots. And he wasn't even the first. There are other people that came before him that, you know, died at the hands of the police. But this was kind of like the straw that the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah, I remember watching people live streaming, and this was when I first started to really hear about live streaming. Was after that incident. I think I may have heard of it before, but it really didn't. It wasn't really a presence in my life until that. And then I started noticing more and more, and like, oh, okay, this is something people do. Yeah, Ahmaud Arbery. Yeah, that stuff like that. But yeah, the whole George Floyd incident really set the nation off. It just, people were just like, we're fed up. There's been way too many killings, and something needs to be done. And so, but I remember seeing coverage and watching some coverage, and there was some stuff. There was one guy in particular that kind of set off the looting and the rioting, and they say he was a bad actor. And then there was another guy that confronted him, and there's strange video footage out there. I don't know if it's still out there, but strange video footage of the guy that confronted the bad actor, supposed bad actor that set off the looting and the fires and all that. Just, and they say he was like either a police officer or a retired police officer. They weren't sure if he was from Minneapolis or for somewhere else. Um, uh, he kind of goes by Umbrella Man because he was carrying an umbrella, but supposedly he threw like a brick or something through the window of auto parts store, which kind of set everything off. I mean, until people want to actually deal with the history of this country and not deny it, I don't know if that pain will ever go away. Hello, Chista. How are you doing today? Glad you can make it. I'm assuming it's kind of later for you. It's a little late morning for me. Yeah, now I'm getting way too political on my channel. I'm doing okay. But I don't mind talking about this stuff. I just don't want, YouTube will start, I don't know, doing weird YouTube stuff. Oh, your channel is supposed to be for entertainment purposes only. Now it's social activist site. Don't get yourself in trouble, dude. Yeah. It's 8.5. Okay. Getting later. Oh yeah, as not all artists are gonna talk about stuff like that. No worry, only I don't mind talking about it. I just don't want it like all of a sudden turning my channel into something that I didn't want it to become, but you know, uh, sometimes you just don't have control over certain things, and uh, stuff will go in a certain direction. Just don't want it to go sideways. It's not like I'm trying to not be aware of what's going on, because most of the time I have no idea what's going on, and a lot of people are quick to throw out their opinion like they know what's going on. Like, oh, okay, you've watched a few things and now you're doing deep dives and like you got all that information. Like, you're the authority on what the fuck is going on in this world. Like, and everybody should be siding with your view. No, because people are all like, oh, you know, um, people are like sheep, da 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 da. They need to think for themselves, but you gotta listen to me what I'm saying, because I'm the authority on what's going on. It's like you just told people that they're sheep and to think for themselves, and now you're trying to get them to on board onto in what you believe. Like, come on, get the f out of here. There's too much spin and all that going on, and there's so much to these things. It's you can't pinpoint it. It's like you're not gonna find that butterfly in the effect. That thing is long gone. That thing made its presence and it's long gone, and now it's affected everything. You're not finding that. You're not finding that needle in the haystack. You're not finding the goddamn aliens. You're not. Until they want to make their presence known, you are not finding them. Yeah, that it is. It's like, because people have, the thing is that that is all the rage, because people feel like they don't have any power. And the problem is they gave their power away to somebody else a long time ago, and they want to get it back, and they feel powerless. It's like, if you were paying attention to what was going on around you, you wouldn't be giving your power away so freely. And now certain people have all the power, and now we're bitching and complaining about, you know, they're not doing what I want, da da da. Doing what I want or what you want. It's just all convoluted and messed up and chaotic. And maybe that's how it's supposed to be. I don't know. I'm going on one of those YouTube rants. I'm on one. I don't like going down those rabbit holes. Yeah, everybody has a voice and they can use it if they want. Some people feel like they don't have a voice, and then uh, it's like you got to find it and use it, but don't abuse it. And don't think you're the only one with the voice. Don't think you're the king shit, because everybody's the king shit. Yeah, that's true, Chista. It's human nature, so, and it's human nature to complain about it when you can't do anything about it, or you feel like you can't do anything about it. Takes a very strong willed person to be able to do that. Do I post my work? Yeah, I post my work. It's on here. It's on Instagram. Um, it's on it's on various sites, X, uh, Threads, Facebook. It's all over this place. If you Google, well, I guess I don't know if you Google Omizu Paintz, if anything other than my YouTube will come up. Honestly, don't even try. I don't even try to do that. Like, let me see what comes up if I Google myself. If I Google my actual name, like usually all my art stuff will pop up. Yeah, we all wear the crown, right? Some people take it off. Some people lose their crowns. They can't find. They misplace their crowns. Some people don't even believe that they're royalty. Audie Murphy once said, "Every man is the hero in his own life story." Yeah, we're all trying to be heroic in our own way. I mean, you kind of got to be the hero of your own story to want to continue existence. I think this got a little too bumpy. A little too bumpy. I'm not familiar with who Audie Murphy is, but I like that quote. Is that actually how you spell their name? Audie. Oh, okay. American soldier and actor. Oh, Murphy with an EY. I thought I put that in there. From Kingston, Texas. Died in Roanoke, Virginia. Medal of Honor. What else? Awarded the Medal of Honor. During which war? Civil War? American soldier actor. U.S. Army. World War II. Oh, okay. Maybe I have heard the name before. Huh, interesting. All right. Falsified documentations about his birth date in order to meet minimum age for enlisting in the military. Yeah, yeah, I think I may have heard that name before. Yeah, I've never seen To Hell and Back. I may have heard of it, but yeah. There was a period where watching, I would watch black and white films, but when you don't have cable, way back when, um, yeah, you missed a lot. I wasn't watching a whole lot of TV at a huge chunk of time. So, yeah. He made a lot of great westerns. I bet my dad's dad probably he was into westerns. You gotta sorry, full of rain. You gotta find what your superpower is, and you can enjoy life because you made it. Yeah, only you can make it. I, t- I told that to somebody. I posted a painting on their Discord. Okay. Oh, I guess this is work related. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess one of my coworkers at my job won't be coming back to work. So I will be doing extra work trying to figure out coverage since I am the person that does scheduling. But I am off for the next 3 days, so I don't want to be thinking about that at all. They don't pay me to do that. The world doesn't revolve around you, but your life does. True? It's like we all are our own universe within the greater expanse. And it keeps expanding, is what they say. It's kind of random, but does anyone have any tips on consistency? When you say consistency, what are you referring to? Tips on consistency. Omizu, please share. Consistency in what would be my question. On anything really? Oh, that's too broad. Consistency in life. I am not the person to be able to answer that in a way that would satisfy anybody. How to be consistent with what you need to do. Ah, well, you got to you. My guess is finding that courage within yourself to be able to stay consistent and do the things you need to do, because it's way easy to get sidetracked. Trust me, I know all that. Take any advice. Small steps. Don't think that you're gonna conquer the world in one fell swoop. It's the little tiny steps that get you to that. Whatever that thing is in your daily life. What are you know taking a look and examining your life. Like, where are you not being consistent? Are you aware of those things that you're not, you know, you feel you're not following through with? You watch this lady the other day, she's a spy, like an actual spy, and she gave some hard advice. Yeah, there's, you're asking for advice, and that might not be something you really want to hear or are able to absorb, at that particular time, because we can be resistant to things. Somebody told me to jump scare yourself into it if you don't necessarily enjoy doing the thing. Yeah, basically pushing yourself off of that edge. When I was a kid, my mom would do that to me. So, at the age of probably, being a first grader, probably 5 or 6, she would have to, I would go with her on the bus because she would go to work and my school was on the way to where she worked. So she couldn't get off the bus and walk me to the school, which was only a few blocks away. So it was basically like, kind of, the mother bird pushing the baby bird out of the nest, like, go on, I can't go with you. You got to figure it out on your own. So, yeah, I've always very thankful for my mom doing that, because I'm sure there are people that would just get off the bus and walk their kid 2 blocks and then have to come back and wait for the next bus so that they can go to their job. And they're trying to support their family, and you can't be late to work. You're too many times you're late, they'll can your ass. So sometimes you have to make the hard choices. You choose your hards. Yes, actual spy. She said she saw 9/11. Yeah, a lot of people saw 9/11 on their TVs. I was one of those people. I called it add new experiences that will show you what your goal is or promise you make. Let that lead you. Aim high, ask questions, keep going. There you go. There you go, Chista. Full of Rain has it right there. You don't want to limit yourself. So you want to create new experiences. Okay, YouTube, that's not medical advice, so don't ban my channel. Take a page out of Travis's book. This is for entertainment purposes only. I am not giving out any legal, medical. Do not ban my channel. No financial, no philosophical. No, just kidding. Yep, we're just being creative. I don't know if there's anything against philosophical advice. What is going on here? I think I'm on the wrong layer. Yep, on the wrong layer. Dude, have I been on the wrong layer this whole entire time? There we go. Now we're on the back right layer. Don't know why I was on that layer to begin with. Should clean something up. If my channel gets banned, it gets banned. What can you do? I'll just go back to doing what I did before I had a channel, which was this. This channel does not define me. Is this about the spy? Uh-oh, I hope that opened up a new page. Okay. How to succeed without confidence, motivation, or healing? Without? Transcriber. Oh no, are they using AI art? I don't know if I can watch this with this AI art. I'll have to watch that later, because I'll get caught up in that and not focusing on. Why does it keep showing me I have... Oh, Object.com is hosting the space. They talk about Machina Fauna, new exhibition presented by a gallery data blue ship. Let's see. Oh, okay.
By scientist Suzanne Simard. They shared nutrition like carbon and
I don't even need this earbud. I don't know. I have my earbud in.
Simard once leads a huge crowd of Asian on the Guatemala soil and monitors carbon levels.
Copy and paste your subscriber list. That's a must. Just in case your channel gets struck, you send a blanket email. Oh, okay.
Here, fungi act as Wi-Fi routers, tree as movers, and sunlight or decay get the seed at a table.
That is a good idea.
A metaphor here. So this is pretty much the kind of like the context and the narrative.
Now my only problem is finding.
Wow, young, it's just fascinating. I love
How can I turn the volume down on this?
And also culture and philosophical theory. You're talking about. It's very fascinating. How you actually, in your own artistic practice, find a way to also connect so many different things, and that's also something that we see in the Argenta video, because you also use different images from documentaries or news or maybe TV shows. Can you tell us more about?
Well, I appreciate the advice. Now it's just finding where my list is at to copy it. Alright, I gotta mute that. Let me find the video with Shane. No, hopefully not. The title of the video: How to Succeed Without Confidence, Motivation, and Healing. Copy and paste your subscriber list. Good call. Insurance. Studio. Okay. Open up my channel. Dude, come on. How many windows do I have to open up? Okay, where is it? It's community. So under the community mention. Nope. Subtitles, copyright, content, dashboard. It'd be under my dashboard. Okay. Current subscribers. Oops. Recent subscribers. See all. Holy crap! That's a lot of subscribers. To copy. Is there a mass copy paste function? Lifetime. All right, Chista, thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good evening. Enjoy your dinner. Everyone started doing it during the adpocalypse when every channel was getting struck. Ah. Okay. I'll be streaming for a bit until my wife wants something for lunch or late breakfast. But I'll be on most of the day. Even if I stop, I'll start a new stream. Dude, how do you copy and paste that? Yeah, I missed all that adpocalypse. I only started utilizing my YouTube again after so many years, starting last year. It hasn't even been a full year yet. Well, I'll do that later. I don't think they're gonna, hopefully, not mess with me. Don't mess with my channel, please. Do it later, and that's when there are just the public subscribers, not the ones who hit the bell. It's not even all of them. You can mass copy, but there's a yeah. Yep, when I have the time, I will do that. But thanks, Only. I appreciate that. Good to know. Because I would not know who all my subscribers are. Could probably pull out a handful, and that would be it. I don't know if I should listen to this. Talk on X or not. I wonder if I could share it.
I wouldn't say good enough, but yeah, sorry. But that, so in the 3D part, it includes mostly Unreal Engine 5 and that put together. And in the AI generation part, it was simply through Valley, ML generation 3 and Midjourney. So that part was quite simple. But recently, I've been more into the sort of more fundamental approaches. So one of the another recent project that I finished was in collaboration with an AI technologist, sort of using Comfy UI to connect all the open source either platforms or tools through like APIs and so on, and kind of hopefully to create a multifaceted, um, with layered generative structure. So these are yeah, the different tools that I've been using or exploring. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. I can't wait for people to discover the 4 videos. But let's move on to Viola. So quickly, I would like to introduce Viola Hanna. She started a practice as a photographer. She is based in Italy, and she started exploring AI a few years ago. Today, her practice is really a critique of our society of transformation, really driven by stereotypical femininity and physical appearance. So she is changing the body and making it different to actually create satirical discourse on the current image of the feminine body. But Viola, I will let you introduce yourself.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very nervous because this is my first page. Sorry if I mess up. Yes, I have as you said, I have a traditional background, and I studied fine arts and photography at university.
It's a talk
so like a very traditional start.
on
And
being hosted by
developed
object.com on
interest in,
X.
topics
And the talk is about Makina Fauna, an exhibition presented by Gallery Data and Blue Shift. I'm not familiar with them, but I thought it might be something interesting, especially hosted by Object, where I have a bunch of my digital artwork at. So just trying to stay connected somehow with the fellow artists, digital artists.
Sure, but I use it in a way that was like hiding myself behind tools to, enhance your appearance, and I was interested in themes like the cult of beauty, and I made research about this for many years. And then I discovered AI, and it was like a new tool that helped me to achieve new results, and I use it to reflect mostly on post-human bodies. So I started to merge my photos using AI technologies, and to create this sort of surreal creature that were based on my form but were like transcendent. And yes, so this is all is my practice. I like to, work around femininity and cultural representation of the female body, and how society control the
Been listening to, let me know. I can always listen to this later on.
The female body of female reproductive system. Like in Alien, there was this huge metaphor about the monster was like a female. She was giving birth, and so I was inspired by that, and I started from my photography, and I blended my self-portraits with public domain images of plants and flower and animals, and also with some old scanographies of flowers from my garden. And I was trying to achieve these surreal bodies made, like hybrid bodies made from the merged of different forms, and it's also a satire, because I love to use like humor or satire to build a sort of social commentary. And so you can see this sort of hallucinatory bodies that doesn't exist, and they are like a reference to the future, but also to the past. And they are like a reference to the archetypal figure of women, and also to sci-fi vision of the female body that you can see like in the sci-fi culture. And yes, that's it.
Nice. It's very interesting that you're talking about sci-fi, because definitely, well, it's not really sci-fi, but I was always thinking about the Metamorphosis from Hans Kafka. And I was also, thinking about some characters from Burnett-Hanssen as well, talking about monsters. There is this book called The Promises of Monsters. And basically monsters, and exactly the same with Kafka, monsters are actually the others, the one that you can't really talk to, or maybe you are actually in the, you are currently changing, and so you don't recognize yourself, like the other can be actually yourself. So I was actually wondering why, because obviously we can recognize some insects, but also, as you said, some plants, but also maybe some robotic elements or something. But I would be curious to hear why this kind of insect.
Oh my god.
Something else, not I don't know, more animals, or more more plants. I don't know. Maybe it's just me seeing it differently, but
sorry guys. Washing machine going unbalanced.
Yes, it's
different elements.
Yeah, it's because insects are usually linked, but to the female body in terms of, they're more grotesque, like more scary, and also, butterflies, for example, are often linked to the figure of women. Like sometimes you get the compliment, like you're graceful as a butterfly, something like that. So they are stereotypical. They are linked to the beauty of women, and so it was interesting to use them, especially butterfly, but also other like graceful insects that are not seen like scary, and blend them with the human body, but also with technological part, like robotic part, to create this sort of disturbing body. So you have like different references that can make you think about beautiful things, but also about disturbing things. So it's sort of um, um, disturbing message. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like you have different inputs and you don't know how to where to put the body you are seeing, because it's both. In some way it's beautiful, in some way it's disgusting, and it's the same as usually female body or diverse body that are seen are diverse from the norms, are especially in these times, are seen in society. You know, they're both beautiful and both scary for social norms. So I found very interesting to blend together this contraposition between the beautiful and the grotesque, using also insects, for example, that are seen as scary usually or disgusting in some way. And yes, that was my.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Thank you so much. And
She
also you were
is
talking
some
about the butterfly,
pretty
and the butterfly is
wild
constantly
art.
changing appearance.
Her photos.
So it's yeah, totally fitting the topic as well of fusion and transformation and constant change. It's very interesting to see that Ziyang also decided to use some insects. Was using, I don't know if it's actually bees or something else. Maybe you can tell me. But in one of the video, we see these flying insects. Ziyang, is it bees or it's actually something else?
Yeah, it's aphids, like APHID, which is like that kind of insects that stay on the trees a lot to take like nutritions from the trees. So that was I mean I didn't know this particular insect very well like
Oops.
initially, but it was later through that research of Suzanne Seymour, where she sort of like experiments by putting aphids like onto the like a dying tree, and then trying to monitor is how the carbon goes and everything. So that was where the inspiration is from.
Nice. I haven't recognized the name when you said it before, but okay, now I understand. Thank you. Well, maybe Viola, let's talk about the title. We briefly talked about the monsters. Yeah, it is. Your series is called Tender Monsters, but what are these monsters you are talking about? So that you also explained, but why creating this sympathy toward them by calling them tender, or why tender and not lovely or beautiful or cute or nice? I don't know. Why tender? It's really creating also this kind of maternal feeling. So yeah, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it was because it was like the concept of the series, like make you think about something soft and tender, and suddenly receiving these disturbing feelings about limbs or animal parts that are coming out from the unexpected parts of the body. And tender is because women are often linked to soft feeling, tenderness, and so I use it for this reason, because it was a reference to stereotypical view of the female body, and also because tender is also used to refer to something that is somewhere, like in the body, something painful, when you have a tender muscles. I don't know, I know that it's used that way, so it was like a double meaning. And also because it was like the concept that I was referring earlier, about the female body that is seen um, at the same time as beautiful or and grotesque, like something that can scare you, especially in his biological function. I don't know, like reproduction, pregnancy, the period are all like function that can be scary, especially for men. Depends on men. And there has been like something more linked to nature, and it's like in contrast to our dualistic view of the world, like culture and nature. And so it was like to create a contradiction on the meaning that you can get from looking at these bizarre bodies.
Nice, makes sense. So is that why you use
All right, Laughing Girl. Take care. Thanks for
white
stopping through.
on these
Yeah, yeah.
pictures?
Appreciate it. Hope you have a good evening.
Yeah, especially red because there's linked to blood and
Catch you in a stream
period
somewhere,
and
sometime.
something very corporal and organic. So I decided to use like a bloody palette. I don't know, corporal palette.
Nice, and it definitely creates something quite uncanny. It's just like, yeah, it's a bit scary, but also, yeah, quite fascinating because we see that it was not made to be scary.
Yeah.
Thank you for the explanations.
Thank you.
Excuse me, guys.
I shared actually a tweet where you can see the catalog of the exhibition with some sneak peeks of the different artworks. So check it. I'd like to quickly present the three other artists who couldn't join us today, but they are with us in heart, I'm sure. So Frédéric de Ville is actually a Belgian media artist who has been navigating speculative futures and complex systems with all his different artworks. He is also offering innovative perspective on contemporary challenges. A few years ago, he has been producing a mind-blowing series called AI Beetles. The AI Beetles, well, actually, some of them are available on Object, and they're still available for collect, so please check it. But the AI Beetles actually challenge AI image recognition by creating beetle-looking images, but they cannot be recognized by AI. So AI will think that it's a banana, will think that it's something else, while us humans, we see that it's a beetle. And so he got inspired to keep working on this project, but giving it a new life, a new chapter, I would say, with a series of 9 pictures that he is presenting at the Machina Fauna exhibition. The series is called AI Bugs. And so he basically asked AI to generate anomalies from the images of AI beetles, and basically creating generative anomalies. And this is really fascinating vision of what could be maybe spiders, maybe different types of insects in the future if they are being merged with robots or mechanical elements, I have to say. Some of them are really beautiful, some others are a little bit scary, depending if you like bugs and spiders. But all of them are really describing what could be a future where AI could actually shape or draw or transform nature with some mechanical or synthetic elements. And then we have Hypericon. They are a fantastic group, a fantastic duo from Chile, based in Buenos Aires, as I said at the beginning of this space. They have been exploring the boundaries between the organic and the digital in the post-human era, the technocene, and they are basically using AI as an artificial imagination, constantly pushing AI to imagine wholly new form of species, really deconstructing natural elements and finding new species. So really pushing it far, I have to say. And for our exhibition, they are presenting a new series, or actually a diptych of videos, of short videos called Ostraciform. And they've been basically using the collective memory of the internet to push the boundaries of reality and imagination and shape this new species. And you will see it's submarine life, submarine species, but it's also highly mechanical, but also quite sensual. And the sonic environment, the sound that is also attached to the video is really rich. It really comes from field recordings, and it's creating this, again, quite uncanny space, uncanny, sound and environment. And then we have Manon Preto. Again, if you're curious to see the artwork, just click on the tweet that is pinned in this space, and you will see it. So Manon Preto is a multidisciplinary artist from France. She has been experimenting with multiple media, physical, digital, etc., and techno-powered matter. She's currently focusing on 3D printing for this exhibition to create post-natural fictional narratives. She really tried to explore how to deal with, how to live with, how to embrace mutation without struggling, really to embrace change and transformation. For our show, Machina Fena, installation, I think it's an installation, we can say, is called Pathogène. And she will present an installation in multiple forms, multiple species that will invade the gallery space. You will see she will present things, natural elements that seem really familiar, but in fact, they are in the middle of mutation. They are in the middle of hybridization with synthetic matter and synthetic life, or synthetic non-life, as you want. You will see it's really a mix, a real mix that she created with different matter. She used steel, but also plastic. Everything is mixed, and it's really creating an inspired relationship of resilience and symbiosis between different species in these very immersive fictional worlds. So I presented all of them. Well, we all presented the 5 artists and series. I would like to know if Gabrielle, maybe you want to add something else? Gabrielle, do you want to add something?
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
No,
I want to thank you to have resumed all that so clearly, and I hope that it will attract people to come to Paris if they can, if they are able to do it. But we are always make the relay of what we show at the gallery on social. That's one of the points of the gallery, is to have physical space to show the artworks and to be able to join some artists together, but also to touch a larger community online. So yes.
Nice. So yeah, Machina Fana will be presented from February 27th, so in 2 days, Thursday, until March 15 in Paris, in the 11th district, but also on object.com. You will see the exhibition is, as I said, having a really large diversity of medium. You will see well, 3D objects, but also photography, also 3D animation, AI generated pictures. It's really a nice mix of everything, but all with the same goal and topic, that is to show that a fusion between the organic and the synthetic is possible. I have to say that it's really interesting to see that beyond the simple topic of machine learning, each of these artists are actually taking different stances on the subject. Viola is actually taking a satirical look at the very idea of fusion. Ziyang is talking about fusion between the organic and the synthetic as a way of helping humanity, maybe to connect more, to communicate more, to evolve. It's a better mean of communication for greater resilience as well. Also thinking about a future which could be more in symbiosis between the different species living or not living, but it's also showing that what we see as perfect, as humans, can be seen as a mistake by other species or by technology. So it's really a mix of different perspectives on the topic. And to be honest, when you're creating a show, you come up with an idea, and then you want to, you have no clue actually how this will develop or this will evolve. It is really up to the artist to give the color of this exhibition and the different chapters that this story will take. And I would have never guessed that so many different chapters, but all very much linked and intertwined with each other, could actually rise from this exhibition. So yeah, big thank you to the 5 artists, big thank you to Gabrielle from Gallery Data for inviting me to collaborate with her. And big thank you for Object for hosting us and supporting us as always. I repeat, the exhibition will start on Thursday. Get ready because beautiful artworks will be revealed. You will see the artworks also before, but they will be listed on Thursday. I think we are pretty done. We've been talking about so many different things. It was really inspiring, but maybe Viola or Ziyang, do you want to add something before we finish? Viola, Ziyang,
Yeah, I just want to, thanks again for your invitation and curation. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. And it's also my first time showing in France, so it's like a very nice start. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Same as Yang, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, and also I'm very happy to have my work exhibited in Paris, and it was an amazing experience. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. If you're in Paris, please join us from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. We will be at the gallery, and if you can't make it on Thursday and you want to visit afterwards, I will be around, but also Gabrielle, so feel free to just send us a PM so we can organize a visit. And if you have any question about the show or the artists, please contact Gabrielle and myself. We will be happy to guide you and support you as much as we can. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. So I'm very grateful about being here with all of you. Have a nice evening or day or night.
Okay. Artist Journal Live August Ground on Trends in Digital Art. When? Tomorrow at 8:30. Set a reminder. Can I set a reminder? That will be on Adrian Polkabelly's Twitter. Nice. Some digital work. Not my work. Jeez. It's stuck. Oh, I guess you can kind of see it. Interesting how they, I wonder what they used. Get out of here. Paint. You crazy paint. Alright. Crazy old paint. Is that the right one though? I think it's this layer. Yep, this layer. Hey, Bonator, how are you doing today? Thank you for joining. I'm doing well. How'd the painting go? Did you finish it? Did you keep working on it and then finish it? I'm doing pretty good. It's a nice day out where I'm at. I mean, for being in the Midwest, it is nice. It's like somewhere in the 50s. The sun is out. The sun is out and I am inside. That's okay. What's going on? Just going around here trying to clean up some of this stuff. Okay. feel like I need to add some more of my really I didn't add it to really I didn't add that. There we go. Okay, now if I lose it, I can get it back. Huh. What is this? Blender is the greatest free art tool there is. Blender. You on that walk? Why is it not loading up? We're having connectivity issues. Does not want to load. What is the deal with that? Why doesn't it want to? Let's see. Let's watch Wolfheart.
On track. Try it for free.
What is power? Maybe the better question is, how much of it?
Whoa, man. Jeez, the quality.
And peasants alike, welcome back to
Terrible.
episode 18. So I ended in episode 17 in the middle of a quest here, currently inside Sigismund's camp. And our main objective here is to try to get the cannon, or the finger of God as they call it, from Sigismund's camp so then we can use it to take back Malachal Fortress, which is down here in the southeast. And at the end of last episode, while we were talking to Katz and Musa, someone stabbed Churtan, the Cuman's commander. I was tasked with searching the area where it happened. So we're searching the spot where the Churtan was stabbed. Trying to figure out what's going on.
And lo and behold, where might this trail of blood lead to?
And I'm drunk right now. Because we had a crazy night, so I'm going to go ahead and drink Henry's Hair of the Dog concoction here. That should help me. Oh, I think I drank 2 of them. Alright, there we go. We're going to follow that blood. Let me just look in here real fast.
Yeah, Catherine was right. I'll never get such a massive cannon out of here. I have to get Katz to move it out of the camp somehow.
That's what we're doing. We're trying to steal this. Pretty big deal back in 1403 to have a cannon like that. Alright, where does this blood go to? Not sure if I can use nut to track.
Why would anyone throw away a lockpick here? Could it be I'm not the only one looking to make mischief here?
This will be interesting to see who it is, because they might be on our side. Go back in here.
Aha. So this is most likely where they use the lockpick.
Okay.
There's powder all over the place. One spark and the whole store will be blown straight up, and the soldiers really so lax. Or could there be more to it than that?
Alright, I think that's all I'll find here. I should go back and report to Katz. Let's go ahead and do that. Just an FYI for those of you guys that are watching the episodes as they come out. I have one more video obligation that's not part of the Let's Play that I'll be getting out in a day or two. And then I think I'm going to give my full focus to this Let's Play series.
Someone washed off some blood here.
I'm really excited. Because all I care about is doing this Let's Play series. Alright, Mr. Katz.
Right. I've searched the whole place. Did you find any?
Interesting. Presented with some choices here. I feel like we should tell him. I don't know why. I'm feeling like telling him is going to give us a better chance of him actually mobilizing here and getting the cannon out of the fort.
I noticed that the powder store is unlocked. That can't be deliberate, can it?
No, it fucking can't. Unless Shirtan wanted to spice up his porridge in the middle of the night, it looks like there's a thief about again.
Again?
It's already happened once or twice that someone went to steal powder. That's why we had it moved up here. Maybe Shirtan disturbed the thief on the job and he started waving a dagger around.
But why would anyone steal black powder?
How about because it's fucking expensive? You'd be surprised he'd happily take it off your hands. In Corinthian, I met this bloke who used black powder to blow up cliffs. You make a hole, pour in the powder, cover it up again, and set fire to it. He did pretty well for himself, but in the end, a flying rock tore his head off. But this isn't the time or place for that. Let's go to the infirmary instead and take a look at Shirtan. Maybe Musa's already finished with him.
Where the fuck have you been all this time? While you lot have been playing with cocks up there, Shirtan croaked.
What? Musa couldn't save him?
That fucking sawbone of yours finished him off, more like. He took one of his pagan potions and poured it down his throat.
Why would Musa do something like that? You think he'd sit with us all evening like everything was fine, and then decide out of the blue to kill someone?
Can someone explain what the fuck happened?
Chetan's dead. Not from his wounds. He was poisoned. So Grozaf is right about that. But he could not be more wrong about the rest.
How dare you, you foreign dog!
Calm down, sir. Go on, Musa.
When Chetan was brought here, he was bleeding heavily, and his wounds needed stitching. But he survived. Then I gave him some wine to prepare him for treatment. That is the usual procedure. But what was not usual was that he started vomiting blood. And then he died.
Let's give it a try. I bet it was the wine that killed him. There's lots of poisons you could add to it, and nobody would notice. Until it's too late, of course.
You are probably right, my friend.
How come you even have wine here? You keep saying you're not allowed to drink.
As I said, I give it to wounded men to ease their pain and certain complaints. At the right dose, it can be very beneficial. It is not all that common in my country, but I follow the teachings of the great scholar Ibn Sina. You Christians know him as Avicenna. I tried other alcohol as well, but drinking mead makes my patients worse. And if I give them beer, they almost always shit themselves.
That's enough. Keep an eye on this fiend till I bring the guards.
Wait, sir. As Henry here said, Musa was with us all evening. I have no idea what happened here. But Shirtan was stabbed first. Musa couldn't have done that.
So, he's in league with someone else.
With one of the half-wits here, I doubt that.
Are you sure you're not trying to cover for him?
I beg your pardon.
Don't try that on me. I know very well you and that foreigner are best pals.
I will happily take an oath. I may not be a nobleman like you, but that doesn't mean I don't have my honor.
Alright, I like Musa so far.
There's no way Musa is to blame. Even if he wanted to kill Shota, he must have known that suspicion would fall on him first.
The lad's right.
Might I say a word about this matter?
You can be glad you're not in irons.
Please, sir, give me some time, and I will bring to you the real murderer. We won't leave this place until we clear this up. You have my word.
What? But sir, you said we were going to move out first thing in the morning.
Things have changed a bit since then, or haven't you noticed? Not even a handcart carrying dog will leave the camp till I give the order.
So I'm supposed to let a murderer go and put up with you in my camp meanwhile. Are you yanking my pizzle?
But sir,
Silence! Musa will remain under guard in his tent. He will not speak to anyone until the royal justiciar arrives from Sedlance. You'll deal with him. And my advice to you two is to sit on your asses and twiddle your thumbs. If word gets out that Turtan's been done in, things will get pretty hot around here for all of us.
where do you think you're going, Henry? Stay here. and talk.
Okay, I think I have the dog done.
You know, the cool thing is, regardless of which army you're fighting for, there's so many cool characters on
The
both
other
sides.
thing
and I
though
think Warhorse
is,
does a really good job at portraying that. Like, I like this guy a lot. Might end up having to kill him in war, but it is what it is.
you know what? Let's try this.
Why did you stand up for Musa like that?
I don't even know. Maybe it's because he actually listens to all my stories and bad jokes. You must have got to know him a bit by now, too, huh? It must be clear to you he didn't kill Churton.
I honestly don't know, but I don't get bad vibes from Musa yet, so. But really, my opinion doesn't matter.
So my opinion on these things doesn't matter. You're the commander.
Of course I am. But you could answer my questions when I fucking ask you.
Well, the most important thing is to help Musa somehow, I reckon. We can't let them hang him without proof.
I'm glad we see eye to eye on this.
Well, what are we going to do then?
That's what I'd like to know. You have to
something is missing. Undo.
What do I know about that?
Hey,
Justice here?
What is
something.
this royal justice?
That's right.
Justice here.
He's a crown official who makes sure the law is enforced in this land. His people catch and try all sorts of counterfeiters, rebels, murderers too. Sigismund may not have appointed one yet, but I've heard he's put Stevers in charge of this kind of thing. And if that's true, and Borzov brings him here, we're all in the ship.
Who is this Stevojits?
Real big cheese, lad.
Hey,
He owns half of
man.
Hungary. And you don't get that kind of wealth by being kind-hearted. Trust me.
You really
Keep-
don't have any idea.
I
what
should
to do
need to
next.
zoom in on
How could
this.
I?
Okay.
You should
All right,
probably
that's
talk to Musa. Find out exactly what happened.
But Grozov has him under guard.
There's no way I can get to him. Everyone knows my face. But you can do it.
Me?
Who else, soldier? I need help. Someone I can trust.
There we
You
go.
spend
Now I
the
think I
with
got.
me,
Wait, nope.
You're not a suspect. You have to get rid of the guard somehow and get to Musa.
All right. How much
Come
time do we
on.
have to find the murderer? I mean,
I'm
Duplicate.
not sure. Grozov will most likely write a report to Sigismund.
And
And delivering it to Sedlitz won't take long. Then he has to decide what to do next.
okay.
Which means sending the royal justiciar here. How long can that take? And I'd say we have 2 days or so.
I don't think I want to bring any suspicion towards.
Okay. Now I think I got it. Got every
I don't
little
think I should say
bit.
I could kill the guard.
It's
Is that
on
like-
there.
Maybe a little bit suspect to say that.
Right. I'll try to distract the guard somehow.
Good idea. Grozov's men are all blockheads. It'll be easy as pie. And Henry, be careful. I'm depending on you.
Okay. Let's go slow, buddy. Could use a little marigold decoction. There he goes. Lord Cats. Well,
Not again.
Battling backyard vegetation? Oh, that's an innovation occasion.
Looks good.
Ooh, chicken. Innovation from the freezer aisle to your mouth. Anytime, anywhere.
Too many devices, evolving threats. The IT world has never been more challenging. It's time to meet those challenges head on with Waldman. Backed by 20 plus years of reliability and innovation, Waldman Solutions cut down complexity, unleash productivity, and let your teams take control of their entire IT infrastructure. Can you imagine a world without IT challenges? Together, we can make it real.
well, not alone, technically, Commander.
Always glad to see the right people like you.
You know what,
Couldn't be
brother?
with you.
I appreciate that.
Greetings.
Look like one of Santa's elves. Alright. So this is the soldier that we need to distract. Prepare to defend Musa at the trial. Wow. I wonder what would happen if we just took the other guy's side and just decided to assume that Musa was guilty. Investigate the murder, talk to Musa, and ask Catherine for help with the guard is optional. Let's talk to the guard first.
Good day to you.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'd like to know. They just came and said I should guard the physician and not let him out of my sight. Even if he wants to piss, I have to go with him. You wouldn't happen to know what's going on, would you?
Well, if I was you, I wouldn't ask too many questions. You might hear something you'd rather not.
Right. You know fuck all, and you're just trying to sound it. Clear off, and this time for good.
Okay, well, I guess we're involving Catherine. Didn't answer that one right. I'm gonna switch to my soldiers.
Let's see if we can costume wear
Maybe that
this.
time now, I might have to find something new for the body coat. I like it though. I remember the mission that I got it on. Good times. Feels like it was a lifetime ago.
Alright guys, let us take that and replace.
Think I go this way? Come on, Mark. Hey, Pebbles. You're looking awfully bloody. Alright, where is Catherine? Lovely Catherine. Oh no, I don't want to wake her up. She's got a rip in her dress.
We have to talk.
I hope it's important. The less we're seen together, the better.
You bet it's important. Someone poisoned Chertan, the Cuman's commander.
All right. That is bad. Damn it. You're not involved in this, are you?
No. But I have to find the murderer. Kat said he won't set off for Sublets until it's cleared up.
That old sod. He's never going to get off that lazy ass of his.
There's something I need your help with.
Oh, what a surprise. What is it this time?
There's a guard posted outside Moose's tent. I need to lure him away for a while. So I thought...
That I could use my feminine charms on him?
Something like that.
You're out of luck. I have my own problems now. I told you when I was bathing you, remember? But maybe if you were to help me out...
You said you needed my help with something?
I do. It's just... Well, it's not easy to talk about, you know? Someone's been following me. I haven't actually seen anyone, but I can't help feeling someone staring at me all the time. And once, I even heard something.
Okay.
What did you hear?
The other night, I was woken up by a man's voice. Like he was standing close by and whispering.
Did you understand what the bloke was saying?
Not a word. It didn't sound like chat.
What did it sound like? Polish? German?
Hungarian. You can't mistake that gibberish for anything else. I reckon it was some human.
Has anything else strange happened?
No. Except maybe I lost the shoe.
A shoe? Just what?
That's just what's so strange about it. If both went missing, I just think someone stole them. But one? What good is one of my shoes to anyone?
I can think of a few things.
Yeah.
I think we have a human little foot fetish problem here.
Do you think someone's found out who you are?
judging by the mumbling. I reckon this is about something else entirely. But you never know what a creep like him might notice. I'd feel a lot better if you
Okay, so we need to do our figure here.
I haven't slept a wink since.
And that means I need to soften a lot of these lines.
So we should find the bloke and have a word with him.
What do you plan to do?
If he really did steal your shoe, Mutt could track him down.
That's not a bad idea. But you'd have to give him something to get the scent.
But you've got the other shoe, don't you? And you can't walk around with one shoe on anyway. And Mutt's dependable.
It's not Matt I'm worried about. Just sort things out with the creep. That's all I care about.
Could lure him out of the camp and slit his throat, couldn't you?
I could manage that myself. But it would only cause trouble.
Alright, so we need our layers. Where is our figure?
Give him a fright. Beat him up. Just don't kill him.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. But now go. We both have work to do.
Okay.
Hawthorne is the brains of the operation. Okay, everybody. Frog commands.
Here, Mutt. Search.
Alright, here we go.
Oh. It's like, why isn't it doing nothing?
Not one of my frog armor that I was wearing. For some reason that just unequipped. I don't see it anywhere. Oh. That's why it was on my sneaky outfit. Just go ahead and put that on my soldier's outfit too. Nope, wrong one. There it is, the body coat. There. Now I fit in much better. That's a noisy set of armor here. It is very noisy. We're going to go back to the stealth outfit. Is it the cow that stole the shoe?
Whoops. I don't want to erase that much.
What is that, boy? Is this where the shoe fix is?
There it is. Captain Slipper. Thank you, buddy.
Mutt! That's Catherine's. So this is where the human who won't leave her alone lives.
We're going to take a sword for one.
Come on. Color picker? Would be in.
Anything else in here? I'm not seeing anything. You take a shield. It'd be a little bit easier to deal with if he doesn't have any weapons, right? Wait for the peeping Tom in the bathhouse. I love the design of this camp. It's a nice contrast from all the castles and fortresses that we've been in. We're going to talk to him.
So it's you. You're the human that keeps bothering the black-haired bathwitch. You'll leave her alone. Got it? Leave her. No. What are you on about? You don't understand a word I say, do you? Bathhouse. Das bad. What's it? Bathhouse wench.
Woman, no watching, 9. Got that? Again? Again. Oh, wow. I'll do this. Leta. Mira que te esperas uno. Igen. Serete.
200 groschen, I could certainly afford it. It's not very expensive for me at this point in the game. But let's try a persuasion check first. Actually, yeah, we can't understand him, so why even ask him?
She's scared. Sucker. It's like talking to a horse. Ah! Help! That man wants to hurt me! Help! Save me! Huh? Bathhouse woman? Afraid. You? Go away. Du Schwein. Nicht amor. Leave on. Hier, Tulilan. Deines Pelocorto. Vengan por Becky. Nicht amor. See how easily we came to an agreement?
Hey, what good charisma gets you. Get the heck out of here, you creeper. Knock him out.
So you're the guy away from Mrs. Kemp. I scratched you about.
All right, what can I do with you? I'll try to lure him to the bathhouse. Then we're quits, right? I hope he won't stink at least.
All right. Oh yeah, we need to tell her. Hold on.
I found the cumin who was stalking you. He's called Chaka. I reckon you won't have any more trouble from him.
Could have done that first.
Oh, thank God. How did you convince him to stop?
I just told him a woman like you wouldn't waste your time with someone like him.
And he understood. Have you learned Cuban? Or did you explain it with your fists? And what about my shoes?
Here they are. Both of them.
Thank God for that. I was afraid I'd have to steal someone else's. And Henry?
What?
Thank you. You're a good man. I owe you one.
Hey, we're looking at that reputation. Okay, hopefully I didn't mess up. Okay, she's changing her. Oh, I shouldn't walk down what she's doing right now. Be a gentleman, Henry. Is she gonna actually live with him? Yeah, I think she is. She's awesome. This feels so immersive knowing that NPCs actually have to physically walk to the location versus just teleporting everywhere. Remember, I feel like they had a larger selection of faces than they realized.
Oh, you.
Alright, it's probably going to take Catherine a good minute and a half to get here. Oh, look at this. I could probably be sneaking right now. Look at Mott. also knock him out too. We don't want to. Right now we're behind enemy lines. I think I should probably just not screw things up, right? Somebody asked in a recent episode if I got my weapons back that I lended to Hans and Bradant. It looks like I did, so. Good boy. I'm not doing nothing suspect here. Maybe this is our distraction? No, I think she's going to take him to the bathhouse. What a dumb dog. I don't know if it matters if this guy sees me or not, but we're not going to risk it. Just left his post. Oh my gosh. Musa.
Me. Henry? What are you doing here? Rosav said, "Now to hell with Rosav. Katz believes you didn't do it. You have to clear your name somehow. I truly appreciate that. But I am not sure that is possible. Tinja Sireye, Menamana Sireye. What? It is a proverb from my country. It means the road to truth has many twists and turns. But we'll straighten them all out. Don't worry. I'm gonna need your help. What happened when you brought Chertown for the infirmary? I already told you everything. We laid him on the table. Kroll went his own way and I started cleaning Chertown's wounds. Then I gave him some wine to drink. He suddenly began to shake and vomit blood soon after. He was dead. What happened next? Then the noble lord of Borodlaka arrived and started to go mad. Did Chertown say anything before he died? He tried to, but my Hungarian is not as good as I thought. He was coughing so much that I could not understand anything. What about that wine? Can I take a look at it? Lord Grozov hurried away in anger before you arrived, so that I could not poison anyone else, he said. He pulled it away, and it could have helped us. The wine was evidence. Evidence that here in Bohemia you will drink, even vinegar. It smelled and looked the same as always. Except perhaps it was a little more cloudy. Where was the wine from, actually? A bathhouse maid brought it to me along with my clean laundry. A very pretty girl. Black hair, nicely built. Catherine, I think she's called. Catherine? Are you sure? Absolutely. But I doubt that she was mixed up in this. Chertan was not the first person I gave the wine to today. The wine must have been poisoned here, in my infirmary. Right. But what now? How will we find the murderer? I have done some thinking about that. After all, what else can I do here? The best thing would be to investigate the poison. Every poison has different effects. One makes your hair fall out. Another turns your guts inside out. If we discover what poison was used to protect her, we just have to find it, and the mystery is solved. But wouldn't it be enough to search the whole camp? I don't imagine many people here keep poison on them, right? You would be surprised, my friend. I may not be an expert, but I know that many everyday things are actually poisonous. What is more, you cannot just run around the camp searching people and then try to figure out which of that horde is the murderer. How can we identify the poison then? That is not hard. I examine the dead body, I find the symptoms of the poison, and I compare them with known effects of poisons. That is, I would, if I could get out of here.
Well, it's a very hard. I mean, I might as well try it.
And could I help you somehow? I know you've known me, but I do know how much herb Paris to put in a potion to make someone fall asleep but not die.
Excellent, my friend.
Wow.
Maybe we can manage this together. The first thing to do is to go to Burnett-Hansen's corpse and examine it thoroughly. Arms, legs, face. You must remember everything that looks strange to you. In the infirmary, you will find a chest. Take from it my almanac of poisons and compare what you saw with the symptoms described there. You can read,
Oh, pretty well.
Excellent. The chest is locked, but I trust you will manage somehow.
You have a whole book just about poisons. Where did you get it?
I bought it on my way here, in Moravia. I have not yet had time to study it properly, but please, do not mention it to anyone. It would not look good for someone in my situation to have such a book. You surely understand.
Right. Examine Chariton's body and read the book.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Who do you...
Come on, hit skip.
Who do you think you are, Chariton? I have no idea. But what I do know is that we will not get anywhere if we suspect everyone in the camp. Who do you think is the prime suspect at this moment?
Really don't know.
Hey, Chista, how are you doing?
Could have been just about anyone. It might seem so at first glance, but not when you give it some thought. Most of the people in the camp respected Chariton.
It's been pretty quiet in the chat lately, as of late. But that has given me a chance to get some of this worked out.
Stephen Crow. Interesting. Commander Katz. I'm gonna go with Grozov for right now, I guess. He put on a show. Was it acting or I don't know.
Well, who so Grozov couldn't stand Chariton?
I have heard the same. And did you notice how quickly he accused me?
Well, what do you think?
I think it must be someone from here. A stranger would have been noticed, which is more. Most people are not allowed up to the powder store, and I would bet that it was one of us who was there at the time. And because it cannot be you, me,
Oh, only still here. Well, I thought somebody was. It was showing a couple people.
and the two guards,
I know one of them's my channel, so
maybe their statements would give something
we're
away.
just chilling, listening to some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 playthrough with Wolfheart FPS.
I would just help you escape.
Tomorrow's your birthday. Well, happy
Thank you for the offer.
early birthday.
But look at me. My appearance is a
You got
little
big plans for your birthday?
conspicuous. There is nowhere for me to hide in this country. And even if I did get away by some
Do you
means,
get to celebrate?
they would punish you and cats instead of me. I cannot allow that.
No. You don't get to celebrate your birthday? That's too bad.
Quite the scene, probably.
What is going on here?
Okay, we're gonna quite the murder investigation.
You don't really want to? That's cool.
Ultimate
I don't really
detective.
celebrate my birthday
He did
anymore.
this in the first game too. Let's go ahead and examine the corpse first. That sounds like the most interesting thing to do. Oh, I gotta take the almanac. What is that? Where did he say this was? Maybe it went into my inventory? I gotta read all these books at some point still.
Oh, that's nice. You get to see your grandmother. Do you get to see her very often?
The mystery of numbers and the symbol of emptiness.
Not for your
Interesting.
birthday, though.
I'm happy I picked it up. Hopefully Lucy doesn't care. Could have sworn it said I could go into his chest. I just don't want to. Look, I can get all this. I'm gonna get Moose in trouble.
Grandma was already coming through, huh?
That's worth a lot, that golden chalice. And that too. A rich man.
She lives in a small town. Is it quite the journey for her?
Maybe they locked it. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh boy. I think we need a little more softness going on. That's too much. Just an hour on the road. Okay.
Aye. Me and my comrade there. I need to ask you a couple of questions. I don't know nothing. We didn't do nothing.
Well, that'd be nice to see your your grandmother.
You didn't see anything. You're standing there on the tower and you don't hear a man getting murdered. That's a bit odd, isn't it?
Yep, and enjoy the time you can with them.
But that only tells me you weren't taking your guard duty as seriously
Well,
as
you can. But we still don't get to visit that often. Yeah, that's kind of how I was with my grandparents. But as they got older, we got to see them a little more, but yeah, not as much. Oh, once a month, even less. That's definitely more than definitely more than I got to see my grandparents. We'd see them like maybe once a year on my dad's side, and I saw my mom's parents
How did you find Cherry? We heard yelling, so we went to take a look.
maybe about 10 times.
And there was Cherry, crawling in all of the blood and babbling something.
Oh, your other grandparents live with you guys?
Before the murder, did you see anyone hanging around by the powder store, doing something with the lock, maybe? Or already inside you? Nobody went up there the whole night. I'm telling you, we was watching like hawks. There were two of you involved, yeah? What's the other soldier? Him. He's a good pal of mine. The best in the whole camp. Always happy to listen to what I have to say. And that's plenty, believe me.
It's nice to be able to have more family around.
I've dreamt of some of the things I've seen in this world. I'm sorry.
Ears are weird to draw. Yeah. I just do a loose rendition. I think this back side of the ear though always gives me problems.
What the heck? And this is the infirmary, so.
But ears come in all different shapes and sizes, so I mean, as long as you know the basics, you can't go that wrong.
There we go.
Your friend taught you how to draw the ear?
Don't let me miss anything. And forgive me for what I'm doing to this unfortunate wretch. And it's a bit ruddy. Is that from the poison? Or was he just drunk? I can't see anything.
Well, that is a very nice friend.
Bruises or
Are they an artist too?
no signs of poisoning. A stench.
She's awesome and super talented.
Drops of blood,
That's
right?
cool. It's nice of her to share that with you.
Yeah. Some poisons are so strong that the body
Her mom's an
feels
artist too.
stronger.
Okay.
That's disgusting.
A lot of artists. A lot of artists around.
That's a nasty wound.
It's kind of like my family. We have a lot of artists in my family.
Someone kill him in the most heavily guarded part of the
And
camp instead of trying to lure him outside. Belly's hacked to ribbons. Who could have butchered him?
yeah,
like
I know
that
a
for
few
God's sake?
artists myself.
Okay, let's check clothing and items.
Almost everything is covered in blood. But there doesn't seem to have been much of a fight. I can't see anything ripped or sliced off. There's nothing missing. No one killed him. Doesn't look like a robbery. It's horribly rigid.
You have a lot of teachers in your family. It's a good profession, though they don't get paid what they, at least here, they don't get paid what they should get paid, unless you have
Could he have dug his nails into the table when the spasm started? And what's this here?
you've been in the game long and you have tenure.
But did the poison cause them? Or was he a filthy pig and always happened?
Teaching's not easy.
Check the legs.
Completely rigid. Just like the arms. But, Christ, what a stink! He shot himself. I've heard it happens to the dead, but that much? Maybe the poison did that. That'll have to do. I found out enough. He threw up on himself. He had spasms.
They're retired
He shot
now?
himself.
Okay.
Warts or lesions in his hands, as well as a puppy. Well, that could be from drinking or lots of things. You mustn't forget anything. That's the main thing.
There's an old saying, if you want to starve to death, it's the quickest way to do. It's a hard way to make a living.
Read the book of poisons.
Yep, you hear a lot of people talk about that.
There's a list of it. Is in here somewhere.
You hear that from teachers.
Here it is.
Yeah, they take a lot of crap and they don't get paid much. But they still do it. People still do it.
This is the chest he was talking about. I just
Your mom retired last year? Oh, okay. They enjoying retirement then?
Wow, we're getting a lot of great
Or
books
they
here.
miss it?
Okay, the Book of Poison, about abominable poisons, their acquisition, and the art of stopping the effects caused by them. Bane, a particularly evil potion which causes certain death even in small quantities. It is widespread, especially in Bohemia and Austria, because the plants
Dad didn't
necessary
want to
for its
retire,
preparation are everywhere plentiful. Do not expect
but they
much
retired
benefit
him
from
like
knowledge
2
of
or
this poison
3
for it can be used for
years
nothing but
ago.
killing.
They're like, you're causing too much trouble. We're going to give you your early retirement
When swallowed,
if teaching is considered a
black
problem.
eyes, dryness of the body, looseness of the muscles.
Yep.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's that one.
It's like teachers, they keep a
Book
very,
poison.
very hard eye on.
Those who come into contact with the feathers often feel a tingling sensation in their muscles. This
If you
condition
start
can
teaching
persist for
people to
days,
think,
leaving the murder
it's
of
harder
the
for the
skin.
governments to control those people.
If you ingest the essence of the feathers,
All right, my wife is saying there's a package on the porch. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
okay. The Downmaker potion. Honey, have you seen her look? rub their manhood with this potion too, so that they become numb and they manage to freeze their lives. Here we go. Full of taste, even a sip of the potion will experience total numbness. His intestines will become clogged. He may lose his sight for a while. Fortunately, the stomach will eject this disgusting potion before it has time to have its pernicious effect, unless the body has already been weakened. The kiss of death. Makes the skin red and blistered, the bowels painfully empty at both ends. The udders stiffen in spasm, and the nails break. Seems like the most likely so far, and then we have lullaby. Feels faint, tongue is confused, his head is heavy, and he'll soon fall asleep.
What? That's not it. You should tell me something.
Alright, let's go back and talk to Musa.
I read that book of yours, and I think I know now what Chertan was poisoned with. What do you mean, you think? Do you know? Or not?
I think it was the kiss of death.
The potion is called Kiss of Death. It causes vomiting, cramps, boils, and rapid death. This name means nothing to me. I suppose I did not get that far in the book, but if you think the symptoms are the same, I will believe you. Are you sure it was that poison? Are there not more in the book?
I'm fairly certain.
Absolutely certain. The murderer couldn't have used anything else. All right. I have no choice but to believe you. Now, we can only hope that the murderer has not had time to get rid of the evidence. Better start searching fast, haven't I? You said that the suspects are Grozov, Crow, and the two guards. This won't take long. Wait a moment. There is something I must tell you. Of course. Go on. First, you should know that I am grateful for what you are doing. Were it not for your investigation, I probably would not be standing here. Even so, it is strange. For months, the people here have been sitting around doing nothing. Then suddenly, you turn up, and everything is turned upside down. You have done more in a few days than others in many weeks. It's a good thing, isn't it? Of course it is. I'm only saying that I find it very, very strange.
Deception check. I don't think it's a good idea to tell this guy anything yet. Seems like a nice guy, but he's with Sigismund's army right now, and who knows? We don't really know him that well. Who knows what he would do? I'm gonna try the deception check.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is this some kind of loyalty test or something? That you think I'll suddenly say I'm a spy? But even if I was, I wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. I was just hoping you would trust me enough to tell me the truth. Who are you?
Oh damn, I failed that. I mean, I don't trust him enough to tell him the truth. We just met, dude. But I think I'm sure a lot of you guys probably want me to talk to him, but I'm gonna lie. We're gonna RP this. I don't see any reason. I don't know. But we're gonna lie.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Even if I tell you, you can trust me. No. I'm just carrying out Katz's orders. That's all. If you say so. But it is a pity. This could have been a very interesting conversation. I think I'll just go search the tents. Good luck. I'm depending on you.
Okay. I'm fine with that. RP-wise, that makes more sense to me as Henry right now. Let's go talk to everybody. on a different playthrough, it'll be very interesting to not only turn him in earlier, but also not turn him in and talk to him and tell him everything. So let's talk to, oh, I think we have to go back here. No, that's Musa. Go over here. What is a jump with T right now? Search Musa's tent. Musa most likely didn't kill Churtan, but I should search his tent even so to see if there's any poison there. Right? Hey, Musa, look the other way, dude.
Beautiful. But empty. No poison. I wouldn't mind a piece of that. For pain, exhaustion, fever, all healing remedies.
Doesn't seem like it's him. Okay, I think that's all I have to examine here. Don't know if here we go.
There's nothing here. Moose is definitely not to blame.
Okay, alright. Good that we got that out of the way.
Always glad to find people like you. God be with you.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to pull up my weapon.
How did you find Churtan?
I don't remember too well. I remember we heard someone yelling. So we ran down to the ammunition store, and there he was on the ground.
Have you noticed anyone suspicious hanging around by the powder store recently?
There's always someone going in and out. But no strangers. Not everyone can get up to that part of the camp. In fact, everyone whose access came to the place where Churtan was lying.
As far as I know, there were two of you on guard duty in the tower. What's the other soldier like?
Him? God's teeth. He's the most annoying bloke I've ever met. Can't keep his mouth shut. A complete twat.
Anyone can be a bit of a twat sometimes.
But he out-twats them all. He never stops banging on about the most run-of-the-mill things. Like, he was living in a cave until now. I tried to tell him I'm not fucking interested. But he doesn't take any notice. Between you and me, it's quite a relief that this business with Churtan shut him up for a while.
He's the camp commander. It looks like a pauper lives here. I reckon Grozov's fallen on hard times. Grozov doesn't strike me as a keen reader.
Line right here.
How could anyone drink all this? At least he hasn't had to sell his armor to buy booze yet.
I grabbed the wine just in case it. Oh, no, oh my gosh, be quiet. Could take all of his clothes and then tomorrow he would be walking around in his underwear, I think, but we don't want to create any.
Congrats, Carol. Your youngest finally popped the question. Now is the time to get your smile back with new dentures. Because you need a smile that matches the moment. For peace of mind, Aspen Dental offers a denture money-back guarantee. So if you don't love your dentures, we'll make them right, or you'll get your money back. Plus, enjoy 25% off all custom-crafted dentures, helping mothers of grooms feel their best. It's one more way. Aspen Dental is always in your corner.
Extra. Oh, no.
I surrender.
Now, oh no, he's still sleeping.
Time has come for you to confess to your thievery. And if I don't find those stolen things on you, you'll pay for them as well.
Right. Oh, okay. pay the fine, you still lose your stolen goods. But if I pass a persuasion check here, I don't think a charisma check would work, because I'm not really anybody special around here. Intimidation might work, but then again, I'm not wearing my knight's armor, so I'm a little bit worried about that. I'm gonna try the persuasion check.
Wait a moment. Sure, we can come to an agreement, can't we? I just wanted to borrow it for a bit.
Well, to ask for the commander.
That's not how it works. You can't just borrow things without asking, but fine. If you return it, we can let it be. But don't do anything like that again, got it?
Alright. Hey, you got my copper plate. That's it. So I lucked out. Still get to keep the groschen and everything. Alright, I gotta be careful.
That's valerian, I believe. It helps relieve pain, but it's also used to make dollmaker potion. The Chatham was poisoned with kiss of death. Or was he?
Oh, did I get the poison wrong? Oh, we're gonna take that die too. Chairtown poison. Let me take a look at my book again. Encumbered. What happens? Yeah, I took the shield. I'll send that. Send that to the horse. Okay. Take a look at my books again.
Good boy.
Not exactly sure. Okay, it looks like I have to get on the other side here. No. We're gonna go search Stephen Crow's tent, and then the tent of Ed Albert and Radovan. Blacksmith Radovan? Is this the guy that I
God be with you.
was walking around with?
Just had to take care of my wife a little bit. She's not feeling well. So, oh, this is I'm watching on YouTube live, not a live stream, but a let's play playthrough of somebody playing this new game called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's about medieval I don't know, knights and warriors and stuff like that. Yeah, she's got a virus. So
It's Craig planning on building a cottage outside the tent. They're covered in some kind of dirt. Hold on. Nails, rosewater, oak bark. They're all used to brew kiss of death.
I think we found our suspect. Oh. He's already a suspect. I think we found our killer.
So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a video game.
That's Stephen Crow right there. Quickly coming in.
Yeah, I also had to take the dog outside. Oh, there's my pencil.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Oh, no. Get up, Henry. We're gonna go to jail. Get up, Henry.
Oh,
Nothing here.
I don't know why that was
I
selected.
reckon those two really are missing.
Jesus Christ, Pete. I'd like to ask a couple of questions about Chowtown's murder.
I have a couple of questions of my own. What actually happened? Kat said Cherpan was dead and Musa's locked up.
Well, it's even more complicated than that. But I don't have time to explain it to you now. I need to ask you a couple of questions.
Go ahead and ask me, but quietly, damn it. I don't want anyone to know about it.
Where were you when Chowtown was poisoned?
Where do you think? In my tent. After I helped take him to the infirmary with Musa, I went my own way.
You just went off to have a nap.
No, I doubled the guard, drew up the orders for tomorrow, and made sure nobody was allowed to leave the camp. When something like this happens, people like me have lots to do all of a sudden.
It was you who came to tell us that Chowtown had been stabbed, wasn't it? How did you get involved in the first place?
Me? I was close by.
Ah,
My tent
what's
is
going
right
on? We're
there.
just listening to a little
Two guards found Cherpan.
playthrough of Kingdom Come to Deliverance.
They said they found Chowtown and were discussing what to do when you turned up. By yourself.
That's what they said. It's possible. I can't remember now. It all happened so fast. Anyway, how am I supposed to remember all this shit? Maybe I heard them and went to see what was going on.
Are you sure you don't want to tell me what really happened?
I'm telling you the truth. Look, I like the fact you don't just sit around on your ass like all the others. Maybe we'll be pals one day. But only if you stop getting up my nose.
Tell me more about the storage space.
What about it? There's a cannon and some powder there.
Yeah, it's kind of story-based game. I don't know if you've heard of it.
To keep that kind of stuff safe. If it blew up, the whole place would be blown to smithereens. And if someone didn't happen to set fire to it, someone else might have robbed it. Folk are like magpies.
What's that for you? The crow?
Very droll. Never heard that one before. Aye, but now I ask you something. Who do you think did it?
Well, we can't tell him.
Yeah, it just came out like recently, a week or so ago.
The thing is strange. Nobody knows anything. Everyone's got something to say.
You can't expect it to be simple.
Set in medieval times.
So fight for fuck's sake.
Who has the key to the ammunition store?
I don't know. Cats and Bros have the
It's
key.
like
I have no idea if anyone else has a key.
based on
Too small for that
real
now.
places and some real people.
If they
So
had keys, well, obviously, wasn't them. They wouldn't have had the lockpick it.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about Chowtown's murder.
What's that got to do with me?
It's just that I found a couple of interesting things in your
Oh,
tent.
crap. I guess we're telling him.
Isn't there something you should tell me?
No. You get off my back.
get off my back.
Calm down. If I wanted to snitch on you, I'd go straight to Cass without bothering to ask you any questions.
Well, let's say you might have a point. What was it you said?
You know something about the murder, don't you?
Maybe a little. I don't want word to get out, right?
Why would anyone kill Chowtown anyway?
Maybe it wasn't about Cherpan. Maybe someone wanted to do something in the ammunition store. But Cherpan turned up, so he had to kill him.
In the ammunition store? And what would anyone be doing there?
Trying to blow it sky high.
What? What good would that do anyone?
It might make him very rich. Let's say Sigismund has a lot of enemies who are planning something big. It will start in Italy, I hear, and it would come in very handy if someone gave the king a setback before that. He'd lose allies there, and here his camp goes to shit. There's sure to be dozens of saboteurs all over the empire, just like the one here.
You know what's funny is I got so into this role here that I almost forgot that I'm fighting against Sigismund. So the killer here actually is probably on our side, like getting explained to us right now. But I'm thinking of Musa and trying to save him right now.
Oh, that was on the same layer.
She'll probably report you. Well, I've got a much better idea.
Let's say I'm not a great supporter of Sigismund. What if we were to help each other out?
That doesn't sound bad. Let me finish my work. We can put the blame for Jackda's murder on Brother. I can't stand that fucker anyway.
Jeez. Sorry for the language in this game.
Better him than me. So, can we make a deal?
Honestly, I mean, I don't think I really care that much about Grozov being executed, even if he's innocent in this particular case.
But there's one condition. The storeroom doesn't blow up until we set off for Sedlets. I need that cannon of yours.
Ah, so that's why you're here. All right, I can arrange that. I'll prepare a long fuse and light
Okay,
it
not
just
too
before
bad.
With a bit of luck, we'll be
We
long
want
gone
this
before
color
it's out.
though. I think we'll just go bring this all the way down.
I have a poisonous plant here. Put it in the chest in his tent, and at the trial, we'll say he used it to poison Jadka.
That won't be necessary. I've been in his tent, and he already has a couple of poisonous plants there.
Really? Christ. There's more to him than meets the eye. All the better for us, though. Oh, and don't try to double cross me. Got that?
This is turning into quite the interesting quest here. Definitely would rather have Grozov be murdered right now than Musa.
Bathfitter knows what you're looking for.
Okay.
The perfect style for your bath remodel with the look of tile you want. New textures, shapes, and styles. Time to set a date. It just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
When the meteorite struck, it unleashed a hostile disease, plunging our world into chaos.
Okay, what game?
We stand as guardians, fighting to protect our world and vanquish all who threaten our existence. Against all odds, we must battle mutations, traitors, and infidels. Every victory brings us closer to retaining our freedom.
Chains of Freedom. Okay.
Okay, prepare to defend Musa at the trial. I need to prepare as quickly as possible to defend Musa in court. Time is running out, and Sigismund's executioner will be here soon. Alright, I'm not exactly sure where I need to go now. So let's talk to Musa. Oh, that guard has been gone for a long time at the bathhouse.
I see what
Oh,
you mean.
that's weird.
When will there be a tournament? Firstly, I would not call it a tournament. Rather, mindless hacking. Not even a Chogan is so terrible. And to answer your question,
Here's the hair. Okay.
there will not be any.
How did that get
The commanders
erased?
wisely banned them.
I don't think now is the time to be having a conversation about the tournament.
Wasn't erased.
We'll talk to Catherine.
It was painted over.
And then I think I just passed some time maybe until the executioner till the trial begins.
We'll just erase
Looks like
this.
there's a side quest right here. I'm gonna pick that up. Is it a side quest or is it a PO? Let's see, POI? Oh, this is a new side quest. I'm gonna pick this up right now.
Greetings. What brings you here so early in the morning? supposed to report to you about supplies.
Are they running out of blokes? Sending a milksop like you?
Yes,
I'm
I
not,
am.
at least I can understand you, unlike those human horse fuckers.
What's this about then?
I need to requisition supplies for the camp from the locals.
Forgot
Grog
about
for
this.
us, fodder for the horses.
Where do you want to get the supplies?
We haven't been to Bottle Bits in a while. I reckon they can't wait to see us.
Who's coming along?
Me, then they usually send some humans along because people are afraid of them.
That's not much.
And that's why you're coming with me. But don't worry, I already sent a couple of blokes ahead to get everything ready. I reckon they can handle a few peasant.
Won't the people resist?
They will, but fuck all good it will do them. We'll chase them out of their houses, bring in the cart, and take whatever we can.
What if something goes wrong?
That'll only happen if we take our eyes off them. Then there might be bloodshed, but usually not ours.
Oops.
Not very nice.
I don't need to hear any.
Okay, we'll head out as soon as I get back. Probably not the best time to do that right now.
Hold on a moment. We'll head out as soon as I get back.
What kind of fucking soldier are you? If I wasn't so low on men, I'd send you back to the shithole you came from. You have 3 days. Then we're leaving without you. You don't want a hungry army on your hands. The men turn into brutes and do whatever they can to get their hands on food. They'll kill, steal, and all because of a mutt like you who had something else to do.
Don't worry. I won't let that happen.
Okay. Alright, so that actually popped up now. It looks like I can go back up to the commander's area.
Alright, and then we need to fill that in.
And then we'll do the trial, and then I think I'll
Fill
probably
this
do the
in.
side quest as well. Catherine, where are you? Gotta make sure she had an okay night.
Oh. Come on. Didn't even capture the right. Wait a second. Come on. This is supposed to be the right color, right?
That's not
Wait, somewhere.
Alright, we'll be back for Catherine.
Ah, that's why.
Really not in that tense?
That is why. It was down. The opacity was down 25%, so it was changing the color. It's always something. It's always something. Excuse me. My lunch going down the wrong tube.
Lucy said that Chaitan was poisoned with wine you brought to the infirmary. It's not your doing, is it?
Do you think I'm stupid enough to spoil my own plans?
Excuse me, guys.
Same guess what everyone.
We already know, so here we go.
I think I know how Chaitan was poisoned.
Good work, Henry. You're too smart to be a soldier, but like every man, you prefer boasting to hard work. Go and find that man.
Thank you, Chista.
Shishko is waiting for you.
Yeah, it's starting to take shape. You know, once I start smoothing these edges down, it'll look good. The hair, the highlighting in the hair, the hand for sure. The outfit, I'm sure it'll take me a good 2 hours to do all this. But I might be very generous with that. It could take me 4 hours. As long as I stay on task, it shouldn't take too long.
Right. I found out all I could. I reckon I'm as ready for the trial as I'll ever be.
My word, you're bristling with confidence. We still have some time, so calm down, or you'll give yourself a fit. In the meantime, I'll go and get everything ready.
Well then, gentlemen, I understood from your letter roughly what happened, and I trust we can settle the matter quickly and quietly. But before we get started, I have to say you've disappointed me, Sir Grossoff. King Sigismund placed his trust in you, but you don't seem to be up to the task.
That's not true. I took a few tattered tents and turned them into a proper military camp. Everything here is as it should be.
Only your soldiers seem to die from time to time, eh?
There are always problems, but as you can see, I can deal with them. We caught Musa of Mali in the act. You just need to pronounce judgment.
Yeah, I don't care about this guy.
Musa is innocent. Christ, Henry, be quiet.
And who might you be?
That is Henry, sir. One of my best soldiers. He just doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut.
Let him speak then. I'm sure he has something very important to tell us. Tell me, lad, why is Musa innocent in your opinion?
He was with us at the time of the stabbing. He didn't have anything to poison Chertan with. Very hard. He had no reason to kill Chertan. The murder is not in his character. Try this one.
Chertan was poisoned, wasn't he? But I searched the whole infirmary and Musa's tent and didn't find any poison anywhere.
Why would I have it? I heal people.
Musa of Mali will remain silent until I personally ask him a question.
Surely you aren't going to believe this boy, sir, are you? Musa could easily have hidden the poison somewhere. The camp's big enough for that. Or did you search the whole camp on your hands and knees, soldier?
But if it wasn't Musa, who did kill Chertan?
I like how we can still rat out Stephen Crow here. Let's go with Grozov, of course.
Chertan was killed by the camp commander, Grozov of Boronaka. What?
You scum! How dare you! Silence! You're going to let this peasant insult me, are you, sir? You should cut him down to size.
That can wait. First, I want to know how he came up with this insolent claim. And start at the beginning. What happened that night by the powder store? By your way.
This is risky, though, for sure. If we accused Musa, we probably would be okay, but now we're accusing a commander.
Oops.
Grozov wanted to take command of the human forces, or was caught in the act while he was stealing powder.
Hey, Fuller Rain. I think I'm going to have to go to 11, yeah.
Being in charge of the camp wasn't enough.
Well, I appreciate you coming back, hanging out for a
He
bit.
wanted to get rid of Chertan and take command of the human forces.
What is this nonsense?
I hope you enjoyed this
What's more, they'd never take orders from
fleshing out the ear. I think I need one more step for the inner ear. Oh, I appreciate it. All right. Are you saying bye, Fuller Rain?
Yes, sir.
Are you saying bye to Chista?
I prepared to stitch his wounds, but he died.
But yeah, have a good night, Chista. Thanks again for joining. I hope to catch you again soon.
Grozov went to the infirmary a little before Million Cuts. He could easily have had time to poison the wine Musa gave to
Yeah, so I kind of figured after I was reading that. All right.
what actually happened.
Why are you all still listening to that dung grubber? Where would I get hold of poison?
I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I have no idea how this is going to turn out. I'm nervous.
You brewed it up yourself. I found lots of valerian in your tent, which is used to make dollmaker potion. And that's exactly what was used to kill Chertan, sir.
That's enough. You'll die, you liar. Silence!
I've heard more than enough. So, Grozov, you will come with me.
Me?
The king will not stand for wrongdoing among his nobles. That must be punished.
But I didn't do anything.
Don't make this harder than it need be.
Keep away from me.
Calm now, sir. Calm down.
Shut up, you worm. It's all your fault anyway. I won't let you put this on me. You hear? You're a dead man.
Uh-oh. The battle's ensuing.
Well, Sir Stibor, one problem is cleared up, and another one takes its place.
You killed the wrong guy.
We've rid the king of one idiot. It's just a pity Cherkon had to die because of it. And I apologize to you, King Musa, for the unpleasantness you suffered.
My head will remain on my shoulders. That is the main thing.
What will happen to the camp now?
That is
Hey, Joel, how are you doing today?
I will
Good to see you. You just... Oh, are you still at work?
get rid of the corpse and clear out the royal tent.
Or wait,
With pleasure.
is it 1 hour or 2 hours?
Where were we, Henry?
As you command, sir.
And then I do command, soldier.
Alright.
Go and pack.
Have I got time to stop by the baths?
Yep, we're
Something I need
just
to sort out.
drawing and listening to a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 from Wolfheart FPS on YouTube. Okay, yeah.
It's kind of cool how we were able to say it was a Dalmaker poison, and it wasn't. But nobody has knowledge on poisons except me and currently Musa. So I might end up failing that side quest that I picked up.
I'd say this game has some pretty good writing in it.
The camp here soon.
Alright, now we can focus on these highlight. Well, alright, where's the hair?
See what she says first.
We need to clean up some of this stuff, though. Get rid of some of this stuff.
Everybody's just sleeping away. What time is it? 6:45 a.m.
Got all these leftovers.
It's happening. The Praguers are leaving for Sedlitz.
At last, I won't have to wash the team's asses anymore.
Tell Zizka everything. So they're ready for the ambush.
I will.
It's like all these weird leftover
Once
stuff.
it all starts. I wouldn't want Dry Devil blowing your brains out by mistake.
Alright, leave the camp with Cat. So I'm gonna try to do the side quest first.
Oops.
I think I should be okay. But then again, maybe it's better not to get supplies for the troops now that I think about it.
It's always
You know
something.
what? I'm actually not going to do the side quest. Why help out the troops right now?
It's
We already have
always
everything we need
something.
from this camp right now, so let's go talk to Cats.
Okay, I guess I got it filled in. Filled in.
All right, I'm ready. We can get out here. The sooner the better. Deserters, traitors, murderers. I'm getting too old for all this. But the real heavy shit is still ahead of us. I can't imagine how I'm going to explain to the king that Sir Grozov, who he personally put in charge of his soldiers, is a murderer. Well, maybe it won't be so bad. Sir Stibor will back you up. I heard Sigismund wasn't too fond of Grozov. It's just he can't say it openly because the other nobles wouldn't like it. Well, let's leave it be now. Otherwise, we won't get out of here before dark. Sedlitz awaits! The dead. Something about literally. He's already close. Just grab some fucking little. It's not living doctor. Such a high.
Oops.
first order of operations, let's go ahead and take that body coat off. We don't need that on right now. It would be quite dangerous. I kind of feel bad now. Like, I feel like I made friends. I wonder what's going to happen to our buddy here. And our cats. There we go. Now I don't look like the enemy.
Oh, there's my cat. Banging at the door. Come on, buddy. You gonna hang out? You have to set your bed up. You have to set your bed up. Yep, here he is. Here's Zato. Here. Zato. Come here, bud.
And we have all sorts of good folks here.
He's like, screw that bed. I don't want to sit in that bed.
Right, let's talk to Adam.
Come on. Clean your nose off, you snot monster.
You still here? As you can see. What are you going to do now? Go home to Bob. I have to explain to him what happened to Cat. I'll give that a list, thanks. The first thing
Come here.
I'm going to do is collect the rest of my reward.
Lay down, you.
After that,
You mean trouble. You mean trouble.
would you rather hang around a while longer? We're planning something big at Malashov, and we could use every pair of hands. Now, when I'm finally going to get my coin? No thanks. The last thing I want to do now is put my neck on the line. Well, we'd make some coin with us as well. Who knows what we'll find at Malashov? And you wouldn't mind having a traitor among you? I think we'd cope. What's more?
So are they keeping you on, Joel?
If I knew you were going to beg like this, I'd have run off without saying farewell.
I know you had mentioned something about maybe losing your job. Come on.
Not people, the enemy. Remember that. Trust me. You'll sleep a lot better. By the way, there's that fellow over there. On the fourth milestone. It's called Crow. We met in the camp. I wouldn't say he's alright, though. But he's against citizens. He killed the Cuban commander. Blew up the ammunition store. It's a long story. Fucking hell. Well, that's a man. No, that's not all. I talked to him to help us at Malashov.
That yours.
Every reason is the right reason to earn theory. It's a free class today.
This firm prints business cards, but we also print beads and letters. And to raise that, we print your
Fun pokey. Oops.
I'm sure that'll be a pleasant change from that logic settled into Devil's Den.
You still have your job for now, but they are working on a facility in the U.S. I'm sure once that is built, then we will become redundant. Mean you don't want to move to the U.S.? become a part of the Empire?
We'll see how they fare in battle. Indeed we will. We'll soon get going. Get ready, and then we'll plan what's next.
Alright, we're back.
Okay.
That one.
Actually, that needs to be softened. And then this.
Some dice right there.
Put a little color on the tip here. Make that pop out a little bit. This definitely needs to come out more.
Finish.
You enjoy watching the concepts become a reality, working on a model for a month or two, and then seeing it in the real world is super cool. Yeah, I feel the same way with this art. It's cooler when it's your stuff, but I guess if you worked on it, it still feels good. Actually, I'm gonna go the other route. Let's clean your nose again. Zato, clean your nose and your eye boogers. Yep, my guy Zato showed up to take over the stream.
His ancestor fought for Emperor Charles. A good house for him. Why is he earning a living as a merchant? To do justice to us, he has considerable estates due to his relatives and battles in Eastern Prussia. So he became impoverished. In truth, it was more a special for art that led him to written.
Some more questions. So Emperor Charles was Charles IV, known as one of the greatest rulers of Bohemia. I think even today in the Czech Republic, Charles is honored as a great ruler. And also the father of King Wenceslas and also
Wenceslas and Sigismund.
Quickly out of
Sigismund.
You've had an exciting life. Tell me some stories. Yes, you. Your interest is gratifying and quite understandable. Where does the name Brabant come from? That is simple. My compatriots call me that because I am originally from Brabant province. And the name stuck. One day, I shall tell you about my place up there, but I am sure you won't want to hear about the conquest of Paris, yes? Or would you rather hear
Yep, he's just bathing on stream. Yeah, he's licking himself. At least he's not licking his butt. He's not licking his butt on stream.
What do you think about roundabout houses? Well, I cannot say I expected to end up in this kind of company. I am more used to royal courts, or at least wealthy burghers. But a man must accept his destiny as it comes. What do you think is usual? Should I be young?
You agree? I wish I developed the concepts themselves, but they are often large. But there are often large changes we have to make in order to meet structural standards. Oh yeah. Hey Ozzy Fingerboard, how are you doing again? Enjoy it most of the time, but it can become tedious and quite stressful at times.
How do you get on with your hands?
Got it. Yeah, there are reasons why things don't work. Yeah, even when they're released, they still don't work.
What do you think of Sir Henry?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I do not trust him. There is treachery in his eyes. You think so? My instinct rarely lets me down. Have you met Godwin? The priest you couldn't break them. Totally. But what could I do? Stand out on leading the defense? Like a pro? After all, I had to leave it to my reputation. And at the time, it did not look hopeless at all. I thought it would be enough to stay Sigismund for a while before the Allied army arrived. And that would not have been so difficult. And when no army arrived, this is enough. They hope for a swift end melted away. And the courage of the burghers were on limits. I, who fought in 5 countries, was relieved of command, arrested, and handed over to Sigismund.
What other countries have you fought in?
In Italy, against the English, here of course, and I will tell you about the others another time. In the meantime, however, I can pass on some of my experience to you. After all, I am not getting any younger, so it is time to pass my wisdom on to future generations.
Cool. We're talking to him now. We'd like to learn.
It will take some time, and if you Russian, acquiring my art came at great cost, so I cannot pass it on for free, especially now when I have been
You can't pass it
stripped
on
of
for
my
free.
possessions, and I must rely only on my sharp wits. As even this time, what would you like to be?
Swordsmanship, 500 pounds, marksmanship, horsemanship, scholarship. Let's do scholarship.
Tell me a little about the world beyond the borders of our little country. No, the world is so big and there is so much to tell. Don't you want to hear only a little? What to choose from that inaccessible fount of wisdom? Opportunity is like a ladder. You must seize it with both hands, climb to the top, and knock it down behind you. Remember that? Journally. And now let me give you another piece of wisdom. Allons-y, mon ami. Let us not waste any time.
My respects. We're going to have a chat with Sam. Oh, Catherine Henry. Let's have a chat with Samuel first.
I assume you won't be joining our country, right?
Under other circumstances, I would avoid them. You're right. This is personal. Otto von Bergdorf is responsible for that slaughter in Kupelberg. It was he who advised Sigismund to attack my people.
So you want revenge?
100% murdered dozens of people. But Nansen is paid. I will play with him like a cat with a mouse. He will beg for mercy for a quick death.
Oh, I thought that was the guy they just killed.
How do you feel? Once I get my hands on Mark, I'm going to tell him what I'll do.
I'm going to kill for Bergdorf. Even if Schiska is against it. Fuck it. It's I who got money for everything. So no one is going to tell me what I can and cannot do. What about you? Why are you going to fight?
Otto von Bergdorf against
All right, Only. Thanks for stopping through. Appreciate you having you hang out and chat with us tonight. You too. I'll catch you in another stream somewhere sometime.
I like how we can kind of talk. It's almost like a part of this RPG.
Ozzy is in the past. Or no, our future. Or is it future?
Are you coming with us to Manchester?
Yeah, we're in the past. Yeah, I'm watching your latest video, Full of Rain. You posted doing the chalk art.
If you're talking about that plaque, well,
The Ansel thinks it'll be easy to capture von Bergdorf. But I heard what Anna said.
what did he say?
That Otto von Bergdorf has that fortress full of fresh mercenaries, armed to the teeth. My God, I should have slit his throat that time I had the chance to trust him.
Don't worry. Maybe not tough. But I must have some experience now. It'll be easy.
Men, as if everything revolves around you.
It was a war. You have to fight.
You have to keep killing?
Look, I just wanted to...
I don't know what you want. I can't figure you out.
And there's two of us. What's changed? We've been fighting the whole time.
Nothing's changed. Except that with every passing day you're risking more and more. Just try
is from the Quick Command quest. I think that was last episode, or maybe the episode before. No, last episode.
Once was enough. The girls have been avenged. And that's the main thing, isn't it?
I suppose so, but I don't feel the satisfaction I expected. I feel a bit relieved that it wasn't because of me that they were slain. Although, in a way, it's almost worse. She died because of some mad woman.
I know, but look at it from the other side. You were the instrument of God's punishment. And nobody else is going to die because of that hard.
True. But how am I alone the instrument of God's punishment? Without you, we wouldn't have found out anything. So once again, thank you very much, Emily.
For fuck's sake. Just when you got out of that closet and couldn't do it, they sent you right to the enemy's encampment to snoop around. I was really worried about that. I prayed to our Lady the Protector to watch over it. Thank you. I'm truly delighted. You heard my pleas and you contacted one piece.
Oh, you did like 5 of them, huh? Oh, that's cool. Did you record all of them or just the one?
No need to thank me. I beg to disagree. My brave and
Crazy, I started that with a blank square.
do you know that if you should similarly find yourself in captivity,
Yep.
I swear before I
Sometimes I don't even think about it too much.
you came to me.
Just
Secondly,
do it.
I have something here for you. A truly knightly reward for your knightly deed. A hunting bow that has no equal in the province. I hope it will brighten your thoughts after all those horrors. It can fell the mightiest buck deer and enchant many a day. And besides, it has attached to it a knightly history, a monument. Thank you. Great.
Cool. You received hunting medal from Hans Capon.
I see you started another one.
Let's go ahead and do
A little smaller than the first one.
we'll do persuasion history.
These are knightly alongside right to Margaret the Great, who, however, was not worthy. And so, fate decreed that it fell into the hands of a coffin. What are you saying? When I find out that God would gladly leave me locked up, despite my brother, so to him back, I relieved him of the buried life. And it was immediately clear to me that that road was the road.
Great, I'm gonna get in trouble for it now.
You get people that come around when you're doing that, watching or asking any questions at all?
To the Lord of Pakistan. And when I had an appetite, that bow was the last thing I had.
People are always curious when you're out making art in the world. You have some people stop by. You know, they'll compliment you. Some will want to have a conversation. Ask you about yourself. It's always interesting.
No, it took ages to get to know ship. 4 or 5 days and all of the time. I was traveling with Von Elliot's millions. They heard me in the wagons. They treated my wounds a bit, but I was still really bad. After that battle, what did they do for the militia? Nothing much, actually. They took care of my wounds and then stuck me in a room with brother. But they treated me decently, as befits a noble. From there, they came asking questions a couple of times. But that was about it.
Okay, let us get our soft brush. Oops.
What was the problem with the room? That I couldn't get out of there. You saw yourself when you came for me, didn't you? It's just that since the battle, and they shot the tower right down in the head and I stuck there. Well, since then, I don't feel well in tight spaces. Actually, I never did. I always preferred to be outdoors. But since the battle, it's worse than ever. I had a feeling the roof would fall on my head again and I'd be buried around it.
a bit awkward for you that the nobility lives in palaces. That's a fact. Once I get my hands
Oh, that's the first time you've ever done chalk art?
there's huge rooms and lots of spacious courtyard. And above all,
I've done some chalk art when I was younger. I bought a bunch of those kind of big Crayola containers of the fat chalk a long time ago that I still have, and I haven't done anything with it. It's a good excuse to get out and do something. Maybe I'll make an effort this summer to do something. Now is the time, yeah.
The captivity of nobles has to observe certain formalities, you know? It's not like they can just throw you in some hole. They behave fairly respectfully, but of course it was fishing for information about rats related.
Yeah, I'd have to find where I put it all. Might be at my mother-in-law's, where everything else is that I brought to Iowa when I moved here.
I played as dumb as the village of it. I only told him to send us with that message and discuss the rest when we were.
I think I was talking about the other day all the books that I had, my library, and it's all in the storage there. Just don't have any place to put it.
Nice work keeping it tight. The main thing is, we're a nine weeks to keep. And back with us.
Indeed.
At least not here at our house. I feel like this needs a bit. That's how you blocking everything. Nobody can see what I'm doing. He's like sleeping on his feet. What you doing, buddy?
Why is it so important to capture October burglars? Isn't it obvious? Very important. Look, Otto von Bergen is the supreme chamberlain of this land. He's in charge of all the royal clans and ministers, meaning he is worth his weight in silver. So, it's right to not quite. Von Berghoff is one of the leaders of the League of Lords against the king. If we want the lords to free our king, we have to force them to do it. And capturing Von Berghoff would be the best way to do that.
But to think until recently, you couldn't give a damn about politics.
How does Ziska want to attack Russia? He didn't tell me much. But I got the impression it'll be a bit different compared to the usual tactics. A major operation.
Such secrecy. It almost seems like he doesn't trust us. True.
Ziska's being damn tight-lipped. But I don't blame him. After the Bush, Sigismund had a lot of our people arrested. And I'm sure a lot more fighting. Any of them could betray us.
You think there could be a spy?
Doubtful. All of us here would gladly stab Sigismund in the guts.
All that traitor Von Berghoff.
Brabant and I still owe him quite a bit of payback. I can't wait to see the look on his face when we take him captive.
What do you think about the dry devil?
Oh, shoot.
I think he's a right bastard. But I'd rather fight with him than against him.
So where does Ziska trust himself?
Pinnock is Yob's ally, and Sigismund is like common enemy.
Let's have a chat with Gary.
I feel like this needs to be
What do you know about the attack on Malta?
bigger.
Asking the wrong fella. Do you think we stand a chance at taking Von Berghoff?
Well, if anyone can do it, it's Ziska and the devil. Although I'm not saying it'll be easy.
How's that?
God doesn't leave us by the hand. We have to find our own path to him, or at least try to. And I'm
Dang,
not sure just
Zato.
how much divine mercy that prayer deserves.
Jesus Christ, why? You'll never believe what I have. Enjoying our top on Malachus. Everybody says that. I've heard Zizka knows how to deal with it. So I can count for you. Unfortunately, Zizka got rid of
Oh.
it.
Oh. How did that happen?
I don't know if you're up to the top on the top of it.
It's alright.
Exactly.
We can fix that. Whoops. I like that.
In any case, break it down. I hope you get that next time.
Next, we talked to Samuel,
Oops.
Robert, Catherine. It's just good time. The innkeeper. Yeah, I love how the NPCs are always just doing something in this game.
How are things looking at Malachus? How is Malachus? What's his uncle Richard? Jedno wiem na pewno. Ten zamek ma wpływ na social power. Could you slow down? I'm trying to understand you, but I can't keep up. What's up to you? No, this is getting nowhere. What do you do here to translate?
Hey, fellas, where are you at? Hopefully you get more clean. Alright, we'll talk to Jistro. I don't think I really need to do anything. Henry appears to be well fed. He's not tired right now. And we have a couple points I'm going to go ahead and spend right now. For Joey, I'm going to take Viper. The piercing damage of all melee weapons is increased by 5%. Improve vitality. Revenant 2. Your health will slowly recover up to 75 health points continuously. The effect does not apply during combat or bleeding. For speech, I'm going to take, I thought I already had Ladies Man, but apparently I don't. When dealing with women, you gain a +2 bonus on all skill checks, a 15% discount on purchases, and a 25% discount on bathhouse services. For Helmmaster, I have 2. I'm going to take Rip and Tear. If your dog inflicts a bleeding wound on an enemy, the bleeding will accelerate and they will fall soon. And Sickle, your dog's attacks will be 20% stronger, making it easier and faster for him to deal with enemies. And 1 point in thievery, I'm going to take Inconspicuous. The person you're robbing may not see you, so you can reach even into their front pouch. And while you're rummaging through their pockets, they might still feel your presence. Sounds fun. For warfare, I have a point. I'm going to spend it in light and shining armor. When you wear plate armor, you gain a bonus on charisma ranging from +1 to +4. And then for swords, cutting edge or raw wounds.
Look at that. So nice. Nice and easy. Down.
Where's Pedroka?
Well,
He's on to me. See the only one I didn't talk to? Pedroka, where are you? Let's gather out there. I love having just everybody together here. Alright, let's talk to this one.
Demetrius could learn from you. How long have you known each other? We were defending a castle, hiding in the woods together. And he was always closer with the devil. Can he be trusted? Ah, when he's sober, that is. When he gets drunk, I would keep an eye on him. He's known to provoke. His fists start flying. Did you see what happened when he first arrived? You mean how they wanted to cut his throat?
he's watching me draw myself. Can't you just buy more? It was like $4 for 20. Yeah, I could buy more. But I mean, since I have like 2 or 3 of those big things, all I have to do is go and get it. Oh my god. This cat, dude. He just comes around and sneezes all over everything. Not on your whisker, bud. Alright. Oh, this looks like the end of this episode of the playthrough. Dude, where are you going? I'm trying to do something here. You're being a right booty. Dude, stay. Where are you going? Stay. Or go somewhere else. You're trying to mess with me, you booty cat. Alright. This was sick. Yeah, it looks pretty sick. Okay. 21 staffers resigned from Doge. That's not good when you just started this department. You already got 21 staffers resigning. Are they not? Is what they're doing going against their morals? Start trading with AI and reach 3,500. ChatGPT 01 Pro shows you how. I made AI bot with DeepSeek. Hey, why did you jump down and then just jump back up? What's going on? What's going on, Buster? Sorry guys, just looking for something to play in the background. We got some people drawing. Exhibition tour. Sienna, the rise of painting. 1300 to 1350. 4 months ago. Huh. 7-Eleven rehired me, so I took my 92-year-old 92-year-old grandma to the casino. Ian on YouTube. I haven't watched any of his videos, but I just keep seeing the titles. This guy lost his job at 7-Eleven maybe a week ago. Now he got his job back. Live, Alla Prima portrait with Ueha. Live painting. I don't think they talk much, but they do some very good painting. Ooh, long form graffiti sketching and piece. Derailed. I'll watch this. I like Derailed.
Back to the channel.
I need to charge my other phone. What's this? Packaging porch, that's old. Okay. Zot doesn't want anybody to see any progress I'm making.
If you guys are just now tuning into this channel, I appreciate it. This channel is really just a sketching channel. We occasional memes for people to find the press. Unfortunately, it's a community right now. But this channel was intended to help you practice and show you guys new techniques of drawing, painting, or anything along those lines. So thanks for stopping by. If you want to join, take a minute to feel free to friend, family, or make a comment. Whatever you're in the mood for, right? Freedom of speech, I'm not going to take that away from you guys. If you want to say, I freaking suck, then hey, make the comments.
I love when people say that. Feel free to say I suck until all of a sudden everybody is just bombarding you with trolling.
I know how fun to improve on my skills.
Where is that at? Somewhere. Okay. I don't know. "21 people exit sounds like a fire." I guess I don't understand what you're saying. 21 people exit sounds like a fire.
I'll be the first to admit I really struggle with pencil. I've never been pencil with people out there who it just comes to them organically and writing it down, but it's never been me. I struggle a great deal, which is why
Oops.
there's no strong practice. To practice more pencil. Like this, like I'm kind of lost on what to do, you know? Sometimes when I get lost, I just freeze it up and I'm like, oh, it sucks, I don't like it. And then I throw the paper to the side. I gotta get in the habit of finishing what I do, so I can just get better. So it's not looking bad, I just don't want to do it.
What is underneath this? Oh, is it the hair? It's the hair. That's why. Okay, so this is the color that we have. Soft brush. enlarge that brush. Completely understand that I don't get it. Yeah.
So what's good to me may necessarily may not be good to you guys. Skim over the S there, but then put the point here. So it comes over here and trying to point.
What's going on here? Mr. Zato. Mr. Zat. Mr. Zat Zat. Zat Boombat.
Here. Here. And it's pointed. So you can still see the S. And we're doing the word Psalms. That's Psalm 5. Sorry, not Psalms. Psalm 5. This, I think I'm going to leave it open.
Alright, I might have to do it this way.
We're gonna sketch this and come back in with our do we want to go lowercase or uppercase? Because I feel like if we go lowercase, we're gonna have to either switch it up. So lowercase L, lowercase a, big L, lowercase n, 5, or we just do all uppercase. Damn. Well, the S I kind of like. The S is looking. Let's see how a lowercase is. No, it's not lowercase. Do you have space? It's also something about it when I go to penciling is I'm always going to run out of space because I can't proportion my rows. Quickly do light lines to
oh, come on. Clean off this mess, Zato. Thank you for making a mess. Thank you for making a mess. Never erase. Never erase. Just draw it over. Just draw it over and over and over and over again. Alright. We need to opacitize. Is that even a word? Opacitize. tool. Oops. Okay, I think there might be one other color that I need to make this really dark area, but I think we need to bring the opacity back up for that, and you come in here. And do this. All right, there we go. We got that. Let's go over here. Okay. Forgot about this part. Oh. That was too big. Too big. There he is. He's finally laying down to take his nap. Mr. Zato. Of course, he's pushing the computer around. Okay, and then the technical pen. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I have to bring this down some more though. Soft brush. Oops, too big. Oh, way too big. Ah, that's right, using the wrong one. Using the wrong brush. I think we're okay on that. Now we will move on to our hand. Oh, he's like, what happened to our sound?
This is so animated. Animated is like evaluated.
Oh, all out of coffee already.
I think there's a way to like speed up the playback into the motion. Speed this up. SALM. Alright, I'm thinking in my head. I'm saying no, is this one type of this one? Telling myself all this one. This is a powerful girls. It's hard to add style to simple letters. It's probably just a me thing. Yeah. I'm sure it's just me. Like, it's just.
to see? Wow, really? Like it. Alright, now we need to end.
I thought he was drawing a W like Saw. It's an L.
Let me just do a stick here real quick. Fast things change, you know. Just one swoop of a pen, you pencil make or break something really fast. So I'm not finding so much down in the things. I just I'm not even. I'm sorry. I'm just like. This Amazon, I'm trying to think of all these videos I'm gonna capture and move. Everything is can move so much that I can really I like that. You know, I like that. Okay. Let's get into this. Maybe this last one.
Here, go higher. You never know what's really messing you up until you switch things out, right? Because it's all a matter of like your eyes are playing tricks on you. So you gotta really be like, where are my eyes playing tricks on me? Because maybe it's going to the letter right next door and saying, oh, that letter's not finished. So your eyes drawn to it unknowingly. I'll tell you that kind of if I wanted to look at this one, so I kind of like that a little bit more.
Alright, I'm tired of having to go back and forth between these two. Which one's which? That. And this.
Yeah. The M is kicking my ass, no lie. This is somehow. Right? shade of dark and this line is very off to me. It's very busy up there. It's really like this. And then I come this way. And this way. That way it's not busy. Point. I'm trying to avoid the points the whole time. I'm not gonna let a point. Or the L is connected to the N on this side. This side. And then we can knock out 2 with 1. And that's a little strange to see the L with the Right. Question. Now, I think that may be it. I think this may be it for real. Okay. Ooh, I don't like it. Okay.
Where's the 5?
Oh, we need a 5.
Like, where's the 5, dude? You're not quite done. You still have the 5 to do. Everything else looks good, though. Yeah.
Maybe we just
numeral. combine the two words together. Luminal.
Yeah. Oh, finally. Let's get this.
He doesn't like doing these long format. He probably gets his most views on the long format. Hey, buddy, what's going on? You getting your nap on? You getting your nappy naps on, bud? Napping. Napperoni. Look at this guy. He's just napping. Just napping away. He's in his bed, sleeping. Old snot trouble. Mr. Snotty Boom Body. Snotty Boom Body.
Once I'm done, I'll go in the shower. I'll come back and do this. I'll rinse all the lines. That's what it is.
Man, why didn't I just do banana fingers? Should have just did banana hands. Trying to render these hands more naturalistic. Should have just did banana hands. Oh, banana hands.
Kind of a big short section.
Banana hands.
Right.
Banana hands. Banana jams. Banana What do you mean? What would have been the difference? Do they look like banana hands already? The difference would have been they wouldn't have been this complex. They would have looked like banana bunches. Just some straight Mickey Mouse banana hands. These better be award-winning hands for all the work I'm putting into this. I should have just had AI make my hands. And then all I would have had to do was erase one finger. I would have just had to erase the extra digit. Or extra digits.
Can I darken up certain areas too, depending on what things look like?
Yep, if you want to save yourself some time, just draw banana hands. If you want to give yourself a headache, try to draw naturalistically. Yo, banana hands. There's an artist that does like some kind of kids like child art, and he does the banana hands. That's where I kind of got that's where I came up with the term banana hands, because they just look like bunches of bananas. Yo, banana hands. Come out and play. I can show you an example of banana hands. Let's see. First we need to get a good brush, and we need to get a good color, and then, oh man, it didn't even work. I thought I had a layer going. Here we go. Alright, banana hands. There, banana hand. Fill that in, you got yourself a hand. AI crafted. Put that on the end of a stump. You got yourself banana hands. Just add this on there. You got yourself a bunch of bananas. There you go. Banana hands. Hey, Luke Jr., how are you doing? I'm just showing an example of banana hands. I can even boost up the banana hands. Put that on the end of an arm. Bam, banana hands. Oh yeah, I could definitely work with those. You know, just pop that on there. Just look at, just, come on. You know, shrink that down. Put that on the end of this right there, banana hand. Hey, and flip it. Reverse it, flip it and reverse it. Color it in. Bam, you got yourself some hands. How you doing today, Luke? Shoot, you got the warp tool? You can go to warp factor 1. You can even adjust your fingers. And you can adjust your banana fingers. Spread those bananas out. Bam. Banana hands. All right. We done with that. Oh, I didn't want to duplicate it. I wanted to get rid of it. Okay. We want to make sure we're on our right tool. Get our right tools out. And next step. Erase. Dude, how am I not on? Dude, I just selected that layer. Are you kidding me? I selected that layer. What you up to today, Luke? You having a good day? Good day or good evening? How is Luke JRCR7 doing this lovely day? You're having a good day? That's good.
This goes to show you how much time goes into what I'm doing with these nails. Because this is taking so much time.
You're outside? Is it nice out there for you? We're having some pretty good weather where I'm at. Can't complain. Nice and warm with the sun out. The sun's been going down later, around 6 p.m., a little after 6 p.m., so that's nice. Days are getting longer again. Pretty soon we'll be setting our clocks forward. Look at that, softened up that. Get softer. I think this has to come out though.
Like, even to this one, I'm gonna make some changes. Yeah, this will look good like this. Looks good. Freaking booming. Once I add all the shadow and stuff, I'm really gonna trick out.
Going forward in time again, yep. We will be losing an hour versus gaining an hour. But in reality, we're not doing anything. We're not losing, we're not gaining, we're not doing a darn thing. It's all imaginary. It's all in our imagination.
But sometimes the simplest of colors are the hardest to do. Like a two-color.
I mean, nowadays you don't even have to change your clock. It's all automated, and it does it for you.
Because you can't fake it. You have to do the style then. When you have like 10, 20 fucking colors, you can fudge it and
If you have to work overnight, you're lucky because you lose an hour. Well, then you actually lose an hour of pay, but your shift is shorter. But in the fall time, if you work that overnight, you gain an hour. So you're getting paid more, but you have to stay longer.
There's no faking it. You're either gonna be good or you're gonna blow. Because there's no way to hide anything. All the details are there, all the errors, mistakes, they're exposed for judgment. So this is why I like practicing in pen. You guys have seen some of my other videos and I'm like, hey, I really get away from, I really shy away from working with pencil unless I really need to put out something good for things. But the reason for that is because the pen forces me to do better. It forces me to think about where my next line is going to be. As opposed to a pencil, you just see how much time I use to just, I'm gonna switch this, I'm gonna erase that. It's easy to have the pencil and eraser handy and spend hours making changes. But with a pen, you're forced to almost get it right the first time. That's why I like the pen. It's powerful.
There you go, guys. Advice from
Maybe eventually
actual writer. Use a pen instead of a pencil to do your work. I keep forgetting I don't have any more coffee left over.
Stop right there.
Okay. You know what's funny? If this were on, so if this color were on its own layer, I could do this in one step. And I'll have to remember that next time because I just thought of that. I'm like, how can I make this easier on myself? And I'm like, oh man, it's got to be on its own layer though. This has too many things on the same layer though, like the hair. But that might have worked. But anything I wanted to keep a crisp line, I would have had to take out. But so you can see all the stuff that was on this layer. Boop, 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 boop. Turn it back on. Oh well, next time if I remember, that would help definitely my workflow. See, that's the thing when you used to doing traditional art, you used to doing things in one particular way, so you don't really think of how to do something differently that may speed up the working process. Until you're like me and you're like, man, what would make this go a little quicker? What would make this go a little quicker? What would make it go quicker? Always next time, yeah. That's why you keep everything on its own layer. Each color. Unless you don't care about putting in the work. Yep, I could have used one effect on this to make all this fuzzy. Never even thought, yeah, you can make your edges soft by doing it this one particular way. But you gain that knowledge through the use of the application. It's almost like when you're gaming and you forget to save and then you die and then you have to go all the way back and do everything over again. That teaches you to make sure you save your progress. Because you don't have to do all of that over again until the next time you forget to save, and then you do all of that over again. Same principle. You do all this work and then you have to undo it for one particular reason. Unless you can get away with not having to undo it, and you can fix it. Look at that, softened. I'm using the erase tool, but I could also use the smudge tool or the paint tool. Either one of those would have worked. But there's one, whoops. Am I erasing this or am I adding it? Okay. I think I was erasing. But the smudge tool would probably be the best tool to use if you're trying to soften any edges. But it depends on how you set yourself up. Right now I'm just using the erase tool with a soft edge brush. Just go around. Don't have to be too perfect because again, the scale of this You know, as long as it looks somewhat soft. Not too hard edged. Yeah, because this is about the size. Let's see the actual size. Probably about that. Probably that big. Probably that big. My ad pad's about a little over 10 inches.
One more little section.
I think I got everything softened on that hand, except for this edge. Oops. Oops. Actually, I'm gonna fill that in. Cause here's the additive. And we got the subtractive. And you just got the, let's see, you got the smudge.
Alright, so let me
Smudge it up. Sometimes the smudge isn't always the best. Because you can move the pixels all around a little too much. Maybe this edge. Smudge it up. Smudgerino. Use the same color, but the brush is that stamp type. Stamp a damp. Yeah, I think, let me see here. Are you talking about using Procreate? Is that what you use? Because it's pretty neat. You can make your own brushes. But let's see if I wanted to make a new brush. Hard brush, hard blend. Oh, that's why I'm. Let's use make a hard brush and put that up at the top. And then we can adjust it. I want to start doing this where you can import your own shapes. As long as you know how to set these up, you can make your own. Import a file. Ooh, I can use this as a shape.
So we'll imagine here this is the low point.
Nope, I have to. I forgot you gotta reverse it. You gotta cancel that. Cancel. You gotta reverse it, but that's cool. I should do a little tutorial on making your own textures and brush. I guess you call them stamps. Stamp-a-damp-a-doo. Alright, we got this last hand to soften up. Let's actually bring, what we want to do is bring this color up onto here.
I may add a little bit of gray or some of the lines go over each other just to give it vision with the
Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. listen to this next. Oh, we got our guy Travis. Travis Prince.
Well, I've been trying my best to avoid it, so I'm gonna get
Come on. Where's my earbuds? I think I have sketchbook.
what I'm saying is the ink is not forgiving at all.
Mirror brush. Some of these I don't even know what I'm doing with them. Can't remember, but I think I may have had Sketchbook before on a different iPad. Sketchbook Pro for iPad. Holy. SketchUp. Wait, we got Sketchbook or Sketchbook Create Digital Art. Is it this one? This one's 218,000 ratings. Sketchy book. There's blend mode. Rulers, perspective, textures, and stamps. Well, we'll get it since it's free. I'm assuming you have to pay for all the extras once you download it. Oh, it's already downloading. I think you said you used it before. You could make tons of brushes and record your drawings. It's pretty OP. Not sure. Not sure. I could have had an earlier version of it somewhere. Are those erasers? Not bad. I like that. It's a little ballpoint pen look. Nice texture. Okay, nice brush tip, a little smudger. Sweet smudge eraser. Different type of eraser. Leaves the texture. Interesting. This kind of, what does this do? That's weird. Some kind of chalk or crayon. Oh, nice. Got a flat and a round, and I don't know what that is. Kind of a wash, like a wash look. Glazing. You can change the size. You got 3D perspective grids. Okay. Steady stroke. Oh, okay, interesting. Nice. You got rulers, guides, you got paint, bucket, selection tool. Oh, nice. Can I move that now? Yep. Sweet. Can I rotate it? Oh. Oh, this is nice. I can distort it. I can get down with this. I can get down with this. All right. We're adding it to the lineup. Come on, get in there. All right, going right there with Pixin. Assembly was okay. Freeform maybe. Yeah. Adobe Illustrator. I don't know if I can use Designer 2 on here, but that's fine. Okay, I'm putting Adobe first. Art set, Fresco, Pixin, Sketchbook. Yep, free. Thanks for the suggestion. I think I may have had that on my old iPad, like an early version. Uh-oh, what happened? What happened? It's cool to always have different apps in the lineup that can do different things that some apps might not. Yeah, there's so many apps out there. Disconnected. Sorry guys, I had this covered up. I almost got it done. Oh my gosh, way too hot in here now. He's almost got it done. Oh, you use it for your t-shirt designs? Nice. Who do you have do your t-shirts? Or is it like one of those sites where they're made to order, that people just order off of?
This pencil. It's just a fancy term for saying pencil.
Alright, so we got that. Now we got this. Now we just soften everything. Not sure what was on this layer. It's all that. Okay. And we already softened some of that. So we will just have to do it the hard way. Made to order, yeah. So you don't have to deal with inventory.
So, this is a pencil. This gives the illusion that there's dimension and depth to
Definitely done inventory before. It's okay when people want something on the spot. Yeah, but then you need storage. Also, if it's something, it's got to be something people like want. If they're not into it, now you're stuck with a bunch of inventory. But yeah, the trade-off is you have it. If somebody does want it, you have it right then and there. But the other thing is you have to have the right size, and if they like want a particular color. But if you do a limited run, get the right sizes, keep the color selection simple. Yeah. I haven't really done any t-shirt. Like I've done designs for t-shirts, but not anything for my own self. I've done my own screen printing and printed off some of my own shirts. But that's a lot of work if you don't have the right setup, and you're limited in what you can do if you don't have the right setup. For some reason, we're missing some color. Oops. This cat, man. He wants out. He wants in. He wants everything. Alright, Zato. You crazy punk. Crazy punk. You had to go get. He had to go use the litter box, or he had to get some food. One of the two. It's the only reason why he wants to go out. If I'm in here, he wants to be in here. Sometimes he wants to be in here if I'm not even in here. Yeah, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Mr. Buddy. Mr. Buddy. What you doing, Mr. Buddy? Buddy, buddy, buddy. Buddy, buddy, buddy boy. Be funny boy. Be nutty boy. You's a be nutty boy. Be nutty boy.
Alright, so I think we're done. Let me get my hands out of the way. Show you what a very long form doll looks like. Let's break it down. We have the S, swoops down, comes up, wraps around, kicks down, comes up, and then swoops back into itself. It's kind of cool. We have the A, goes up, comes down, swoops up, slashes across itself. It's also cool. We have a pretty simple L, comes down, kicks over, comes down, swoops over itself, over the M, and the M comes up, down, up, down. I like it. I actually like this a lot. Hopefully you guys do too. Psalm 5, hopefully I did your name justice. Okay, this took me a long ass time. I think I'm gonna overlap that. Just because. Let's make the 5 independent of itself. Alright, hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If you guys have any additional requests, listen away. And I will see you on the next one.
I missed the Shota one. But we'll cancel that. I don't think that one looks all that great. But okay, so I wanted to listen to this. Hauser and Wirth Art Gallery upload in conversation with George Condo and Isabel Dervaux. Oh yeah,
Thank
he's
you
got
for
some
joining
new
us
work
to
he
celebrate
did.
George Condo's fantastic exhibition of new work pastels, opening simultaneously this week here.
I want to know why he called them pastels when they're not all pastels.
On East 80th Street on the east side.
Is it the? Oh, it's probably the color. Probably using pastel colors, not actual pastel.
Who will be in conversation with us today. George Condo likely needs no introduction. As you all know, he is a world-renowned contemporary artist whose work spans painting, sculpture, drawing, and printmaking, known for his distinctive and ceaseless experimentation with figuration, abstraction, and the investigation of the human psyche. His work has been exhibited around the globe for the better part of 5 decades to great critical acclaim, and is represented in pretty much every major museum collection of modern and contemporary art. An astute and accomplished art historian and a scholar of music and lauded musician himself, George mines the history of art, music, literature, philosophy, and popular culture to create a world full of dynamic, layered, often conflicted compositions, strange yet strangely familiar characters, and beautiful, arresting juxtapositions. This fall, a large-scale retrospective of his work will be presented in Paris at the Musée d'Art opening in early October. It is an honor to work with him.
Paris.
Isabelle Dervaux is a celebrated art historian and curator. From 2005 to 2023, she was the Acapella curator and department head of modern and contemporary drawing.
Yeah, George Condo is awesome. I like his stuff.
Where she oversaw the acquisition of 40 extraordinary works on paper by George Condo. These works were organized into a solo
So his early stuff was pretty good too.
In 2023. Isabelle has also held curatorial positions at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., and the National Academy Museum here in New York, and has published extensively on modern and contemporary art, notably essays on Arshile Gorky, Philip Guston, amongst others. Please welcome, or join me in welcoming our speakers.
Good afternoon. So we are here to talk about those 2 exhibitions here in Uptown, which are devoted to pastel. So we thought we would start with that aspect of the exhibition, the use of pastel. What you've used it before, but not so extensively, and so what drew you to work in this medium?
Also, they are pastels.
Well, I like the permanence and the sort of luminosity of pastel. And I thought that after having worked on drawing paintings, which were basically on canvas, that my love for pastels goes back, as Isabelle knows, to Quentin Latour, to Carrière, to these artists from the 18th century. But then to apply those mediums to contemporary subject matter just made me feel like I'll be able to draw and to improvise without having to make any kind of preparatory sketches or ideas that, leading to the final, whatever subject. So I think the idea of the...
Is he getting shorter? I think it's the jacket. I don't know.
And the fact that,
his hair's getting longer.
You have to put them behind glass. If you fix them, which normally people think you do with pastel, you end up, if you use washes in colors of gray paper or yellow paper or green paper, the colors just fade into the background. So, it was an idea of like how to keep them as...
I want to know which part of the works are actually pastels, or if they're all pastels.
But Isabelle will tell you, some of the
there's another YouTuber that I watch. He went and saw these in person, and he was saying that they weren't all pastels, that it was
because he was
like
using different layers,
painted with
on the top
pastels.
layers, he would not fix it in order to keep the color much more vivid.
Yeah, well, one of the most...
I like how he's using multiple sheets of paper to make the bigger, the larger work.
The map. He invited me upstairs to see some Degas pastels that were not under the sort of light registrations that you have to show works on paper. And I couldn't believe how, incredibly like on fire these things were. They were literally like, you know, like they were done yesterday. And then once they put them, I don't know what it's called, when they regulate the lights for art museums. But in any case, he showed them to me under natural daylight. And I thought, God, these are just like, they were done, you know, 10 minutes ago. The colors are so vivid, and the liveliness of them is 1,000 times greater than what you see when you look at them in museums. To see them as sheets as if they were just in his studio at that time. So I couldn't imagine that Degas had used any kind of fixative to get that kind of result. I think the only protective element you could possibly have would be glass, obviously.
So the thing is, you did not use only pastels in those works. Those works are sort of what you would call mixed media.
Yep.
And you want to describe a bit your process with layers, starting with the acrylic, the sort of background of acrylic?
Yeah, I think the earlier pastels that were done were sort of like an extension of, let's say, Renaissance painting, where Renaissance drawings, where they might tone the paper and then make a grisaille.
All right, we got the hand.
And
We got our hands
and
done.
then later, the paper itself was either colored like a light blue gray, or they painted a light blue gray, or whatever color they wanted to, where they felt like the pastel would really stand out. And so what I did was I just took, like in pieces that you see around, I took colors that, I took acrylics and I mixed it with water, and then I sort of made washes of, you know, sort of, I don't know, sort of ethereal backgrounds, let's call them, and then I let them dry, and most of the time I understood that.
Yeah, I know. I think his black lines were done like with an oil stick or something, or oil pencil.
How they're gonna work on top of these colors that you use as washes. So I kind of work with washes in the background. And
so on some of them we still see this background, right? Like the blue there, the brown.
Yeah.
That would be the acrylic background.
Those are just the actual backgrounds that were over the whole entire piece of paper. And then what I did was I would draw the figures, and just without really going at it from a perspective of, say, like a preconceived notion as to what it is that I'm drawing, I would just go ahead and draw something, and then with a black pastel most of the time, and then color it in as if it was almost a coloring book, and then go back into it with acrylic paint to either smash out something that I didn't like and then redraw into it, and then use the paint as a kind of disrupting force, or a sort of rebellious element against the pastel itself. So there's a kind of aspect of, let's just call it rebellion in against the medium, and then at the same time a use of the medium, and that I think was maybe a kind of a way of describing to myself how I feel, my interior moods about the idea of something being, subject to the idea of perfection, and then wanting to destroy that element and re-perfecting it to a way that it was potentially, perfectly imperfect, and coming up with something that would, in that case, be original.
So the last phase is always where you take either acrylic or pastel that you crumble and throw at it. So it's always this sort of disturbance or because it's sort of too neat and you.
Yeah, in the two shows, the one on 80th Street at Monica Spruce Gallery and here, uptown, there are two black and white pieces. And those were not works that I originally painted the background with anything other than just a white gesso background. And then I drew a sort of non-figurative, but I was thinking more like the content of thought and sort of improvising on the idea of the content of thought. And then I crushed the pastels. When I went over the lines, like some of the lines were too dark and some of them were, you know, whatever. They just didn't, I wanted a sort of harmonic balance between the light and dark. And so what I did was I crushed the pastels, and when the paint was wet, I sort of sprinkled it over the surface of the pastel to get a kind of a some kind of a, whatever you want to call it, a celestial effect of a sort of a mental kind of I don't know what, a thought, you know, coming out of the pastel itself.
While we are in the technique, I also want to talk about just a little bit about the support, the paper, because you all of the works have done, or most of them, all of them here are done on several sheets.
Yeah.
By now, one could get large sheets of paper. So why do you decide to use several sheets?
Well, there's this one particular paper that I like to draw on that is only available in the
Come on, dude.
60 inches. And I wanted
Sneeze
to
in
make
my
the pastels
face.
larger. So I wanted to make them more sort of, I don't know, like
Weirdo.
human scale. And so in order to do that, we needed to cut.
Get out of here. Your sneezing ass self.
Sort of glue it together with the other one. And I've done that before with ink drawings when I had a show years ago in London. And I thought, you know, I could do this again. But this time I'll do it with pastel. So it was just to extend the scale because
Get
the
that
other
snot
papers
out of
that we could
there.
find, which are like, you know, rolls of
You
paper.
start
They're wavy.
splattering
they're
it
thin,
everywhere.
They don't
Like
stand
a
up to the kind of
Cats and pollock.
real. I mean, these things really take a beating. I mean,
Cats
they
and
really,
pollock.
you know, the amount of force, physical force involved
Cats,
with getting these pastels
Cats,
to sort
son.
of stick into the paint and to, you know, retain their color integrity, let's say, requires, you know, it really, I really have to put a lot of physical energy into it. And so that is what this paper is capable of handling. I mean, this paper.
But you could have, like, you know, Degas, to get back to him, he often used many sheets for his pastel. They're made of 7, sometimes 10 sheets, because he expands them. He starts with one and then he expands. But he has a guy named Paula, you know, from Colm, la Colm, français, the blue, who joins them so that you don't see the joints, or barely.
That's true.
It's
true.
But you decided to keep the decolletage in the middle of your work.
Yeah,
So you included the line, the cut.
You know what I was thinking about on that edge, on that line, on that concept, on that point? I was thinking of Bryce Marden. I was thinking about the way Bryce connected certain sheets of paper, and I was thinking about some of the abstract expressionist, where you really see the paper, you really see the division and the sort of connection between the materials, the paper, and I like that. You can, you know, as a viewer, look at the physical process to a certain degree of the work. You know, I don't mind that. I feel like it's like a quilt or a sort of I don't know what, it's like a primitive resource to making something larger without having to hide those kind of and sort of hide those elements. I wanted them to be, obvious. Maybe not obvious, but like at least
becomes part of your work. Yeah. Now, talking about how you're working, you said you were giving them a beating, and so you do not make any preparatory sketches, neither on a sketchbook nor as an under drawing, right?
No.
So this is all about improvisation, and this is maybe a good moment to talk about the music that you put on when you work.
Yeah. Well, improvisation, having been a music theory student and, learning about improvisation in music and also thinking about it in terms of art, I thought, the guiding light for most of the works that I was doing during this period of time was the album by Miles Davis called On the Corner. And this album was done in 1972, and it was after Miles had, sort of met and sort of talked with Jimi Hendrix, who was taking the ideas of improvisation from people like John Coltrane and these sort of sheets of sound and bringing them into, a sort of a new language of music. Okay, it was changing the lyrical aspect of music of, say, songs like the Beatles or songs like that were happening during the 60s, and taking it to a new level where it was about the idea of being a soloist. And as a painter and as an artist, you're a soloist. I don't collaborate with other people in my work. I don't have anybody touch my paintings. I don't want anyone ever, making a line or whatever on my work. There's many artists who do, but I don't. And I really, and so the On the Corner album of Miles. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll give you an idea what it sounds like. It's such a great album. Okay, so this is what it sounds like. Let's see if I know how to do it.
Will you hold the microphone?
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, so what happened was during the say from 2017 to about 2020, I had John Coltrane live in Sweden on my CD player, and every time I went in, I just simply clicked it and started again from the same exact album. And every day I'd go in and I'd work to the same thing. And so this time I was working from Miles Davis's On the Corner. But I was also working from Hendrix's recording of Machine Gun from the Isle of Wight. And it's another really intense song. And so there, to some degree, the protesting in their music, either with Machine Gun, it was a protest against the war. It was a protest against Vietnam. Miles's thing was a protest against his own reputation as a way.
Hey, Dondrell. You seen a show here in LA like 2 years ago? I'm jealous. I don't think I've ever seen a George Condo in person.
Break free from the way that people thought about him or how he was stereotyped. And so in my case, I just want to like always break free from any kind of stereotypical notions about myself as an artist.
It's also a piece of music which
Really big and square.
Rhythm, rather than a melody or something. Do you think
You know which gallery that was at? I wonder if I seen a YouTube video on it.
So. I mean, I noticed that like there are various tempos that are involved in music, and every tempo let's just take in a classical composition. A
Hauser and Wirth. Hey, this video is a Hauser and Wirth video. However it's spelled.
So say he wants, let's call it a saraband, and that's going to be a slower piece and a deeper and a more
this one's in New York.
A tempo or a largo, and then all of a sudden, there'll be another piece that's kind of a presto vivace, and this will be an up-tempo piece. So in any tempo that you play, none of the notes should be neglected, regardless of whether it's a slow tempo or up-tempo piece. And so when jazz players, like let's just say Coltrane, he decides to play a song like Giant Steps. Okay, it's an extremely complicated set of chord changes, and his solos, he has to hit.
Oh, he wasn't at his own opening.
His chord changes, and find a way to improvise so freely that you don't even notice that he's following the basic chord changes.
You happened to be riding by and seeing his paintings in the window, so you pulled over.
It's one of the most extreme cases. But in that sense, like, so if I'm painting really fast, it doesn't mean that I'm drawing really fast.
Oh, he was at the opening speaking.
If I don't, I cannot just transcribe the images in my mind, because what I have is a kind of a sort of let's just say a bunch of images in my head, and in order to get those images out as quickly as possible before they diminish or they transform or they change, I need to work quickly. And then
he looks like Chucky. Yeah, yeah, like he changed his hair color or something. Michael Myers in that jacket, just paint his face white.
When you want to get shadings that are very delicate, or you want to make changes in the work and sit back and look at it for a second and say, I really can't, live with this. I need to change it. And so the process works like, up tempo and then down tempo.
So do you make most of these works in one session, or do you go back to them the next day?
Well, it happens two different ways. Sometimes I make 2 in a day, and sometimes I make 1 in 3 days. I mean, it depends. If I get it right the first time, which is what I hope to do, I can just do it straight through. But if it takes more than 1 or 2 or 3 goes at it, I start to get pissed off and think like, this thing is giving me a hard time. I'm not too happy with the way it's behaving, and it's rebelling against me. And the more that it does, the more I kind of enjoy the fact that they are not so complacent, that they really want to put up a fight. And when a work wants to put up a fight, I'm happy to get in the ring with it and fight back. I'm looking for a knockout.
So, I saw you at work last week. You made a demonstration, which was terrific. And what struck me is that when you are, so you do the acrylic and then you are in the drawing in black pastel. And then
He thought he was getting shorter. He could be.
you look like
You get
it
older,
seems
you
like you are
start to
doing
shrink.
abstract work. You don't seem to be concerned at all with what subject, what you are doing. It's all about adding a triangle, putting in blue, putting so at what point, I mean, it's like it's an abstract composition in which there happens to be some eyes and some teeth.
So his head and posture don't. Yeah, that jacket doesn't help.
So at what point, or is there a point where you stop to look at it and consider the image and that this is a figure, a portrait of someone?
I think it, like you said, it starts with abstract kind of configurations of forms and trying to use the entire sheet of paper and making sure that I got everything that I want to sort of do on a sheet of paper in an outline, and then it starts to formulate itself into some kind of a figure. And
I miss that.
I think that what happens is that as I'm formulating and sort of creating a figure, it becomes almost like I don't know what, a psychoanalytical exercise to kind of create something that reflects a psychological state of mind that may involve anything from what you might call sort of psychosynthesis or transpersonal sort of psychology, and in the sense that you're dealing with ideas that come from some sort of subconscious or even unconscious ideas that are somehow either in dream states or in subconscious places in your brain that reach the surface, and the conscious mind starts to assemble those things in a creative manner. And so if I want the figures to represent the actual figures themselves, beyond just the materialistic way that they're dealing, not materialistic, but the materials that they use to make them. I want them to represent a kind of dystopian, sort of reality that we live in, and to reflect our times, and to reflect our mood and struggle, and to a certain degree the sort of question as to where are we, and what is happening to this world, and they are all to a certain degree just questioning. I believe that figures questioning their own existence.
So it's when you, at some point, you look back and look at what you've been doing.
I think I do it when I'm doing the lines. I think that what happens is when I'm starting them, they go from, because everything is so abstract these days, I think that I begin with abstraction and turn it into some kind of reality rather than go the other way around. And it is and then when you get to the point where you have something that you consider to be formulated and composed, that composition, which comes from, again, improvisation of some sort, where you're improvising parts and pieces and phrases and gestures, okay, and there's something of a self-actualization that takes place within the figure, and that is their own. And I try to pull myself away from the figure itself as a creator, and I want to somewhat, I don't know, I want the figure itself to tell me what it wants me to do. I think that I want to take away any of the, let's just say I don't know, the unconscious or whatever you want to call it, pathological morality aspects of the figure, and set it free and let it be itself, and let it exist in its own way without being inhibited by an artist or anybody to tell it what to do. And I think that this is a sort of a moment in politics where, without really discussing politics, that people just sit there and wonder, am I going to be allowed to be what I am and do what I want to do? Or am I going to, who is going to come along and, set me free from this, situation that we're in? And so as an artist, you can do that with your art, and art has that power to liberate its subjects from any kind of constraints that may be, imposed upon them by any form of, let's call it a political disaster. And so, I think that it's really important for people to know that things like music, art, literature, and
just say you're curious.
Powerful, and they have they have the freedom within them to express human nature without the constraints of any form of, let's just say, government, political entities, or anything involved with that. So I want people to realize that, that everybody can be themselves, and all my characters that look like they're really out there are out there because they are who they are.
You will make sure not to say too much if you're ever asked questions. After a while, it sounds like waves crashing.
Your characters.
You mean the answers are in the details of the artwork? However, I can elaborate. Just say you're curious. Waves crashing, seagulls pooping loudly.
It's never.
Yeah, you're right. I would sleep better knowing I said just that.
Something is going wrong with them.
I think that the reason they're simple is because people have two eyes, one mouth, and a nose.
Not really.
And I mean, there's not that much more to it. I mean, there are, sort of, but in my case, they might have like as many as I can possibly fit into it, or as many personalities as can be possibly seen at once. And the idea of being able to see multiple personalities at the same time, and understanding that what's internal, in what's happening internally, if you were to represent that externally, and to say it on the see the mind of the figure on the face of the figure, it's more interesting than simply looking at the face of the figure, and trying to just sort of replicate or represent it. I don't believe in representational art, for example. I think there is no such thing, because you can't get into representing reality when everything or anything in reality has its own being, and the self of that being is what really tells you what it is. And it's a sort of Aristotelian question to a certain degree. And so the idea of saying, let's be a realist and say, let's see it how we see it. And if you see things differently than somebody else, you have every right to see it that way. don't believe that, trying to represent something from what you think it is very sort of empirical or judgmental, and I don't like to be judgmental on those levels.
Mm-hmm. And anyway, it's not like you are trying to represent something. You're sort of making it up. I mean, creating something.
It does represent something, but it represents...
I was gonna say it has to represent something. It's a physical artwork.
It's the human figure.
He's trying to represent something on the page, on the surface. It's whether it's an idea or something he's in the world.
Certain, aspects of humanity. It's a imposition against sort of personal beliefs. It's all these things, and they are sort of, what I would say encompassed in the work in order to sort of remind us that these things are not constricted to those forms of sort of, I would say, governance.
And so you are...
Okay, I might have to listen to that too. Listen to that again, because that was way over my head. What the fuck did he just say?
I've been really focused on the human condition for the many, many years. I haven't really... I've done still lifes. I mean, I've done things like that, and I've painted sort of imaginary portraits, and I've painted things that involved various periods of painting interspersed with other periods of paintings where you have something like Franz Klein, and Franz Hals in the same painting, and I've managed to find a way to unify a collective manner of imagery without having to adhere to chronology, because I don't believe in chronology in terms of how one sees art. Like, oh, it started, this is, strictly, you can't do that because it's only available, you're only allowed to do that if you're in the Renaissance. You're only allowed to do that if you're in the 19th century or the 21st century or the 20th century. I think that any one of these kind of periods of time, any collective period of time, it's possible to synthesize everything into a singular image. I don't think that there's any point in saying, oh, you cut it off here, you cut it off there. It's like I said once, the Renaissance feels to me like it was yesterday, and contemporary art feels like it was tomorrow. And so it's always, you're in that moment.
Were there any particular artists in the whole history of art that you were looking at more particularly during those last 6 months when you were doing these works?
Not many, because I was so concerned and embedded with my own work that I didn't have much time or interest in looking at other artists' works that much. There's a lot of artists' works that are painting today that
Man, you splaining too much.
doing what they do. And we went and we saw together Sarah Z's show at the Guggenheim.
They're all just like, give me the paper and the markers already.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was thinking of just like...
They're like, we already know what this stuff is, dude. Just give it to us. What do you think, we're stupid?
Build up or a sort of a collective knowledge of how to create a surface, and then how to paint layers of paint, how to do glazes, how to do you know, the final touches, and then how to finish the work. And so all of it combined added into the aspects of making these works. I mean, there are no paintings that were not involved with preparatory activity. I mean, if you take a Caravaggio, he obviously painted the background using a kind of a reddish brown, and then he worked into it with a kind of method of catching dark and light. If you look at Raphael's drawings, you see that the paper is always a sort of reddish, he used a reddish chalk. I mean, so any artist always has a way of working that is recognizable. So I guess my work is recognizable in that sense, but you can't really tell what came first. You know, sometimes it's the drawing, and sometimes it's the background, and sometimes the background comes into the middle of the drawing to unify it. And I think that is a sort of, I guess you could call it an aspect of what someone like Franz Hals or Rembrandt said, was that you do need to include the background colors in the figure in the foreground in order to unify the two things together. And so, you know, there's an aspect of, let's just say, the light blue in the background. You might find that in a painting by David or something like that, that there's a certain light blue tonality in the skin tones, and that is a similar way of being able to integrate background and foreground. So integration of backgrounds and foregrounds is very important to me in using colors in the middle of the painting that are part of the aspects of the outside of the painting take place throughout these pastels.
So it always goes back to the technique anyway.
Yeah, it's all technique, you know. I mean, technique happens. A lot of the subject and a lot of the things that happen in the subject matter. If I was to get into a long discussion about, you know, this idea of sort of the psychological aspects of and the complexities of what I think is in the mind.
He's talking about if he got into a long conversation.
Completely subjective concept as to what's in their mind. Where I think the viewer has a much more, let's say, they are the ones that can decide what's going on inside the head of any one of these heads. The head itself is not going to tell you what it is. You're going to have to think for yourself about that. But in terms of the technique, I can tell you exactly what those techniques are, and you know, describe them and sort of make some sort of sense out of them. But,
well, the thing is, how many of these people paid to get in to hear him talk? And it's only 47 minutes or 48 minutes long.
And I thought, it just was too dark.
They got to get their money's worth.
That side, so I mixed that tone, which was a weird off-red, kind of like a alizarin crimson with a little bit of raw umber and a bit of white, and then I had painted the whole painting that way. And
George, I'm greater than George Condo.
Right, so I took the
I don't know about that.
And I mixed it with two other lighter tones, and then I repainted it with acrylic all throughout the right-hand side of the painting. And so only at the point where you see the little...
And this is the art world. You can't be simple.
You can see that...
They'll tear your butt apart.
Sort of show through that pink.
Unless you're Andy Warhol.
And the one on the right started out as a black and white and red composition. So there's some black still in there and some white. Some of the figures, the hands are in white. And it was black and white and red. And it just wasn't all that...
Everybody wants to know what the secret sauce is, man. They want to know what the secret sauce comprises of. Then they can say, oh, I understand George Condo a lot more. I know the secret. I know the secret to the sauce.
Mashup of lines. And they figures, and there is a sort of I don't know what.
You know, he used to work for Warhol, right?
Figures in the midst of this sort of mad gathering, but
He's told the story many times. I'm sure he gets tired of telling the story.
the green one behind us, for example, was straightforward. It was very
Yeah, that one's nice.
pretty green.
This one's pretty interesting. I haven't
And then I
seen
started working with the subject,
one like this from
doing
him.
it, and
You didn't know that?
gradually,
Yeah,
I think I finished
he used to screen print
That's great. I guess
for
I
him.
could hear you talk about every single painting like this, but are we taking questions from the audience? Or? No, no questions from the audience. Do you have anything?
I have questions.
Any question you want to ask yourself?
You can learn all about the art world. Just go on YouTube. There's so many different videos. In about a week, you can be an expert on the art world. If you know where to look.
The longest was that one, the one on the right.
Oh, your favorite, Dondrell.
Because of the fact that it was black and white and red first. And then it took me a long time to figure out, I said, I'm going to have to go back into it. And then I couldn't decide if I wanted to paint the gray or draw the gray. So I sort of mixed gray, pastel in certain areas that matched the colors of the background. Yep.
She's either a reporter or she's a painter herself.
I do. I like the ones that fight against me because I don't know where they're going to end up. And then, but I'm always happy when something comes easily.
There you guys go. 48 minutes of George Condo. Courtesy of Hauser and Wirth. Here's another one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Hauser and Wirth. I'm Amanda Stoffel.
It's still saying George Condo and Isabelle Derval. But the description is different. Here it goes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Hauser and Wirth. I'm Amanda Stoffel, Senior Director, and we are thrilled to have you here for this very special conversation with artist Kira.
You carry the pencil or the Posca marker.
Celebrating this remarkable exhibition called The Fact That It Amazes Me Does Not Mean I Relinquish It. This marks Baez's first solo exhibition with us, presenting all new large-scale canvases, drawings, and her first ever
Hold on a second.
sculpture.
I would ask him if he still carries a pastel pencil on him. Was he known to always carry a pastel pencil on him? You've been creative lately, Forward. He's been creative for a while. He's constantly doing stuff. Zot, you is one crazy, stinky mofo cat. Your ear is nasty, dude. How is your ear so dirty? Your ear is dirty AF. This one was from 3 weeks ago. Firile Baez. Independent host with artists. I don't even know how to pronounce her name. Firile. I saw he had one when he did another interview. Stinky cat, that's not good. Yeah, he's a stinky cat. His one ear has been bothering him. I need to keep on top of cleaning it. You don't like when I clean his ear. Yeah. Hold on, he's about to friggin' sneeze up a storm. Freaking sneezer. Sneezer Weezer. And it's like too hot to have this space heater on, but too cold to not have it on. Nice. It snowed, so I went to sculpt outside in the cat table. Yep, stay busy. Winter is a good time to take advantage of getting stuff done. Alright, we need to...
Complex and layered, Baez's works depict fantastical hybrid figures and reimagined worlds. Employing beauty as a powerful form of resistance and protest, Baez challenges traditional representations of history, nationality, gender, and race. United by common cause, the paintings incorporate a wide range of subjects including our history, science fiction, anthropology, pop culture, folklore, and fantasy. Should you find yourselves heading to Vancouver for the holidays, please be sure to see Fairway's solo exhibition of the Vancouver Art Gallery, currently on view through March 16th.
What is
Essence
this?
Harden, co-curator of Made in LA 2025, at the Hammer Museum and curator of the Focus section for Frieze LA 24 and 25 coming up. She has curated exhibitions at the California African American Museum, the Orange County Museum of Art, Art and Practice, Los Angeles Contemporary Exhibitions, Museum of the African Diaspora, and Oakland Museum of California, amongst many, many others. Essence is a regular contributor to numerous publications and exhibition catalogs and previously served as visual arts curator at the California African American Museum. We will definitely have a short Q&A after the talk, so please hold on to your questions. We will get to them. And thank you again for being with us today. And now please join me in welcoming Fairley Baez and Essence Harden.
Fairley Baez.
Hi, thank you all so much. Thanks for having us, Hauser, and congratulations on this really expansive, beautiful, and like demanding exhibition.
Thank you all for being here. This is overwhelming and delightful to see you all in a Saturday where you could be doing many other fun things in this holiday break. Thank you for being here.
So sweet. I think it's best to start at the beginning, which is we're here. Can you ground us in this exhibition? The fact that it amazes me does not mean I relinquish it. Concept, ideas around form, material, just like a little overview of where you were at when the moment was coming up to create this work.
So that is a lovely, huge question that we can spend the entire talk on. In terms of ideating the exhibition, it came at the tail end of a series of other exhibitions, so I had been kind of in flow already for a while. I had been in Somerset, England for about 3 months.
I heard that word again.
Exhibition at South London Gallery. The thing that you do
Hearing that word all over the place.
At an institution, you know how much of the budget will basically just be eaten up by transporting from one place to the other. So I was honored to be working with this new cohort called New Curators, where they give access to folks that wouldn't have had access to that education otherwise. So I was working with them over those 3 months, actually over a whole year, but culminating in those 3 months, to put together the most spectacular exhibition that we could both put together on a zero budget. And so I went to the countryside, and all this flora that you see in the paintings was just a glut everywhere that you walked. The walls were just bursting, like every crack on the concrete had a beautiful flower coming out of it. And so this just kept ruminating in my mind, and I kept documenting it without the idea of like, why does English countryside, why that like extravagant lushness is taken for granted. And so I kept documenting it, but keeping my eyes on what I needed to do for South London Gallery. Very different set of paintings, very much about abstraction and the figure, and a continuation of other work I had done before, the Siguapa series namely. And when I came to New York, after doing that exhibition, after conceiving all of it, I had this show to think about and to complete, and I just unpacked literally all the materials, all the things I had done, but also all the source images and the feelings around that, and laid that around me, rested a bit, and I think of my work like a tapestry, started reweaving different threads. Nothing that I do is distinctly isolated. I think my work, like a tapestry, just keeps reweaving itself, and I wanted to respond to these particular documents.
Oh,
and
man.
What I had been, as a filter, processing up to that moment just came through into what you see. So all that to say, I've been traveling, I hadn't been home for months, and I came back home and I had all this stuff to work with, and I used that as a way of responding to the world around me.
Amazing. That's really wonderful because I have this question around sort of site specificity within the work. You know, there's this art historian, Miwan Kwan, who talks about sort of site specificity within artworks and people who do public art and who respond to their environment as something that's sort of discursively determined. And when I was here kind of walking through and wandering around the galleries at first, I really thought about
Gosh, dang it.
obvious when we're talking about the maps that are in the foreground and how you sort of interrupt and disrupt them with these images, both abstract and figurative. But also
can't believe I
hearing
did
what you
this.
said about the work coming from your time in England, and then you're back in New York, and now it's here in Los Angeles. And I wanted you to kind of think through that with us, like how presenting work here in LA might have influenced or perhaps did influence how you thought of the layout or what the pieces were, knowing that you were in England for a long time, kind of considering the flora that was there, and then coming back to New York, which looks very different. So all these places are sort of also influencing what we see here, not just maybe the overall concept where you work within baths and bodies and form, but also those kind of regions.
Yeah, and so I think one thing to underline throughout all these works is that they are refracted through the lens of someone who's from the Caribbean, who has a very particular symbolic lexicon of color. When I reference color, I'm thinking of specific ideas. When I depict bodies, I am thinking of specific narratives. And I wanted to, through these works, create a very visible connection between these geographies. Even the sculpture that you see there, the painting that influenced it, was informed by my stay at the Headlands in Northern California. That's one of my favorite residencies. And they have these massive ancient palm trees that are like really shaggy, and I wanted to be able to like have that in the trunk of the body. So this signifier that for some people might be like, oh, she's a Caribbean artist painting Caribbean landscape. The fact that we are global and we are a nexus point should be noted and celebrated and taken as not a distant fact, but a formative part of who we are in these other landscapes, whether it's Norway or England or California. We're interconnected with the geography, the site, and part of why I wanted to have the title of the exhibition and to honor Edouard Glissant is the fact that he talks of landscape, the archipelagic landscape, like all the connected islands of the Caribbean, being thought of as being isolated, but to actually rethink of it as the tying narrative being the ocean, being the water around you, that we are more in relation with each other, more connected than we ever imagined. And if we start thinking of water, I mean, California had these massive amounts of water just being dumped. Like all that water made things lush that had been forgotten, lakes that had been forgotten suddenly reemerged. This understanding that what we think of as ephemeral, the boundaries that we impose in the maps, in our ideas, are active constructions, they're not reality. So to rethink of who we think we are, what we think we are, is a gift to be able to blur that and to get closer to what we might actually be.
Good. Oh man, I have like 3 threads of questions now popping in my head after you just said that. I'm gonna do this one first, and I'm gonna go to the other sort of idea. But so again, when I first saw the work here in the gallery, I was like, and I've listened to you talk many times and recorded things and then interviews. You mention, and it's always very brief, this idea of like a portal within the work. And when I was here, I was like, oh, it sort of reminds me, and we had a conversation earlier this week, of like an event horizon, maybe like less than a portal, where because of the sort of structure of the compositions you're creating and your technique and then the materiality itself, that we're kind of standing still, going through, and also maybe kind of reversing in time a little bit, that the event horizon, you can't really tell as you enter the black hole, right? What time now is doing, because you're in a different dimension. And we both love sci-fi, and the work itself feels so fantastical, and that kind of strange, critical, maybe like fabulation way that like Cydia Hartman might talk about. But I wanted to talk, or have you sort of think through, specifically with the work behind us, Aida Wido, this idea of the event horizon, this idea of space-time and different dimensions sort of being created or asked of the audience when being imbued with the work.
Yeah, so we talked about the active hallucination that it is to perceive art, or to perceive in general, that so much of the act of seeing is projection, and very little bit of it is quantitatively factual. Like, when you look at this painting, you think of a white ground, and this painting, in the act of mixing the color, absorbed more color than every other one around it. There is something that you have to, in The Invisible Man, Ralph Ellison's novel,
Talking
there's
about
this
time and
momenter, there's a
dimensions.
painter, there's mixer of paint that is, it's supposed to be a moment of frenzy and madness, but he talks about the perfect white has a percentage of black. And as a painter, you realize how much of what we construct to feel balanced has a lot of what would have been considered discord.
You okay, buddy?
So if you look at
Come
the
here.
painting there, you
Come
would
here.
think, how would this have that much red? But if I were to show you the palettes, like tubes and tubes of every possible color, for it to feel like it has a certain equilibrium. All the shadows, the trompe-l'oeil is an active fabrication. And I want you to both be comforted by this idea of thinking you know, but then to have the space or the grace for yourself as a viewer to understand that beauty is just a portal for letting you understand or to make you comfortable with discomfort. That if you're generous enough, then you can open up ways of seeing what limits we set for ourselves and perhaps for others. So part of like the figures being in this in-between space is an act on my part to have you think or project. Are they sitting? Are they about to get up? Is it a passive gesture? Is it an active gesture? I know what it is for me as a maker, but I'm really interested in understanding what you're putting onto them, and maybe having you question why you do what do you think of the figures.
Mother crapper.
It also leads into, you've made a bronze work for the first time, and
Yeah,
I was
it's
also
not all
intrigued
over
by
you,
the
buddy.
insistence of the different materials in the exhibition itself, and like why or how you're thinking of that relationship. It felt like kind of like a part two of the same ask of.
Yeah, so I guess taking it back to the title of this painting, Aida Wedo, and Aida Wedo in the Yoruba pantheon within the Americas is the rainbow snake goddess. It's actually non-binary, it's both female and masculine, but it's this understanding of to access higher knowledge, you have to first go through the spectrum of gender, the spectrum of the body. You have to be fully understanding of your corporeal limits to then access higher knowledge. And as much as I try within a painting to remind you, this is dirt on cloth, this is cotton, there's a history to both, there's a context to both, you are constructing along with me. There is still so much training, if you think of like cave paintings to the present, where we think we know. When we look at an image in a painting, they become psychic windows. You're not bound. Your body is not as bound, even though like the reason I make the larger scale is to make it feel like you are interacting with an object in space. But sculpture functions so differently. It's funny, in school we were taught that as humans we think human scale is 8 feet. Each one of us thinks that we're 8 foot tall folks walking around. Bodies, our energetic selves are just like at minimum that. So anything under 8 feet, we feel like we dominate. It's something that is like more easily dismissible or more minute. So thinking of the scale for the sculpture, it had to be at a certain threshold. And, you know, when you walk by her, you think she is human scale, but it is 10 feet tall. And if she were to stand up, she'd be 20 feet tall. So it's just amazing how the assumptions that are quickly made when we see things. And I wanted all the things that I was hoping for, that surrendering or that putting on of a guard when you interact with something, you can't escape from it when it's a sculpture. You're either want to dance with her or you want to battle. So, yeah.
Amazing. What is, there's so much analog material within your practice, and maybe just broadly speaking, how like, I don't know, like libraries or archives, like material archives have been present within your life. And I'm wondering if you can kind of bring this into the studio with you a little bit here, of how a piece is created, what are the archival materials, and that kind of relationship to your body when even doing the work, because I know there's like techniques that you use that move the canvas around from floor to wall.
Yeah, so there are many categories of materiality within the making of the work. The reason I started working with diagrams, actually shout out to Naima Keith, who created me into a show back in 2011 where I would get these book pages from DX session books all around New York, primarily Cooper Union, and questioning why they were being thrown away. Why would an institution DX session its material? And a lot of times it's not just of a divesting of material, it's a divesting of ideas and whatever is out of sync with who it thinks of itself as at the moment. And as an art student, it was really helpful for me to then question, like, where am I within that divestment? Am I aligned? Am I not? Like, what would those writers, illustrators, would the people who ideated those objects, would they have included me in their idea of the future? And then being able to intervene and go back and speak to them, but also leave a prayer or a loving gesture for people forward. So that idea of atemporality became a central point within those book pages. For these larger moments, the paintings, it became about a single moment in time. And it's like, how do you create this thing in amber that is able to act like a palimpsest? So it's easy enough when you have 200 pages that you can navigate, but what is it to have one document give you this feeling of being able to time travel? To like take your body and then like go through. And so they start in the ground, they start flat. Wherever I am, so like if you look at that tondo there, the orange one versus the pink one there, they were done 10 feet away from each other, and the composition of the floor in one room had more lime and the other room had more concrete. And if you look closely at the body, the terrain, the plumes of color, it's like very different. It's like cracked and bumpy, and that's all responding to the environment. It's a portrait of that space and that time. And then the one there is like softly blooming, and it can look like rivers. And if you are looking at a map and you have this shared understanding of what terrain is, like we have this shared language of abstraction of like, that's a river, that's a tree, that's like a city within a landscape. So then what is it to contain all those landscapes within a body? And then to further out into flora and to like to go from a literal abstraction.
Do they
created
see
by the
your art in our
environment.
future?
Something that responds to the dryness of the air, the cracked ground, absorption, all that, to something that is like illustrating it.
Thanks. I'm always so curious, like how the studio feels, and when you're like doing something at this kind of scale, right? Like being embodied, and there's these three words that kept coming up where I was like, okay, like senses and biological systems and abstraction, and how is that all kind of, it keeps just sort of, I don't know, popping in my mind like every time I'm looking at something of yours, and that relationship between the three. And I think it's kind of a historical question, because so much of the work is asking these historical questions, and we're sort of thinking through not only like, I guess, a reclamation of the past, but really this investment and interest in the present and these present bodies. And I guess just because, you know, you're Caribbean and you're born in DR, you lived in Florida, you live in New York, you travel quite a bit. I'm interested in your ideas around history. Like, I know that we talked a little bit about trio and the context or this ambiguity that historians pretend to offer. But like, you're really in the ambiguity, you're really in the abstraction of it all, and then this kind of sensibility of the body in relationship to that abstraction. I don't know, there's something there that I want you and I to maybe like talk through together, of just how you're working within the context of history while also kind of deferring to another type of truth.
So I like the quote of history doesn't repeat itself, but it definitely spirals in similar patterns. And so given where we are in the present, where truth and what is created by AI, how navigating seems so difficult when everything is so refracted. One navigational tool I love engaging is to just understand, like, at baseline, I cannot engage actively with the bombardment of information if I am disassociated from myself. So, like, if anything, these works, when I make an artwork, I want you to be able to, like, spiral back into yourself. Like, we're actively projecting out. But in that moment of stillness, of looking, I'm hoping that there is something that brings you back in, so that you can then question these moments in history. Like, there are so many different ways I could take you through this exhibition, and the exciting thing for me is thinking of even, like, what created modern capitalist states. Like, what were the models that were put in place all the way from the Silk Road to the present? What did the Mongol invasion and the Black Death, like, what were those things? How did they lead to the transatlantic slave trade? Like, I could just spiral in different ways of navigating into the world, and they all can anchor quite easily on the Caribbean as a point of what it is to be a modern human. As pleasant as that is, as much as I could geek out about that, I think it is my way of looking at the work. What I would like instead is to have whatever the viewer is geeking out about influence and anchor you into ways of exploring who we are together, you know?
Disciplines are you working within and through? I mean, obviously, like, you're a fine artist, you're a painter, but your influences seem so vast to me, like outside of the world of art, that actually create and kind of become matter within the work. Like, I'm just curious about like what you're reading and listening to, because it feels really vital to how you kind of create a body of work.
I think that's the best part of being an artist, that you can just be, I mean, Octavia Butler had that quote of her having an antenna mind. She was just like an antenna. So that as an artist, you were given the freedom to pay attention and to then, like, make note. You can't give the answers. You don't have, it's false to think that an artist can be the one to solve public policy. And you know, as much as institutions like to have us come in and do a workshop, you're not gonna solve the problems of food scarcity or miseducation, etc. But you can start giving pathways for better engagement. And so, all that to say, I grew up as a kid who had to like move around a lot, and anchoring interior spaces became a lifesaver. So in an alternate world, I am decorating interiors. And then, you know, given the madness around me, before going to art school, I had gone to community college and I was studying psychology. I could, in theory, in another world, also be like a psychotherapist. Or, you know, there's so many different pathways that life offers, and thank goodness for Cooper Union, because here I am.
We love it. Upstairs is a work, it's called Unbound. It's the only work that's there. And it was the last thing I saw, because it's the last room I went to. And I was like, oh, this is amazing, and like, I wanted to just ask you. So in the work, there's a map in the background, in the foreground, and there's a body, a leg that's sort of extended out, and then one leg is crouched. It's a thing that reappears often. Sculpture title of the exhibition as well. In that work, there's a line that's quite visible, and it's really legible, and I wanted to ask you where it came from and like what you were thinking, because it felt very different from the other pieces but it was much more obscured. And the line is, picture of organized nature as extending over the earth. And I was like, where is this from? Like, what is the reference that you're using here? And then you figured the body in this way, which feels really powerful and dynamic, but it was very bold, the language, to leave the language in the work.
So, multiple narratives. That was the first painting I did. That was my warm-up in Somerset, just like, get it done. And that was the first work, but it was a work that an image I had been working with for the sculpture. So to create that tense gesture of the figure in the sculpture, you can't just cast that. Something that happens when you're casting a body, it freezes. It takes so long for the plaster to cast that you kind of have to relax into it, so you don't get that denser like tension of the muscles. And so that meant I had to work with different live models and carve that out. So it came out of hundreds of photos in the round of different bodies to create that gesture. And that particular one was a model named Laura that just had like that extended
Dude.
but very difficult pose to do. If you
Crazy.
try to get in the pose of any of these figures, you realize how hard it is to hold that in duration. And so one thing that happens when I look at these diagrams,
stop.
sometimes is that I will have a flickering image.
Crazy.
The goal is to get as close as I can to that apparition. And that one was just easy. It's just like the hubris of some of these diagrams. You'll see that the green figure there were these didactic materials that were meant to be for educational purposes. That one there is a set of cards that were made for the French Dauphin that were meant to teach him geography, but also to actively play at colonization. And that one, about 200 years later, was designed to teach children how to view nature. And nature as this tidy, organized thing within a hierarchy of possibility. And so organized nature as extending over time. This idea that you contained all time, all nature, all things within human control. And so I kept thinking of that Bjork quote or that song where she's like, I thought I could organize the world around me, how Scandinavian of me. And so listening to that song in Somerset in the middle of a rainy winter, and like, actually it's like summer in Somerset felt like winter. There's like that Twain quote of like the worst winter of his life was a summer in SF. That was that was Somerset. It's like lovely and lush and like so green, but so cold. And that figure is meant to be just like a powerful extension over that landscape.
How much is intuition kind of playing in what you're doing here? Like, is it guiding you? Is it like daydreams? Like, how does the work come to you?
So I get that flicker of an image, and the goal is to get closer to that, but it means that if I ever try to pre-sketch and stick strictly to that sketch, I will miss the image altogether. I have to, as much as there is painting, there's an erasure. For everything you see, there's probably like 3 things erased within it. So it's this negotiation in space of like getting to the right light, because they're all imagined or they're all constructed. It's actually harder to make them fully, because the lighting, to make something believable and trembloid, like the more rendered things are only in oil. I feel like that's the beauty of oil, that it's so elastic that
Oh
you
my
can
gosh,
just
Zato.
tweaking it until you get exactly the right light. And that meant that I had to figure a way of how to make it believable that the light that was from one direction could exist in the light that was from another. So it's just very technical things that are so crucial for something to feel like effortless.
Go. Get
Really
up there.
good. I have
Get
one
up
last
there.
question, and then we
Come
can
on.
open up for the
All right.
audience.
Amazing. A-hole.
It's a quote from Sadia.
Move, guy.
And she's talking about critical fabulation, which is how she understands her
Man,
practice.
an a-hole, dude.
And the quote is,
Oh my
in the
gosh. Come on.
context of
Move.
such enormous structural violence,
Come
how
on,
is
move,
it
move,
possible
move.
to imagine that a beautiful
Move.
life is possible?
A-hole.
Even more
Move your
unthinkable
a-hole.
was the idea that
Move
one
your
might
a-hole.
create it, not in the future, but now.
Move your a-hole.
And I was like, critical fabulation is something that we talked about a little bit.
What's up, bud?
And I really do think
What's
that
up?
the work is an attempt at
You just
effort
made a
to
mess
have
in your
relationship,
bed.
to have like the now, the present,
Yeah,
that
you
really
made a mess in your
true.
bed.
And I wanted to pitch it to you, this quote that you haven't heard because it was, I just thought of it earlier today.
Mother crudders.
That idea about what you're doing, what the attempt, what you're hoping to achieve from your practices.
Go lay down.
I know we agree on this, but I want you to like talk it through.
So I think that
Dude, go lay down.
speaks to being comfortable
What are
in
you up
active
to?
antonyms.
What
That
are you up to
are
with your butt?
experiencing the horror that it is to be
Your butt.
alive in a
What
certain
are you doing?
space, but also
Come on.
that
What's up?
crucial beauty
Dang,
necessary to
trouble.
navigate it, to survive it.
You are
And
trouble.
I
Easy.
reify that every day. I think that's part of the work. Like, you're not denying either, but you cannot exist with either. You cannot ignore. To do one, it doesn't mean erasing the other. You have to be able to be proactively comfortable in both. There was I think it was Sophie who was telling me that, you know, to live in New York and to live in California, don't stay in New York so long that you become hard, and don't stay too long in California that you become soft. And I'm like, that's like someone with a very limited range of what is possible in the world. You can have in this space the lushness to understand that every space brings complexity, and that to acknowledge that complexity and to revel in it is how we can create something that is like more truthful of who we are, because we're not these like distinct mapped out binaries.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, so you have a question. I hope that you do.
Hi, Fairley. Mark Godfrey helped me come see your work and gave me a walkthrough, and I was so blown away by your paintings. And I just wanted to say you're incredible. And I'm really curious about this Iguapa and this female, or maybe not female, but this protagonist and myth, and if you see them evolving as a protagonist, its story. What's next for the Ciguapa? Is this body of work complete, or can it evolve and continue, and does its story continue?
I think this body of work is an evolution of it, and I mentioned before how my work is like a tapestry. These are threads, these are elements that will continue throughout my life, a little bit like Bourgeois' spider. Like, there's a character that remains with you and will keep informing, and as I evolve, it'll likely evolve. If you spoke to someone who grew up with the stories of the Ciguapa in the Dominican Republic, they'll have very specific parameters for it, and what being an artist has allowed me to do is to create those parameters into a Rorschach that allow me to navigate relational experiences, but also maybe give room for people to also project in that same light. Thank you. Also, I like tough questions. If you don't like something, if you're like, why? This makes no sense. I like those.
Here's a tough question, not really tough actually, but it is maybe for you to have a critical moment within your own practice. What feels like the limit to you? Like, what feels like something that didn't feel resolved when you were in the studio doing this exhibition that you, I don't know, feel less than excited about, or you really like perceived it as a strong limit with where you were at within your practice?
I burn my soul. I don't hold back. And so I feel like it's just time and budget. But like in that sense, like to get this show done, given the timeline, like you have to enter a specific headspace. Like it was a spiritual outpouring. I know that's not maybe not connect, but like to get this done and to calibrate it, it was like my first time in this beautiful space. I remember walking into this
Get over in your bed. Go.
gallery space and being like, what would I want to manifest in there? How would I want people to interact? And I wanted it to hit a certain energy, and to get to that after working so hard on all these other things, I was like, this has to be focused and it has to be specific. And the very last painting, so that was the first, nature extended over time, and the green painting in that room was the very last one. So it's like the human hubris of order versus nature being itself. So that was actually a pour done outside in the rain. So everything I would do, the rain that would come 15 minutes later would just quickly undo. It became about being comfortable with things that I loved being erased, and then just continuing to respond to that. So, you know, in a Sophie's Choice kind of space, that's my favorite. Because it's so much about co-painting. Like, as much as I would do, it was about leaning into what the environment was giving me.
If there's one more question.
Hi, Farili. My name is Shelly. Hi. And I'm just such a massive fan. I'm just a Dominican girl who walked into the ICA and saw so much of my culture just sprawled on the walls. And I remember there was this particular piece where there was like this beautiful woman and just all her awe and like waves and just so much of our island like in her actual body. And I've studied Black studies and politics, and I've never so vividly seen it be captured in art. And I guess I'm wondering, working within such an expansive archive, how do you know that a piece is done? And that might be a very simple question, but you are now a part of such a long tapestry, as you say, of trying to understand our being and our purpose in this world. So do you believe pieces are done? And I guess how comfortable are you with your art being continued to be manifested and transformed long after you, right?
Thank you. It's an honor to share space with you here too. I mean, you are the continuation. It's like whatever you do will be that manifested in reality. Like, and then we will hopefully create space for others. But in terms of to answer your question of when do I think a piece is done, there are some documents. It's not so much that I think the piece is done, but whether I responded fully to a context or a document. And so you'll see some grounds repeated. And it's more like there's this one building. I love this one series of blueprints from Louisiana. It was part of the WPA, the effort to engage architects and artists and artisans. They were documenting historic sites within that region, and one of them is this marine hospital that to me looked a lot like a Dogon mask, and I wanted to reference that mask in the work on top of it. And then in the process, you have to listen to the paint. As much as you have a preconceived idea, the paint will do things completely other. So one of them became this massive hokusai wave. I wanted a mask. The paint said, no, girl, we're gonna do this like ablution instead. And then I tried again, and I started with this like Mardi Gras Black Indian mask, just like this profusion. Okay, we're gonna try the mask again. And then it subsumed the ground. So it's like something that I will keep going over until I respond in the way that is closer to the original hope or intent. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Gosh. Yeah, nice. Fucking gosh. October's going nuts. You're going nuts, buddy. He was nutty. His furs everywhere. He is nutty. He's a nutty buddy. 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 Actually, I forgot how to do that. You nutty buddy. You so nutty. Mr. Buddy. And nutty buddy. Yeah, it was not bad. Can't say I got all of it. I'd have to watch it again. I don't know. I didn't really pay attention too much to the visuals, so I didn't see a whole lot of her artwork. I know I've seen her name around on the internet. What else do we have here? I thought well, I guess there's one by Jack Whitten. Bought a Hauser and Worth today. Let's see.
I'm just
curious about this question of the image. I'm just curious, what is an image?
This is only less than 20 minutes.
Surface that has a complexity that we can't really comprehend. Or would you interpret it in the same way? If they were both perfectly.
I think like it does go into quite a profound philosophical rhetoric straight away.
Kind of reminds me of painting can show you infinity and life and endlessness.
So I'm going to do that thing of working everybody again. Henry, Linda, Josh, and Carolina. And
Yeah, a different different take on the male-driven art world, the white male-driven art world, and that's what we need. Other voices, not just the same old, same old. You know, I enjoy all the painters, artists from the past, but we definitely need new voices. Gosh, man, that one is snot.
And if it's there, how does it...
You and your snot, bud.
How does it emerge? How does it function?
Okay, we are going
I'm just quite curious
to
about
highlight.
this question of the image. And I'm just curious, what is an image? This is also selfishly, it's something I've been asking in my own work.
I think it's a really good question, and I'd like to hear what my colleagues think. And I'm going to ask a question back, just in that, you know, we have also in this space 3 things we would call sculptures.
Oh my gosh, Sato. I need to get something to wipe my screens off with. Jesus God.
Is this an image? Do we think? Is it an image? I don't know. So my immediate feeling is this is not an image. I don't know. That's my immediate reaction. This is not an image. So I think it's, and maybe this is kind of treading over old ground. There's something interesting about this thing is in the space. It occupies the same space I do, so it feels like it's not an image. But then am I kind of falling into the trap of saying these are images because they're on the wall? So are they?
Alright, I gotta wipe down these damn other voices, new voices, with a different take on
I think maybe the conversation
the world.
is this idea of materiality is very present. Materiality contradicts what
Sato, you just turn my screen into a big snot catch.
Even within this, there's some kind of form of healing. It kind of dissolves into a kind of surface that has a complexity that we can't really comprehend. You know, this is why it's so important to be here and to see it as a physical thing.
No, that's good. That's really good.
When you say that's not an image to you, is that just because it's 3-dimensional?
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying that my initial response is I don't think I would call that an image. And then I'm kind of questioning myself.
How the hell?
Why is that my default sense? I think it's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to it, but I think my default thing
When you
is
say
not.
that, it's like, well, what makes this more of an image?
Yeah.
Because to me, like talking about material, like this is just as much sculptural as this.
Absolutely. I think this is definitely an object and has sculptural qualities. I don't know if that has image qualities, and then I'm wondering what I mean by that sentence, but am I falling into this sort of thing of, oh, it's a rectangle on the wall, so it's an image?
Let's not mince words here. Jack Whitman was an incredible material painter. He pushed at the boundaries constantly. These things, he was like on the edge of something all the time. To come out of what was happening in like New York in the 60s, where everything was about gesture, to then bring the abstract language of that into portraiture with his Black Monolith series. He's making work about identity before that whole identity politic idea even exploded.
I appreciate that. I don't really feel like I have much of a voice, but
And how it manifests the image. It's not the touch for me, it's about the images.
You don't use it, you lose it, or you don't use it, you never gain it.
These paintings are almost powerful, but also there's a threshold between sculpture and printmaking. Having a background in printmaking myself, and this has got a lot of language.
I feel like everybody's voice
You think of things
has value.
monotypes and monoprints, and his development tool could be some sort of matrix as well. So it operates on so many different levels, and that's kind of part of the boundary pushing that you're talking about.
Even the crazy MFers.
Which is kind of instinct. So there's all this pushing of boundaries, but then there's this extraordinarily conventional idea
Where'd my
that
stuff go?
everything's going to sit in a rectangle.
I think the most successful art exos were the ones who created what I would call them, or what a lot of people call them, all over abstraction. The ones where the edges of the canvas don't feel like the edges of the work. That could continue forever, right? Like a really good poke. That could just continue, right? So he's like, he's hemmed himself in. I don't think these works like push outwards, and that's where they're real strength.
This is like painting when it's done on a rectangle or given format, it's still much you can do.
But don't we want to get into subject? I mean, Jack Burton is all about subject. So Jack Burton stepped out of that, New York school, let's call it, and started to talk about subject, and like making his own room in art history, which is about blackness, about being an African American painter, about subject, all of his Black Monolith series, even his early ghost paintings.
It could almost be like a photograph, like coming back to that idea of the image.
What's the phrase like?
The one shot. So kind of like a monoprint, I guess. Like
Yeah, everybody has a different take on equality. Some people don't even think they're worth anything.
That phrase is very resonant with one shot.
Others think they're more valuable than anyone else around them.
Because they've made a tool that you can make a squeegee. Yeah, you can make an painting with one
It's the world in flux, trying to find balance, which will never be attained.
Those works, the one gesture works,
Because it takes work to balance, to be balanced.
from the wider narrative of abstract painting. And what you really wanted to do
It's a never-ending.
identity and being a black historical artist. That's what I think.
Never-ending state of having to be aware.
Space within art history.
I disagree. I think it puts consciousness before that. Before identity is one of those types of black artists that can write a bit like Frank Golding, but didn't necessarily want to be pigeonholed as a black artist and didn't want to operate in a vacuum as a black artist. We've started sort of edging into this content.
I've been drawing and cutting out cats, have about 30 cutouts, but I don't know what to do with them. Any suggestions? I thought you were making cards. I thought you were like putting them on cards.
I walked in here tonight, flush eyes. I looked at these paintings and I thought, actually, you all too young to remember, but televisions used to look like that.
30 cats.
I thought, is that what he's doing? I didn't know he did these in the 70s. Because he's just replicating what television is.
Yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff with them. You could adhere them to one big canvas or panel or
and there's everything about. I even like the fact it's
some kind of material, fabric, textile, or like do the cards, or
his identity as a black man. I think it'd be good to just
leave them as is and display them
maybe. Josh, you would
as together as little individual pieces that you can lay out into a space
expand on that. Can
you can hang them
see the activity of hanging as a way of posing the question?
so that they flutter around in space.
So I'm looking at these and thinking, what I'm seeing is paintings that continue along the side of the sculpture, so they've been stretched afterwards, probably I say very clearly. So I'm curious as to what he was actually originally working on. Was it actually a big rectangular canvas, or was it paper, or was it slightly more less rectangular shape? And then he'll also ask me the question, okay, who
You can
decided to hang this from
mail them to random places.
vertically?
You can leave them as tips at a coffee shop or a restaurant. I guess if it were a restaurant.
So that's the kind of question. And then
You can hide them places.
yes, these are interference lines that talk about TV. But I also
You can put like little messages on the backside and hide them places. Go to a library and hide them in between pages of random books. And put like a message on them, a quote or something.
Relationship between technology and
Whatever.
and Jack was really interested in technology and science, the most recent developments, and I think what he wanted was to anchor his paintings in the contemporary.
You could turn them into postcards and mail them places.
Painting, it's something that keeps on happening, and of course, sometimes also 20 years later, a few decades later,
Yeah, that was pretty fast. We'll do these.
Technologies, digital imagery technologies, but also scientific developments. That was really, as you say, cutting edge.
I think they look less contemporary if they had colour on them, because I think colours are so dark into like certain eras that you look more like a 70s scheme. I just want to go back to Josh's original question, which was
You're the cat manager.
asking the viewer. And for me, I think like it does go into quite a profound philosophical rhetoric straight away, in that it's sort of talking about existence and the play with light and dark. It's like it's a very, for me, very spiritual, almost a meditation. And maybe that's something to do with the way the patterns or the lines and then the disruptions in the lines come across. And there's also colour play, so it's not specifically with that one, but with some of the other ones, if you go up close, they're black and white, but then from a distance you can see blues or yellows or purples. So I've made some sort of optic illusions are going on, which again kind of links back to the sort of spiritual philosophical thing, sort of thinking about meditations and going into altered states. So I think they're definitely asking a lot of the viewer.
We also talked about the studio as a laboratory. That's something I thought would be interesting to unpick a little bit, but there's very particular use of language around that, and maybe thinking when we think of the word laboratory, what do we immediately associate that with? And I'm assuming we'll immediately think of test tubes and things bubbling and sciencey experiments going on. So I think he would have made that association and yet wanted to talk about the studio as being that kind of space. So how does that differ from the idea of the studio as a studio? Why did you call the studio a laboratory?
You like to think about what you made before and after.
Your question about whether they're contemporary, to me, that's part of what makes them feel contemporary. Is I think we're seeing this moment right now in which technology and art and conceptual thinking and emotional thinking are all sort of
Yeah, I don't know if I give much thought to before, maybe a little bit of after, but
because I think one of the other things that's so interesting about it is that adoption of or interest in science
I guess there's a lead up to things, so maybe I do think about it.
Actually given over to the machine. You know, there's a real relationship to it, but this is absolutely about a person. Does anyone say anything about these small pieces?
I would have the question about how contemporary would the works feel if that part of it, as someone mentioned, the colors have a role to play in that.
We were talking about painting, we were talking about what's stable and what isn't. Can you see colour as a substance like painting? You know, rather than thinking whether it's stable or not, what currency does it have? And we talked about, I mean, we talked about
Make sure I'm doing this right.
Black and white isn't a colour. You know, is that colour or not? And as well, how does it, what kind of substances it has as a colour and language in the same way? Can you talk about that in the same way that you talk about painting?
So I'm also coming to this artist with fresh eyes, and all I'm seeing is like a retro reaction to the birth of the screen, like once like you're pointing static TVs and stuff, and then these like opposite to what you think feel more contemporary because they've got colour, and like these are like photocopies. It's like it all apart except for this one, which feels, I don't know what that sounds about.
Does that feel dated?
It does feel dated, but I think maybe it's the kind of aesthetic.
It's strange because although he was dealing with contemporary, very contemporary technology of his time, he kind of, because of that, he took it out of the contemporary and out of the time that he was living in, which is why I think they still feel contemporary now, and they will continue to feel relevant in recent, wherever they're placed and when they are placed.
Looking at that and thinking about how it seems
They could have turned this into a TV show. This.
when I look at it, there's always, every time I look at it, there's different shapes that kind of move around, and they look like simple lines that blossom, and then
I don't know if this is like a class.
you were kind of pixelated. Weird abstractions. Like, and I've never looked at the television and had something like that. So
Yeah, artists, tutors, students exploring responses to Witten's groundbreaking work.
Infinity and life and endlessness. And televisions can only show you some pixels.
So I don't think we've got to those with any interest in the screen whatsoever.
My characters could be 3D.
Deeply devoted.
Illustration could be 3D characters in a show. Yeah, somebody else can do that work, not me.
Kind of orators or forward thinkers or whatever. That's what makes an incredible artist. So those paintings are ahead. Now we're thinking about the screen. Now we're thinking about the strafe. Now we're thinking about the iPhone, the iPad. Who's making these decades before that?
Maybe these can show us that technology, its ultimate failing is it cannot produce the ineffable. Only life and nature can produce the ineffable, and only humans can make the ineffable, which is art.
I know I've heard of Jack Witten before. We'll give it a like. Painters on Painting. Oh, I wonder if I saw this one. This was on Fearley. People doing the same thing, discussing her work. I get to actually see the work. Is this the first time you've made these characters this way? Yeah, every time I make a character, it's the first time. I'm not really... The first book didn't show these characters too much. I think they made an appearance maybe once or twice in the first book. So they're active a lot more in this story
This
than
is
the
a
last
direct quote,
story.
actually, which is the body of work that entirely inspired this exhibition for Pierre, and that exhibition title is called "The Fact That It Amazes Me Does Not Mean I Relinquish It," and that's actually a direct quote from a poet writing
Yeah, this was gonna cause me some problems.
poet and writer and philosopher named Eduardo Glissant, and him being one of the leading voices to help us think about histories of colonialism today and how it particularly relates to Caribbean culture. So how might we relate the Glissant quote to Biden's paintings? So just looking at her like paintings, I understand that there's a lot of like theory behind it, maybe her own theory she created for her own thought process. Like you said, she did take this from a direct quote from one of her favorite philosophers, but I felt like she didn't claim it as hers. She used it and she gave it back, but in a way where she recreated the quote to interpret her own thought process for her artwork. As an artist, she's someone who she's reading theory and philosophy and poetry. She's reading folk tales.
The most crispy. You haven't seen anybody else do crispy work.
And we can kind of feel all these different kind of narratives play in the
There's
work.
tons of people that are doing work better than mine.
How she builds paintings that have the capacity to tell stories. A lot of her figures are really just angled really hard, and I can imagine myself in those positions if I feel strain in different parts of my body. So I see that the story of like.
But I appreciate that. I mean,
How she said some of the components she doesn't even really know what they mean herself. She just kind of allows her mind to go.
and every time I look at somebody's artwork on the internet, I'm like, dang, I wish I could do something like that.
What she's intaking and putting out with just the range, like the capacity, the colors, the positions.
And then I just do my own work.
I feel like through the images that she has and all the different positions that the women in the paintings are, usually we have the lack of facial expressions, lacks the emotion, but the positions, the pose of the body gives that sense of like, well, in my interpretation, I feel like it sends like the sense of turmoil or like longing, just to the fact that some of these paintings, like some of them are hunched over, the color, the lighting, the shading, where it's just going dark to the side, gives off that sense of what's going on in a person's mind, in a sense where the flowers are like the idea of blossoming from that, or the thoughts that blossom from what's going on inside somebody's mind, and it just gives off like that story, and it's like the context of everything going is in the background, or the images when she has like prints. It seems like prints to me, but I'm not 100% sure. How each of them have different interpretations, like fires is associated with anger, water is almost like calmness or sense of drowning.
Okay, so there is this color.
The backgrounds of these paintings introduce a colonial theme to this exhibition.
Although the map is like the frame of this entire piece,
It's weird that green color goes all the way
confined to the map. You see
down.
it kind of like peeking out from the top and from the bottom, and so I feel like that's a really nice play, like how it isn't just confined to just
So, where's the hair?
ideals and thoughts.
I think it's a stark contrast between like the kind of the cartography of the New World and kind of like the detailed like kind of forefront of the painting, and especially with the painting back there, I think what the author is trying to remind us is that it's not about the land and the feeling of grandness. It's about the things you interact with. It's about
Thank you.
and what your cultural heritage is.
It's just, you know, you put the time into it and you can make anything crispy.
Each background is
Or you can burn it to a crisp.
is part of when we're looking at the work, are we wanting to kind of place the figure in that particular background, whether it's a map or a more detail from an illustration, or how are the backgrounds kind of informing how you are reading the paintings? I really like this painting, the background. I just feel like
as compared to the other ones, it makes more sense because, not that it makes more sense, but it's placed in, like, the figure
Very
is placed in
beautiful.
an actual scene, and I really like how it contrasts with the background, whereas the other ones are more like a big idea of a certain region, whereas this one is like an actual like time and place.
Alright.
I think about what the foundation of colonialism is, of a perception of order. You see this really clean map and crisp lines, then you have what the world is. It is a beautiful chaos.
Maps are man-made, and I think also that's why I see the maps as masculine, something that gives the painting maybe a system, or it organizes it, and the female body is, and the flowers, they are really feminine, so I like the contrast between the masculine and the feminine.
I think it's fascinating because the map itself is like the very symbol of racism and Eurocentrism, right? Because Europe is the only continent that has an E in the beginning and the end. Every other continent is with an A, right? And so it is the ultimate symbol of otherism. And so for a person of color to use that symbol and paint this on top of it, it's like this beautiful middle finger, right? To colonialism and to like the symbolism of this archaic world order that, you know, we're all subjected to.
This is this beautiful, feminine, but also grotesque and complex and figure that that honestly, as a feminist, we should focus on and like beautify that and focus on that and have that balance of both the feminine and masculine. Within colonialism, it's a lot of like societal layers that she's adding within her pieces, which is just said so beautifully and tied together in this piece.
This is a beautiful chaos. I'm not a geographer. I'm not sure what the map even consists of, to be honest, but I know for her, she incorporated this with her own painting to have this contrast where we do question those things like, why is there a map behind this motif, this beautiful deity? But it doesn't take away from the actual figure itself. It almost is like a beautiful like balance between the both of them. Even though the back is really masculine and the front is very feminine, it's like it just kind of reflects on it, like with each other in a way where it gives you that like question, like what is, because me personally, I can relate to the painting in the front than I can in the back, or the print in the back.
The figures are like very feminine, I know, and very like beautiful and sensual, but also like empowering. I know it's shown in like the brass sculpture and the painting upstairs. It's this very powerful stance. But specifically for this one, I love because she talks about like the natural world and everything, but the way her technique and like the natural way that she uses the material.
Thanks for the emojis.
The body is the earth and is the world. Like you can see the continents and the atmosphere within the body, which like kind of creates a whole other like almost environmental aspect to her painting.
As I strolled across the gallery, I noticed kind of a commonality between the female figures in this particular exhibition. I noticed that every single one is only portrayed from the lower half and down, and I think that that is a very powerful statement in how we as a society relate and think of the female body. I think that we as a society, when we think female, we think the hips and we think the pelvis. We don't think the face. And I think the lower part of the body really exemplifies that. I also noticed that every position is very feminine and sensual, as someone else said before me. Yet she's not scared to add hip dips or fat. It's very natural. Every position, although like feminine and sensual, it's still comfortable. It's still relaxed. And the feet are always the darkest part. They're very grounded. Yeah, I find a lot of beauty in that.
And another thing that I noticed in the commonality between the paintings is how beautifully the gradient goes between floral and almost biological. It goes from very dainty and luscious and beautiful into almost grotesque and juicy, almost like an organ.
We could also see the body as a vessel or a vase, because there are also the flowers, and yeah, maybe the body is really materialistic, but then also our mind, also the bubbles, they could symbolize
Hey
maybe
Dima, how are
something
you?
ethereal, or airy.
Thank you for dropping through.
There was a word that you used to describe it, which was a joyous rebellion. It's almost like a metamorphosis, but
Hope you are doing well. We're just working
That's what it
on
kind of
some
sense of it, 'cause they're all
illustrations
struggling, they're turning into
for
something
kids'
beautiful,
book.
but not, you know. So I love how she captures that. Her subtle way of using very stylized strokes, but then like upstairs is one where she kind of lets you know that, you know, I can do a real looking leaf or a real looking flower, and she's super detailed in some parts, but in other parts she's not.
I thought that a lot of her paintings were about creation or birth, and I feel like that's what I got out of seeing the lower half of the bodies. That's what women are the strongest for, like creating. Also, it's the color of Gaia, the goddess of earth.
As we were talking, a lot of you were noticing these different motifs, the maps, the feathers. So what do you make of her symbolism and imagery? What stood out to you?
What I see the tequila bottles as is, in a lot of rituals in South America, alcohol can be a way of cleansing and purifying the spirit. And so when I look at the tequila bottles poised with these absolutely fantastical creatures, I almost think of them as protective.
It reminded me how in native stories, as like the colonizers came on their boats, they're like, what are these weird clouds going over the horizon? But the painting is brought in like such a beautiful and like soft way. It's almost like introducing the horrors in a very like easy and digestible way.
I just instantly thought of the Constitution and just all these men in one room deciding several policies, laws, and just things that till this day affect us and just us as a community, and these atrocious feathers that they were signing all these things with, and just to me it seems like it's covering the horrors of history with these big fluffy things that basically sold us to our fate. And she's doing that in this portrait, and the choices of displaying these maps and having these hidden little things within under the feathers, but not being able to you fully visually see them. What else do we think is going on with her use of juxtapositions, these hybrid creatures, things transforming?
Does anyone see that idea of transformation, or even the symbolism of Christianity and ideology that you were mentioning in the piece that we haven't really addressed back here? Is one of the only ones that doesn't really have a figure like we see in all these other ones.
I know there is not a human figure in this, but going back to the use of religion and Christianity, I know that snakes are used as a symbol for femininity, and so it's almost like there is a figure for this piece, because even though the snakes is
Okay, guys, I might have to go run.
but
And
in
Aaron, I
other
need to pick
older
something up for my
religions,
wife.
the snakes is feminine and a symbol of healing and transformation. So even though there's not a human figure,
Hopefully I can
as
continue on when I come back. But I'll probably
through the use of multiple snakes coming together as the snake king, like a rat king, but a snake king.
probably end the stream
Is the message that
and then start a
nature's
new
feminine
stream up.
is strong. It's another way to look at a woman without her outside facing.
But I appreciate you guys Especially full of rain for hanging out with
like
me.
if you kill off the world, there's still gonna be plants growing after us. They'll be here when we aren't.
I know there's
And
not a
I've
whole
been thinking
lot
a
of
about the mass movement,
action,
even if I don't pay attention to
excitement going on,
like the actual places they
but
represent. In terms of colonialism, yes, they'll
I
own the land,
appreciate
but they
you
won't
hanging
own the
out.
stories or the resilience or the creativity or the flowering that's gonna grow out of it. Just the physical place, not the inside.
One of the reoccurring motifs is usually this folkloric creature called the Chicacua. And it's a Dominican folkloric creature that is taught to a lot of youth and children as she's a woman of the forest, all by herself. You don't want to end up like her.
The artists reutilizing Chihuahua as a sort of figure of resistance within nature, but I wonder and pose the question that does turning it into bronze within a Western tradition run antithetical to the fact that it's a symbol of colonial resistance, where we're using resistance within the system itself.
What Pierre wanted to do, kind of bringing it back to this idea of reclamation, is instead of looking at this creature as negative, she's a very powerful force. If your feet are backwards and you try to follow someone with backwards feet, you're going to end up nowhere because you're going the wrong way. And essentially, she's this traceless being, so she's free to do whatever she pleases. And I feel the choice of bronze in particular is a shout out to that classical period. When we think of bronze, we think of very powerful figures. Rodin is the first that comes to my mind.
I think this sculpture really speaks on facing challenges with grace. I think the beautiful bending silhouette kind of shows resilience, and you can see in the muscles and even the toes that it's like she's gripping to the ground, and like she's resisting this hard wind. And instead of her body again, it is a tree trunk of a palm tree, but instead of leaves, it's actually just this beautiful mane of hair, like churning in this wind, like in the storm. So it's almost like this juxtaposition between like this beautiful mane of hair and this beautiful like bendy lines with the kind of the grounded body.
Well, I'm glad you get something out of this. This is not instructional. I don't even know how entertaining it is. It's just a glimpse into the window of my working process. Oops, of course that was off. Get to see it in all its glory and messiness.
Maybe, isn't it incredible? 10 years of learning. Who would have thought when the open sunset? I had no idea that it would develop to a thing like this. I'm so proud what we have achieved together. It's great to see you. We're so busy and the galleries are so active that it's unusual for us to be able to sit on the sofa and catch up very often. So we're here in Hong Kong because Mark has launched an education lab in the community of Shantou Po with a centre for Bridge Plus. I'm so thrilled. It's a proper marriage of Mark's values, Mark's work, the themes, the things that he notices, but they've made it their own together. And I'm so glad that he is the one launching this program here in Hong Kong. So although it's 10 years of learning since we launched the visible program in Somerset, I don't think learning has ever taken a backseat. Has Mark? I think it's always been front and centre. Yeah, in a way, with the producing of catalogues and books by our artists, it was part of our education or learning. And this goes back to
really the beginning of the gallery. When we had our first exhibitions with Egon Schiele, with Richard Archwager, with
Alright, got
Nanton
that
Point,
outline. Well,
with
alright.
Dix, and
That's gonna
we
be
had
it
our
for
own
now.
playhouse.
Till I get back from my
From the learning world,
why does my screen look so
a teacher
dark?
for house economics and
But
art
yeah,
and
thanks
craft.
Full of Rain for hanging out with me.
When I decided to
Dima,
become
thanks
part
for
of the
dropping
gallery,
through.
which is
Dondrill.
32 years ago,
Who
I
else do
was
we got
always
that
aware
stopped
that I
through?
want to bring that learning aspect into the gallery world.
Anybody? Just
We all
Dondrill,
aware
Full of
that,
Rain.
for
Oh, Luke.
example,
Thanks, Luke.
artists coming to our house
Only
and
Entropy,
for
Ozzy
short residencies,
Fingerboard, Fresh
where
Cup of
they
Joel.
created
Appreciate you
art
stopping through.
in our homes or at the gallery. So many
Chista.
residences. Somerset really brought the residences to life.
The Bowinator. The Bowinator. He only showed up for a second and then disappeared.
And those artists like
Laughing Girl, appreciate you. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging with me. I don't know why this is so dark looking. But there we go. Gotta put some highlights in the pants and the sweater. But yeah, we'll be back for more of this. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I hope so. Putting way too much time into this. But anyways, yeah, thanks Full of Rain. Take care. Everybody else, I hope y'all have a good day, evening, afternoon, wherever you're at. And maybe I'll catch you a little later on tonight. All right. Till next time. Bye for now, y'all. Take care.